British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Integration of the Three Armies. Of course he was envious. Mountbatten's field marshal uniform was very attractive to Alan Wilson, but he would never have the opportunity to wear such a uniform in his lifetime. Mountbatten wore a shining Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath. Among the three classes of the Grand Cross of St. George, the full name of CMG is Call Me God, KCMG is Kings Call Me God, and the full name of GCMG is God Calls Me God. The Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath is one of the God Calls Me God. It is a great honor for the wearer. Many senior officials in Whitehall are only thinking about one of the honors that Mountbatten is currently receiving. After the investiture ceremony, Pamela Mountbatten and her sister's family accompanied their parents, while Alan Wilson exchanged courtesies and expressed friendship with his colleagues in Whitehall. The glory of a soldier's life, Marshal Mountbatten has done it all, Mackin said with some envy, holding his wife Julian's arm, and then advised his wife that she should get to know Pamela Mountbatten, as it was a rare opportunity. That can't be said. For many things, nothing can be said until the end. Alan Wilson nodded at Mackin's wife, pointed in the direction of Pamela Mountbatten, and said, "Maybe this is just the beginning." Mackins looked at Alan Wilson's Versailles face, smiled and said nothing. With a glance, he saw that his wife was happily chatting with Marshal Mountbatten's two daughters. The goal had been achieved. "I heard that there has been good news off the coast of Angola, which has attracted a lot of capital influx," Mackin said ramblingly. "That can also be regarded as the Gulf of Guinea in a broad sense. It seems that there will be surprising discoveries in the oil resources of the Gulf of Guinea." "That's great." Alan Wilson asked happily, "Has the domestic economy been affected by this economic crisis?" Alan Wilson is still more concerned about whether the world economic crisis of 1957 has affected the British mainland. In the initial period after the war, Britain was in dire need of economic assistance from the United States. Now more than 10 years have passed, and it should have gotten rid of its dependence on the United States, but he has been working overseas and his understanding is somewhat incomplete. There is still some impact, but the construction in Nigeria and the exploration in the Gulf of Guinea have diluted the negative impact of North America. The growth in the second half of last year was the same as the previous year, and the forecast for economic growth this year should also be the same as last year. Mackins answered in detail. He now works in the Home Office and has the best understanding of the domestic situation. This result is already very good. It is the same as last year's economic growth, which means that it has not been affected. Once the economic crisis cycle is over, Britain will have survived safely. Isn't that worth celebrating? It's really gratifying, Alan Wilson said happily. If this is the case, it proves that Britain has the ability to get rid of the economic hold of the United States and does not need to be blackmailed by the United States. The main reason is that this economic crisis can make Britain realize that Britain has this ability, so when formulating policies, it will put Britain's interests first. Of course, on the surface, Britain will not fall out with the United States unless it is absolutely necessary, but I'm afraid that the United States wants more. After chatting with Maggins and Frank for a while and making a verbal promise to get together when there is time, Alan Wilson, a mere son-in-law, followed the Mountbatten family back home. The promotion to Marshal and the awarding of the God Calls Me God medal are the cabinet's hope that Mountbatten can integrate the current situation of the British military branches, and Mountbatten did not hide this after returning home. "I may soon serve as the Chief of the Defence Staff, integrating the military forces of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, which is an offensive job." Mountbatten, who was still wearing the Marshal's uniform, spread his hands, indicating that this Marshal's uniform was not easy to wear. With great ability comes great responsibility. This is a matter of time, and the British Army should also adapt to this era. The three major overseas joint operations commands have already been in operation and have never had any problems. Alan Wilson said calmly, "This is an era of drastic changes, just like the Royal Navy after the war. Battleships have been eliminated by history, and the status of aircraft carriers has been improved. There are also nuclear submarines that are of greater significance, but have not been accumulated by the UK. A series of adjustments need to adapt to the times. This is only the situation of the Royal Navy. In fact, the Army and the Air Force also have such problems, and one person is needed to complete this task. Marshal Mountbatten nodded. He could also feel that what his son-in-law said was very right. For the current British Army, the transformation is of great significance. John Brabourne also said, "Father, only you have the ability to coordinate the relationship between the various services and convince them." Indeed, it's only me. Mountbatten didn't think there was any problem at all. Instead, he felt that he had taken the responsibility. The temperament of the British Dragon was obvious. The chiefs of staff of the three armed forces could go directly to the cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister if there was anything. If they wanted to integrate the British Army, the current situation, where the chiefs of staff of each army could go to the cabinet at any time and talk to each other, must be changed. Of course, the military chief of staff frequently meets with cabinet ministers, which should not happen. Alan Wilson agreed. The military should be self-contained and loyal to Her Majesty the Queen, instead of always being with politicians. This will also increase the risk of collusion between the military and the government. It is better to keep a certain distance. Alan Wilson, who wanted to continue talking about sex, was dragged away by his wife in the middle of the conversation. In the end, he could only say goodbye to his father-in-law, who had just become a marshal, and left with Pamela Mountbatten. As soon as she got in the car, Pamela Mountbatten, who knew that her husband was unhappy, explained, "John wants to enter the House of Lords and wants to talk to his father about this matter. It is better for us to avoid it." "I see." Alan Wilson understood immediately that his eldest son-in-law had come through the back door. The two of them were indeed not suitable to sit in on the discussion, so he asked, "How confident do you feel?" "How should I know? But that depends on the considerations of the cabinet." Pamela Mountbatten started the car and said intently, "There has been a discussion about the lifetime peerage bill. Patricia may be afraid that it will be difficult to implement after the bill is introduced, so she came to discuss it with her father. In fact, why don't you consider being a civil servant? You have to go to the House of Lords to be a decoration. Or you can do business. As long as you are big enough, even the House of Commons will be a decoration." Alan Wilson commented disapprovingly, "A group of nobles are not worthy of respect, but this group of nobles have huge funds, which is another matter. Just like you and me." Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband. Wasn't Alan Wilson talking about being a civil servant referring to himself? Isn't it her job as a wife to accumulate huge wealth through business? You and I are not enough. You also need a father who leads the military. Alan Wilson corrected seriously. After finally returning to London, the two of them rested for a night and went to Mountbatten's house the next day. Today, there was no discussion about the seat in the House of Lords with the eldest sister-in-law's family, and the father-in-law and son-in-law had a good time discussing politics. The so-called reform of the three armed forces has long been completed for overseas garrisons. What Mountbatten has to do now is to extend the reform to the British mainland. Alan, you and Scones proposed to form a combat force mainly composed of locals in the Malayan colony. Are they trustworthy? Mountbatten talked about this matter after talking about the operation of the Far East Joint Operations Command. After all, the combat force to be formed is far from an ordinary security force. The Armor Division and the Marine Division are all the main combat forces. The so-called trust is too illusory. It can only be an aspect of work consideration. Although the colonies are mainly composed of Chinese and Malays, they are actually different. Alan Wilson explained his thoughts in detail. The education he promoted in Malaya did not deliberately denationalize the local Chinese. But when the Chinese in the Malayan colony grow up, they will definitely not be the same as those on the mainland, and their sense of national pride cannot be compared. Just like the historical event of Zenghi's voyages to the west, the Malayan textbooks will first mention that this route was originally controlled by the Arabs, and even earlier controlled by the Chola dynasty in India. With this premise, the significance of Zenghi's voyages to the west is much smaller, and it has become a very ordinary event. But Alan Wilson did not lie. He did not falsify history. This is a fact. The influence of Arabia on Southeast Asia can be seen from the peace believers everywhere now, and the influence of India can be seen from the temples all over Southeast Asia. There is no question of using different civilizations to pull down, just use a realistic attitude to express it. People who grow up according to this set of teaching materials will not feel inferior to their own nation, nor will they have the illusion that they have once led the world. Of course, the most important thing is to use economic ties. A poor place, no matter how reasonable the theory is. If you don't reach that level yourself, it's useless to say anything. Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband with fascination and explained to her father, if the border is opened and there is a wave of exodus, the image of the entire country will be affected. No matter how they explain it, the world will only see the exodus caused by poverty. We can choose not to do this and just live in peace. Confrontation will result in both sides losing. Alan Wilson said calmly, I still prefer to focus on Indonesia so that our navy can play a greater role. Chapter 927, Mountbatten, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. There are two main threats to Britain's rule over Malaya, geopolitical threat, and the more powerful one is Indonesia. The other one is across the South China Sea. Alan Wilson did not ignore the latter, but he would not publicize it everywhere. Even he did not know whether a certain big country in a period of revolutionary upsurge would liberate the world in a fit of rage. According to the Soviet context of a period after World War I, there is still a great possibility. But no matter who it is, given the importance of the Malayan colony to Britain, no one can have any bad intentions. According to his idea, it is better to blow up Malaya with a nuclear bomb than to give it to the opponent. In fact, you are also worried about the threat from the north, but you usually don't say it, and when others ask, you still downplay the threat. Pamela Mountbatten asked as she left Mountbatten's house. I didn't downplay the threat. I said it's not worth mentioning at the cultural level. China's cultural competitiveness is not strong, but that does not include Marx's ideas, which are very widely spread. Alan Wilson put his hands in his pockets. Due to the number of Chinese, the objective threat facing the Malayan colony certainly exists. But it is not impossible to cope with it. First of all, we must maintain communication. Lim Lian Jiak always went to Hong Kong to contact the Beijing government to avoid misunderstandings. You mean, it is inevitable that China will want to spread its influence like the Soviet Union? Pamela Mountbatten looked thoughtful. Can you stop this threat? With the current living standards in the Malayan colony, it is not difficult. But if it were at the level of Africa, it would be difficult. Alan Wilson told the truth. That set of ideas spreads quickly in poor and war-torn areas, and Africa has both. No way to deal with it? Pamela Mountbatten stopped and asked solemnly. Don't worry, it depends on the mode of infiltration. If it is just looking for an opportunity to expand influence under the guise of aid, then Britain can acquiesce. After all, it seems to be an overreaction to start a war. To put it another way, it is also good for us to have other countries carry out certain construction in Africa. To a certain extent, it can be a win-win situation. Alan Wilson said to his wife, but if we learn from the Soviet Union to establish allies and eliminate British influence, then we may have to use some less visible methods. For example, Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband's cold face and felt that the matter was not simple. For example, Alan Wilson stopped for a moment and suddenly said while walking, for example, send the established Chinese armored division to Africa, sacrifice a colonial capital, and use the British hegemony of public opinion to widely publicize it, but I don't want it to get to that point. Alan Wilson was uneducated and not very good at speaking. If it really got to that point, if he wanted to offset the infiltration of British Africa, he would have only one way, to send the established Chinese armored division to Africa to massacre the city. Then the British would naturally apologize for the lax management and randomly select 2 unlucky guys to be shot. At the same time, they would use public opinion to shirk responsibility and direct the withdrawal to the Chinese. This should not be difficult. After all, African blacks are not very skilled and may not be able to distinguish the difference. At least most blacks do not have this ability. This trick has actually been used by someone. Think about the process of the CIA overthrowing the Sukarno government. It is actually similar. It's just that the Chinese in Indonesia are in the situation of black people in Alan Wilson's mouth. Considering the distribution of British East African colonies, Alan Wilson felt that Tanzania, the former German colony, was a suitable sacrifice. At least it could reduce the moral burden of Britain, which did not exist at all. After this conversation, Alan Wilson and his wife stayed in London for a few days. The two did not spend much time in their home country. This time, they also took the opportunity of Mountbatten's promotion to Marshal to return to London. A few days after the new year, the cabinet officially appointed Mountbatten, who was already a marshal, and was appointed Chief of the General Staff of Defence and Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. Considering that the Secretary of Defence was restricted by the term of office of the elected government, he was usually just an outsider. Mountbatten was already the de facto commander-in-chief of the British Empire's armed forces. Mountbatten knew why the cabinet promoted him to the rank of marshal, and made him the chief of the general staff and chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee. He wanted to change the fact that the British Army, Navy, and Air Force were independent of each other, and use his strong connections in the political field and good relations with the various services to achieve this goal. So he and his assistants quickly proposed 3 options for the government to choose from regarding the future defense structure of the United Kingdom. 1. Just make some simple repairs to the current system. 2. Establish a completely unified and truly functional Ministry of Defense. 3. Allow the headquarters of the Army, Navy, and Air Force to exist independently, but must accept the overall leadership of the Ministry of Defense. Among them, Mountbatten believed that the most ideal option was the second one. As for which plan to implement, it depends on how bold the current cabinet is. When he came home to see the Mountbattens, Mountbatten also said to Alan Wilson, the second plan is of course the best. If it cannot be done in one go, implement the third plan first, and then transition to the second plan. If the cabinet's discussion is to decide to adopt the second plan, then the Labour cabinet is really respectable. Alan Wilson nodded and said, do you want me to ask Whitehall? If the Attlee cabinet were to do it in one go, and choose to merge into a unified Ministry of Defense to be responsible for everything, that would be really bold. You know, it is actually difficult for an elected government to do things due to the constraints of term and public opinion. For example, Trump. Is he incompetent? He grasped the root of all problems very accurately, but he was too eager for quick success. For example, the attitude towards Russia, dividing China and Russia is right, but how to balance the interests of Europe, that is, Germany and France. His choice is that the United States sells European energy at a low price, which is also correct, but the implementation is distorted. Everyone wants to make some money in it, and the price is ridiculous. Therefore, for a democratically elected government, generally speaking, during its term of office, it is just a matter of wrangling with the opposition party, and it is very rare to implement any long-term plans. If the Attlee cabinet really chooses the second option, to reorganize the military command structure, it will be really terrible. It is precisely the enemies of the free world who are making long-term plans. The institutional advantage is on the other side, not on its side. No need, just wait. Mountbatten shook his head slightly. I'm handling the handover with Charles Lamb these days. He will hand over to me as the first Sea Lord, and I will go to the Ministry of Defense to take office. From now on, I will not only belong to the Navy. A person always needs a bigger stage. Alan Wilson flattered him inconspicuously, and then said, actually, I came to say goodbye. There was an incident in Kuala Lumpur, and I have to rush back to deal with it. The matter is urgent. What big thing happened? Mountbatten's face became serious after hearing this. There are not many things that can make this son-in-law more anxious. I can handle it. Alan Wilson looked solemn, but in fact he didn't take it seriously at all. It was his previous fishing law enforcement that finally led to the Chinese attacking the East African office in Kuala Lumpur and shooting the blacks inside on the spot. The number of people who died was not mentioned in the telegram. Only after returning did we know. Mountbatten did not ask any more questions. I haven't seen Pamela for a long time. I really hope she stays for a while. I'll tell her directly, but it depends on her own decision. Alan Wilson could understand that Mountbatten was almost 60 years old. Although he was worthy of the rank of marshal in terms of appearance, it was also natural for people to pay attention to family at this age. Then I'll stay for a while and come to you when the time comes. Pamela Mountbatten felt a little guilty. She didn't live in London much now, and her parents were taken care of by her sister Patricia. Well, I'm not in a hurry. I hope that my subordinates will have thought of how to quibble before I arrive in Kuala Lumpur. Alan Wilson made a joke. He had already calculated in his heart how long it would take to pass through Paris, Rome, and finally arrive in Kuala Lumpur. He was giving his subordinates time to verify their abilities, not to test drive luxury cars. A few days later, the chief of the defense staff, Field Marshal Mountbatten, went to 10 Downing Street at the invitation of Prime Minister Attlee. When Prime Minister Attlee saw Mountbatten coming, he directly informed the cabinet of the results of the discussion on the reorganization of the military command organization. The ministers and I believe that establishing a unified Ministry of Defense responsible for the military will play a good role in streamlining the military command organization and responding to rapid response threats. I thought the cabinet would choose a transitional plan. Mountbatten did not hide his surprise in front of the Prime Minister. In fact, for a government, adopting a transitional plan is the general choice. Yes, but I chose to do it in one step. Prime Minister Attlee raised his head slightly, with a killer instinct bursting out. Seeing that the command organizations of the Army, Navy, and Air Force were merged into the Ministry of Defense, Mountbatten was the actual commander-in-chief of the British Armed Forces. In a sense, his words were more effective than those of the Minister of Defense. Mountbatten also knew what he was going to face, and could only promise, "I will complete this task as soon as possible." He knew that his position as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces was not given for nothing. The Labour cabinet gave him such great power in order to carry out a streamlined reorganization of the military organization. Chapter 928. Commissioner, listen to my argument. At the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, outside the airport corridor, a lady wearing a sun hat and sunglasses was looking forward to it. She smiled and waved until a sanctimonious Imperial Commissioner appeared. The two got into the car together and disappeared in the bustling airport. "I thought you forgot about your Vivian." Vivian lay hung on the man, twisting her arms around Alan Wilson's neck to express her longing. How could it be? There were indeed a lot of things last year. In fact, I always wanted to be with the national treasure of the British Empire. Alan Wilson spoke gently, stroking Vivian Leigh's smooth back. "You only know how to say nice things." Vivian Leigh was shy and embarrassed, and immediately said, "You just came back. You must be very tired. I should actually let you rest." "It doesn't matter. This is my duty as a man." Alan Wilson got up directly and took Vivian Leigh hanging on his body to the bathroom. He could browse the world without leaving home. After not seeing each other for a long time, Vivian Leigh put all her enthusiasm on a man of the same status as her husband, which is also human nature. The two of them are true love, and David is just an accident. As a boy, he should be self-reliant and learn to live independently since he was a child, and he can't always let his mother take care of him. Vivian Leigh knew that Alan Wilson had a rare habit of rubbing his back, and the petite girl carefully wiped the man's tired body. Alan Wilson of course returned the favor and corrected Vivian Leigh's bones in turn, and finally corrected the bones inside her body. After a set of procedures, they were both quite satisfied and fell asleep in each other's arms. Just after returning to Malaya, Alan Wilson was not in a hurry to show up. He wanted to give his subordinates a chance to quibble. See if he can get a logically self-consistent lie. If it can be rounded, he can rest assured. After he leaves office, Vivian Leigh tiptoed to serve the prepared food. Alan Wilson put down the newspaper and saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. "It's all because of you. You almost broke my waist." Vivian Leigh was furious and stared at the man. Alan Wilson couldn't bear to look away and said indignantly, "Your fairy-like eyes always make me feel that I have done something wrong." The black and white film mirror best reflects that eyes are the windows to the soul. The eyes of female stars like Vivian Leigh are all shining. When he is really stared at by such eyes, he will feel ashamed, not to mention that he has indeed done a lot of wrong things. Humph. Vivian Leigh stopped pestering. She clearly asked him to look up when she asked her to blow, but now she dared not look at her. The High Commissioner came back, but not completely. Alan Wilson went to Singapore to see the progress of her economic experimental zone that was being built to serve the British garrison. The person accompanying him was not an official of the colonial government, but Lim Lian Jiak. How do you feel about Hong Kong, Mr. Lin? He has been there several times. Alan Wilson was very relaxed and chatted with Lim Lian Jiak. Hong Kong has developed very well, and its citizens work very hard. Lim Lian Jiak said as he walked, this is mainly due to the British Hong Kong government and the efforts of the Hong Kong people themselves. These two factors are not as good as the good location. From the Chinese perspective, it is difficult to give the credit for development to us British. As for diligence, diligence has an upper limit. If diligence can solve all problems, there will be no poor countries. Alan Wilson looked at the construction of the new district with a smile. I can guarantee that after the completion of this district, it will develop faster than any other place in Malaya. I went to Hong Kong 3 times last year. Alan Wilson continued to ask, it wouldn't be just this little game, right? My Lord Zantang, you also recognize that we can bridge the contradictions and serve as a bridge between the two places. Lim Lian Jiak replied. Alan Wilson's face turned cold, and he corrected, it was obviously your own private behavior, and I was not aware of it. Of course, we all hope to live in peace. After all, the geographical conditions of Malaya are suitable for the Navy to play a role, and I don't want the several large cities that I have worked so hard to build to be bombed. I think everyone is a smart person. Don't make it to that point. Like Mr. Chang, it's better to have fewer idiots in the world. Several major cities in the Malayan colony are similar to the geographical location of the Magic City. Looking at the entire process of the Battle of Sanghu, it is hard not to doubt Mr. Chang's performance. He himself is a spy arranged by the Japanese inside our army. What considerations did he have to carry the main gun of the battleship and use human lives to fill it? Later, Mr. Chang finally cleared his suspicion of being a spy in the War of Liberation, and proved with practical actions that he was definitely not a spy, but just a simple green picker. Our two countries are now in a similar environment. We are strong, but not the strongest. In fact, there are many opportunities for cooperation. Alan Wilson said to himself leisurely, the relationship between countries is so complicated that it cannot be generalized, right? If it weren't for the chief executive of Malaya, Lim Lian Jiak would definitely not be able to enter the military stronghold. The two divisions formed were being trained here. Lim Lian Jiak directly followed Alan Wilson to do some military support work. The work that focuses on correctly handling and regulating the relationship between the government and the army and the citizens, and takes strengthening the military-civilian relations, and enhancing the unity of the military-civilian, is very suitable for Lim Lian Jiak. He just took the opportunity to scare Lim Lian Jiak not to do anything to this educator. It's just to prove that the old imperialists are not just eating and drinking. Although he didn't spend most of the last year in Malaya, he can still be seen as Big Brother watching you. If he didn't do this, Lim Lian Jiak might have an illusion and thus look down on me 6, which is not good for both sides. It shows that he is not in the colony and still knows Lim Lian Jiak's movements. Just like when a writer is on the verge of getting carried away, the website will block one of your chapters to show off their presence. This is very normal and fully reflects a kind of care. If you are not blocked, how do you know that you are always being watched? The Marshal took over as the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of National Defense and is streamlining the command structure of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Lieutenant General Scons also received the information from the local area and couldn't help but sigh that it has come to this. That's a matter of time. Alan Wilson laughed. Have the bases of the Marine Division and the Armor Division been divided? The Marine Division is in Singapore, and the Armor Division is on the border with Dutch Kalimantan. Lieutenant General Scones replied, but that's a year from now. Our main goal in the near future is to carry out training. I hope these two units can give full play to their combat effectiveness. In fact, the Marine Division can be placed in the Andaman Islands. It can share a lot of our garrison pressure. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, forget about the islands near the Strait of Malacca. Facing Indonesia, the Chinese are more reliable. Is this the reason why you brought Mr. Lin with you and asked him to express his concern for the Chinese soldiers? Lieutenant General Scones asked indifferently. This is exactly the purpose of my return this time. The direct management of the Malayan colony must be reduced. The same goes for administrative work. We have to stay behind the scenes. At least some work that has more contact with the Chinese will be handed over to local officials for handling. Alan Wilson did not deny it, especially jobs that often face the public, such as the police department, can easily cause conflicts. These high-level positions are left behind, and it is not suitable for the British to appear in the middle and lower-level positions. You have more than 20,000 people under you. Can you arrange them all? Lieutenant General Scones asked in disbelief. There were 100,000 people in British India at the beginning, but in fact they were concentrated in a few capitals, ports and important states. There are ways to hide them. Even now, the jobs directly occupied by British civil servants are not very lucrative. Many people in third world countries have misunderstandings about us. Take the Malayan colony for example. More than 20,000 civil servants are living a life of luxury. How is that possible? You are treated differently from an ordinary garrison soldier, right? If Alan Wilson was not the son-in-law of Field Marshal Mountbatten, Lieutenant General Scones swore that he would definitely let Alan Wilson go to guard the island in the name of the commander of the Far East Joint Operations Command. But he is the son-in-law of Field Marshal Mountbatten, so this can be considered a harmless joke. Before leaving, Alan Wilson packed up and took away all the plans for subverting Indonesia over the years. Reading makes people happy, and he has always believed in this. When the familiar Rolls-Royce Silver Soul stopped at the door of the administrative office building, the entire administrative office almost caused a commotion. Their boss was indeed not in the colony much last year. Alan Wilson opened the car door, glanced at the Union Jack on the flagpole, and walked in leisurely with his hands in his pockets, responding politely to his subordinates who nodded to him along the way. Alan Wilson, who always put work first, did not even go to see Queen Nam Phuong and stamp the honor killing case. At the same time, he said, can't you attribute such cases to other homicides, such as fighting, robbery and murder? Why are you so rigid? Alan Wilson was very dissatisfied with the increase in honor killings last year. This was definitely not his problem, because he didn't stay in the colony for a few days. After shaking his sore wrist and putting away the seal of the High Commissioner, Alan Wilson looked up at several high-ranking colonial dignitaries and showed his white teeth. Are you trying to quibble? How many people died in the East African office, and how were they handled? I'm in a good mood, so tell me quickly. Richard recounted the whole story. Commissioner, listen to my explanation. We mean to follow the general handling method. Let's clarify the rumors first. The blacks in the East African office have not committed any crime. Alan Wilson lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked nonchalant, as if it had nothing to do with him, and he had completely forgotten that he was the one who spread the rumor. First eliminate the justice at the source, and then strike hard. It is safer to drive, so that it is not easy to be noticed by Dan Nyang. Chapter 929 Dying. I'm back again. The few low intensity group incidents are not a bad thing for us, as long as we know how to guide them. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject. Richard, the negotiations with General Aung San of Burma are still very satisfactory. In overcoming this economic crisis, Myanmar's role is as important as Nigeria's. Otherwise, after a long time, Burma will think that we are no longer viable. Myanmar is not doing well, and it really needs our support. Richard asked with the intention of asking for instructions. The Indian and Burmese coalition forces suffered a great loss in Shan State before. We will not go to northern Burma to ask for trouble. Alan Wilson certainly knew what Richard was talking about, but the British Army must not be dispatched. People who feel good about themselves and can deal with guerrilla warfare are usually in a state of disgrace. It's okay to give some worthless weapons and equipment, but the Malayan garrison will be compensated for the deaths. If there are really a large number of casualties, who will get the money? The most important thing is that this may lead to him being blamed. His personal advice to Aung San is to drag it out. The Chinese are very easy to assimilate. In later generations, there were news reports that the Chinese collectively regarded themselves as Burmese and naturalized in Burma. The most powerful country in this regard is Thailand. Although many big figures in Thailand are of Chinese descent, it can be seen from the name that they have long considered themselves to be part of Thailand. Doing trade with Myanmar is what the Malayan colony should do now. If possible, in a safe place in Myanmar. You can also try to expand the tentacles of your wife's grain merchant group. Alan Wilson knows that as a former colonizer, Britain is definitely not trusted by Myanmar. Myanmar also does not trust its two big neighbors, China and India. But distrust is one thing, and reality is another. The country that Myanmar really likes is actually Japan. However, it has been more than 10 years since the war. Although Alan Wilson cannot remember all the development context of Japan in his previous life, he can still feel that Japan's development is not as good as the Japan in his memory. Myanmar wants to wait until Japan rises again and bring funds to help Myanmar. This kind of thing did not happen in the previous life, and it will not happen in this life. It is more practical for Japan to take care of itself and get rid of the economic crisis as soon as possible. You handle the affairs of the East African office in person. Follow my instructions and pay attention to guiding public opinion. Alan Wilson looked at the head of the administrative bureau. Don't let your colleagues think you are unreliable. After this, we will discuss more important things. I see. Richard was not depressed, but rather happy, indicating that he must be reliable. Killing is the easiest thing. After all, it is a colony. If we want to kill a person, it is not much more difficult than stepping on a bug. The key is to convince the public. If we can't convince the public, Malaya will have problems. As a commissioner, you also serve the overall interests of the British Empire. When necessary, sacrificing an individual is completely within the scope of permission. After all, compared with the stability of the entire colony, whether a person who makes a mistake is British is completely unimportant. Handing all the matters to Richard, Alan Wilson continued to be a hands-off manager. He believed that Richard, who had the consciousness of the next High Commissioner, would cherish this hard-won opportunity. During the whole process, Elisa sat silently with her legs crossed, her high heels bouncing. She did not join in the discussion. She put down the newspaper only after Richard left. It looks like you've made up your mind. What do you think? Alan Wilson asked in a business-like tone. How about letting Ethel be the commissioner? Then let Richard do it. Elisa shook her head quickly when she heard it, walked to Alan Wilson's side, leaned against him with a fragrant breeze, and said in a delicate voice, "Anyway, you have to make arrangements for me. I see, you're the mother of 2 children. Alan Wilson shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, didn't your husband come with you, too? When the education industry is supported, you two will definitely make a lot of money, and you will also be a harmonious couple. How great. I knew the commissioner still remembers the old times." Elisa's eyes sparkled. "My husband and I are very grateful to the commissioner. Before I leave office, I will definitely arrange all aspects of the matter. We all came together when we rolled out of India in disgrace." Alan Wilson promised seriously. Maintaining the unity of civil servants has always been the first priority of the chief executive. Help me inform the sultans and Yangon. If possible, we will talk to Myanmar about regional cooperation. Richard went to Yangon last year to talk with General Aung San, but he was not the chief executive of the colony after all. He just talked out an intention. The person who can really make the final decision, didn't he just come back? The consequence of General Aung San not being assassinated is that the ethnic conflicts in Myanmar are not so serious now. The focus of the Pandglang Agreement is that each ethnic minority area enjoys full autonomy in national politics, and the people of each ethnic minority area enjoy the rights and privileges enjoyed by citizens of democratic countries. General Aung San's vigorous life has suppressed the voice of the Greater Burmese in a certain sense, which is also the biggest role that Alan Wilson sees. But to say that Myanmar has made rapid progress after independence, that is really not seen. It can only be said that there is no regression. Myanmar's economic peak was in the 1930s before World War II. At that time, all countries were deeply affected by the Great Depression. Myanmar's living standards in Asia exceeded Japan. Britain defined Myanmar as an agricultural product base. Compared with other countries, the Burmese lived quite well. India was only the most important colony of Britain in terms of size, and the Burmese lived much better than the Indians. In terms of transportation, 2 railways were mainly built, one from Yangon to Pai and the other from Yangon to Taungoo. During the colonial rule, Myanmar's railway mileage was the longest among the countries in Southeast Asia, but it was destroyed a lot during World War II. The total mileage of Myanmar's railways reached 3,000 kilometers, which was more than twice that of Thailand's railways at the time. In terms of waterways, Britain established many shipping companies, which were very convenient for both passenger and cargo transportation, and the waterway transportation industry was very developed. It has more than 600 large and small ships, with an annual passenger volume of 9 million and a cargo volume of 1.5 million tons. In terms of enterprises, many rice processing plants were established in Myanmar, because the British planted rice on a large scale in Myanmar. During this period, Myanmar's mining industry also developed rapidly, and mining-related factories were established. The joint embargo is a disaster for small countries. Only large countries with large populations and huge areas can resist it. In the original history, because Aung San was assassinated, the military government took the initiative to break away from the outside world. Myanmar, which was in a closed state, naturally crawled back. Now Myanmar is still in the framework of the Commonwealth, and its economic ties with the Malaya colony are quite good. This is also the reason why Alan Wilson chose Nigeria and Myanmar to help Britain through the economic crisis in London before. After all, there are more than 18 million people. Together with Nigeria, it is not a big problem to help Britain survive the one-year economic crisis cycle. Now we can actually have a good talk with General Aung San. Myanmar has been independent for 10 years. When it was a colony, you said that Britain restricted Myanmar's development, which is reasonable. But after 10 years of independence, it is still repeating the same old rhetoric, just like the Indians, which is very boring. What's more, the development of the Malaya colony is a counterexample. Myanmar was once the most prosperous place in Asia, stronger than Japan. The Malayan colony was worse than Burma. Now that Burma has been independent for so many years, the Malayan colony has developed very well. The comparison between the two is not so obvious, but it is enough to make the Burmese who have seen Burma's prosperity sad. In fact, the labor force in the Malayan colony is saturated. If Britain is transferring any industry, the Malayan colony can no longer take it. Now Alan Wilson has the foundation to transfer industries out, such as the textile industry. Of course, he cannot transfer it to an unreliable place. India is extremely unreliable in his eyes. If Aung San is interested, he can talk about it. After all, the Malayan colony is close to Burma, and it is best to maintain a harmonious relationship. It is also easy to contain Burma. Using the naval base in the Andaman Islands, checking Burma's exports for pests and diseases is enough to give Yangon a headache. Alan Wilson not only wants to compete with Japan, to see who accepts industrial transfer faster, but also to see who transfers industries earlier. In the initial stage of development, you can count on the textile industry, but you can't always count on the textile industry, and the textile industry can't make much money. The time has come for the Malayan colony to consider transferring this part of the industry and upgrading its own industry. There is no doubt that it is better to let Alan Wilson do it himself than to rely on the next High Commissioner. He set the meeting place in Penang, which is the closest large city in the Malayan colony to Myanmar. At the same time, he, a mere son-in-law, has to represent his wife in the Conference of Rulers, because Pamela Mountbatten is in London. The next day, Eliza informed Alan Wilson that Yangon had responded and was willing to talk about investment. Richard seems to have talked well. Alan Wilson nodded with satisfaction. We can regain influence in Myanmar through this industrial transfer, and we don't have to pay the cost of maintaining stability. In this case, Alan Wilson prepared to go to Penang. At the same time, a certain international movie queen skillfully put on a headscarf and sunglasses, ready to complete the logistics support work. After a thorough investigation by the colonial government, the East African Office incident was the result of organized and premeditated incitement by anti-British element. There was no rape of black people. Richard announced the results of the investigation righteously. We must seek justice for the victims. What justice? There were hundreds of people who attacked the office that day. Were they all arrested and shot? Alan Wilson curled his lips. Just negotiate with the Chinese and let them think about what price they are willing to pay to avoid punishment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930, The Attack of the Comprador. After hanging up the phone and closing her eyes to rest, Vivian Leigh felt the man's irritability and whispered, "Has it been a long time since I came back? Are you not used to it? Maybe you haven't rested enough. It has nothing to do with this. I really have a lot of things to do this year, and I have to make the next stage of adjustments to the Malaya colony." Alan Wilson rubbed his eyes and said, "Whether it is difficult to lay a foundation depends mainly on whether there is external help, but after having a certain foundation, it is not something that external forces can do to rush forward. The problem of standing still is that you will be caught up by other places. History has repeatedly proved the terrible consequences of standing still. Not to mention anything else, Britain was caught up by Germany during the Second Industrial Revolution, and the consequences appeared in the First World War. You have done very well. In fact, Malaya is not bad now." Vivian Leigh said very considerately. "Looking at the whole of Asia, there should be no place more prosperous than Malaya. And Japan." Although Alan Wilson was grateful for the recognition of the Great British Treasure, he would not stop attending court from now on. If he was only satisfied with the current achievements and was content with a small fortune, he might be friendly to ordinary colonial residents. But it was not enough for Britain. Such a Malayan colony was of little help to Britain. Britain lacks a textile industry base. This thing has no technical content at all. Anyone anywhere can do it. Apart from other things, with the current employment rate of the colonies, once the Asian refining center in Singapore is established, where can we find workers? Otherwise, find a peaceful country to introduce immigrants and see what the final result is. Anyway, the historical mission of the textile industry to bring employment has ended, and now is the time to abandon it. Alan Wilson also has a worry in his heart, that is, the residents of the colonies are satisfied with the status quo and like to live a life of comfort. It is also commonly known as lying flat, which is absolutely not acceptable. He came to the colony not to be sent an umbrella for the people. The only important colony that Britain still has to rely on is here. It is still suitable for a production base. Britain still hopes to share the responsibility, and then you lie flat? Alan Wilson restrained the urge to make money and did not use real estate to cut leaks. It was not because he did not want to make a profit, but he wanted greater benefits. No one could stop before he succeeded. Vivian Leigh did not understand these things. She could only ensure the logistics work and make this man of the same status as her husband feel comfortable. The sultans treated the conference of rulers at the coastal boulevard in Penang as a private gathering, which was not wrong. This nominal meeting seemed to be very popular in public opinion every time it was held, but it was almost the same as the United Nations General Assembly. It was held for the sake of holding a meeting and had no effect. The colonial government was just giving the sultans a chance to show their presence and eat and drink for free. They could ask the conference of rulers to make any demands to the colonial government, but they should not think too much about other things. Alan Wilson showed up on behalf of Sarawak and handed the matter over to Ali Khan. Ali Khan also lived in East Malaysia, but coming to Penang was nothing to him. Ali Khan bought 2 Comet airliners for private use and went wherever he wanted. He lived a very comfortable life. Although he was over 70 years old, it might be because of his simple life backed by huge wealth that he was in good health and very energetic. He even went to Pakistan to chat and laugh with the Pakistani government, showing his battle-hardened side. With Ali Khan entertaining other sultans, Alan Wilson had a good talk with the big compradors and waited for the Burmese delegation to arrive in Penang. Suyang, Chiang Kai and Kiu, Coker and others were among them, giving Alan Wilson the illusion that he was very popular. Alan Wilson had prepared himself mentally. He knew very well that it was not easy to expect a person to take the initiative to step out of his comfort zone, let alone a wealthy and powerful big comprador, but he had to do it. If he couldn't convince him, he might have to resort to some tricks. I hope it won't evolve to that stage. Vivian Leigh had gone upstairs to rest before these people came, leaving the huge living room for these guests. Master Zantang. After everyone came in, they all greeted him. Master Zantang was not in Malaya last year. We all missed him very much in our hearts. Now he is finally back. You talk more like bureaucrats than I do. Alan Wilson showed his white teeth and made a gesture of invitation. If you count carefully, the two sides have known each other for a long time. At least half of the Carpriders have been to Newfoundland to fight for the sky and the earth. They are definitely the first generation of rich people. It is not all smooth sailing to transform themselves today. Alan Wilson was very polite. Since they were not strangers, he started by reminiscing about the past and getting the atmosphere going. In fact, with our relationship, there is no need to beat around the bush. The Burmese delegation is about to arrive in Penang, and we have to discuss investment with Yangon. Alan Wilson finished reminiscing about the past and began to state his purpose. I hope you can transfer some industries to Myanmar, which can also help Myanmar's development. At the same time, it will also be of great benefit to Malaya. Many people exchanged glances with each other, obviously having doubts about going to a strange place to buy industry. Alan Wilson was not surprised at the reaction of these people. They had been neighbors with Southeast Asia for thousands of years, but it turned out that this place had become an Indian cultural area and a Heping geocultural area, which showed how conservative it was. If it weren't for the population explosion in the Qing dynasty, the country really couldn't accommodate them. Whether these people would be willing to leave their homes and come to Southeast Asia would really be an unknown. Moreover, the spineless class of compradors belonged to the more timid group among merchants. Merchants have a natural risk-averse mentality, not to mention the comprader class among them. If possible, they just want to stay in the Malayan colony for the rest of their lives under the protection of Britain and reap the benefits. The conditions in Burma are quite good, and we are on good terms with General Aung San. You may not know that British Burma was once the most prosperous place among all British colonies. It is equivalent to today's Malaya. Alan Wilson was not angry at these hesitant compradors, because this was within his expectations. Of course, if no one supports him, he may be disappointed, which means that his vision is problematic. He has chosen a lot of people to support him, but there is not even one person with a long-term vision. Master Zantang, if we go to Burma to invest, it may cause unemployment in Malaya. One of them spoke up, expressing his original intention to continue to contribute to the development of Malaya. Increasing the unemployment rate is a good thing. Fairness is not egalitarianism. Alan Wilson smiled calmly. The existence of a necessary unemployment rate is beneficial to the entire society. The British Empire is not the Soviet Union. It will not deliberately publicize the non-existence of unemployment as a so-called achievement. Does Mr. Liu often read books from the Soviet Union? The comprader who just spoke stopped talking. He didn't dare to answer such a question. He could only smile apologetically and sit aside. Master Zantang, we are businessmen. We are indeed afraid of risks and don't understand the local situation in Myanmar. Su Yang continued, but I think that, as long as Master Zantang can negotiate with Yangon, it will not be a problem. You should learn from Boss Su. If you were still living in today's China, you would be just a landlord, no matter how successful you are. You should be re-educated now. Alan Wilson snorted. In the end, he still had to rely on his son-in-law in Newfoundland. My idea is very simple. There is no need to retain some industries, such as the textile industry, which can be transferred to Myanmar. Of course, this will not start right away, but will take several years to do. The released labor force will be added to other industries, such as the completed Singapore port and the Asian refining center project. These all require labor, and they make more money, much more than a day in a textile factory. In fact, even if you disagree, it won't change the result. Once the refinery project is completed and recruitment begins, your workers will run away. I'm telling you now, entirely out of our past friendship. Whether you agree or not, the textile industry will be a bargaining chip in this negotiation with Yangon. I'm telling you this to give you time to adjust. Don't let yourself get caught in a crisis and come to me crying and wailing. I'm very busy, and I may not be in office anymore. I don't have time to listen to your wailing. Alan Wilson's words were impolite, but the effect was very good. He finally got to the point. Coca asked with a question. Master Zantang, thank you for your reminder. I don't know what the local wages are like. It's much lower than Malaya. If you have time to ask me, why not send someone to ask yourself? Alan Wilson said impatiently, driven by capital. It is a general trend to move to places with lower costs. For a place, industrial upgrading is necessary for development. This is not the first time it has happened, but it is the first time you have encountered it. Think more about expanding your business when you have time. Don't just think about cutting leaks in Malaya. There are more than 10 million people here. If you want to swallow each other, you can just stay here. If you want to live a colorful life, you have to find a way to take over the entire Southeast Asian market. This is not a question of whether to do it, but a question of when to do it. He must now let the compradors understand this. After such a pleasant communication with the High Commissioner of Malaya, the compradors suddenly became upright and noble, and each of them was full of the temperament of national capitalists. They expressed that they would open up the market and benefit the society with the support of Britain. You are all respected justices of the peace. Alan Wilson smiled and appreciated this upright and noble character. They are all pillars of society. Chapter 931 Return to Burma Strategy. The so-called weakness of the bourgeoisie can be used not only by the enemy camp, but also by the side itself. So far, if these justices of the peace are not obedient, Alan Wilson has the ability to make them bankrupt. And it is completely reasonable and well-founded. He likes to record the mistakes made by other countries when he is free, such as how many bad things the US troops stationed in Japan and South Korea have done, how many people the colonists in Africa have killed, and so on. It is not that it does not exist at the individual level. In fact, everyone in this class has a dirty bottom. Many things, if the colonial government had not given them a break, many people would have died long ago. How could they have the opportunity to live a few days in this world? Being able to live well to this day is entirely based on his own goodwill, but if he really thinks that it is all due to his own personal struggle, almost everyone's industry has shares that he provided funds to replace, and it is reasonable for him to want to confiscate it now. Sometimes, if you don't give them a little bit of power, they will easily think you are too easy to talk to. After everyone left, Alan Wilson played with the national treasure and said with emotion, "That's why you put your hand inside." Vivian Leigh rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. The slight tingling sensation on her chest made her not respond for a moment, nor did she need to respond. The man immediately came up to her and had a verbal battle, allowing the national treasure to experience the eloquence of the imperial commissioner. What if they are dissatisfied? Vivian Leigh licked her lips and finally adjusted her breathing to be steady. The Soviets said that the weakness of the petty bourgeoisie lies in that they obey the capitalists' orders and regard safeguarding the capitalists' interests as safeguarding their own interests. They have completely forgotten their identity as exploited workers who lack means of production and may be fired at any time and become destitute overnight. But they particularly like to stand on the opposite side of the vast majority of workers and act as spiritual capitalists. They can barely make a living by working overtime, but they have a strong sense of superiority. Admittedly, they are not petty bourgeoisie, but in front of us, they are not much better than the petty bourgeoisie. I guess they will have the capital to negotiate with me when they grow into monopoly capitalists. If the industry is limited to the Malayan colony, they must listen to what I say. From a certain perspective, my words here are more effective than those of God. Alan Wilson said in a calm tone, even if they can do business all over Southeast Asia, they are just capitalists in a regional scope. If they really meet Pamela, they are still not on the same level. Does Pamela know that you have their exchange shares? Vivian Leigh asked, but immediately defended. I don't want your money. I just asked casually. I know, but not everything. Alan Wilson blinked at Vivian Leigh and said to himself, if I didn't have ideals and was ready to benefit society, I wouldn't have to worry about life in any country in the free world. Who makes me have an innate patriotism? So is it too much for the British treasure to reward the Imperial Commissioner who has been working hard for the country? This is not too much. Alan Wilson feels that he can have a clear conscience if the royal princess rewards him personally. When the next step was being taken, Ali Khan's arrival had to postpone the bone setting process. Alan Wilson naturally respected Ali Khan. This great monarch was not comparable to ordinary people. With his money ability, the two of them always treated each other equally. Sometimes I feel bad for asking the Maharaja to help me run around. Although I can take the Comet airliner to and from, the travel is also real. Alan Wilson came out to be polite to Ali Khan with a gentle face, and at the same time he also recognized Ali Khan's noble quality of being rich enough to rival a country, but willing to live in poverty. This kind of life is enough to make him look up to him. The world is so realistic. If a person who is rich enough to rival a country chooses such a life, he will be appreciated by others, but this is based on the premise that he is rich enough to rival a country. If he is really not rich enough to rival a country, but is willing to live in poverty, he will only be looked down upon. There is no doubt that the former Maharaja of Hyderabad and the current Maharaja of Sabah, Ali Khan, is a person who is reasonable even if he farts. So your main purpose is to talk to the representatives of Myanmar. Ali Khan only realized what Alan Wilson's purpose was. The Conference of Rulers was just a cover. It can't be said that the Conference of Rulers still has its role, such as having afternoon tea and talking politics. Respected Maharaja Britain has gotten rid of the post-war situation, and now it is going to go a step further. Strictly speaking, my communication with the Burmese side is for the strategy of returning to Burma. Alan Wilson took out a cigar and lit it, saying calmly, "Otherwise, people will think that the British Empire is really a thing of the past, right?" He had already designated the meeting place with the Burmese delegation in advance, at the golf course and the supporting hotel in the eastern suburbs of Penang as the meeting place. Baode, who runs this place, is his ex-wife, Empress Nam Phuong, who is separated from him. The Imperial Commissioner swore that he had no move to poach Baode and Empress Nam Phuong's personal relationship issues. After Baode left South Vietnam because of the previous concubine issue, Baode, who lost the throne of the emperor, could no longer suppress Empress Nam Phuong's dissatisfaction. It was purely a personal issue between the two. Of course, he did give Empress Nam Phuong the green channel for operating the golf course, which he did not deny. Returning to Burma and choosing this place for negotiations will surely attract some popularity and make it better managed, Alan Wilson said with his back to Empress Nam Phuong, while pulling up his pants, with a hint of satisfaction. Queen Nam Phuong, with messy hair, lowered her head and put on her clothes, still not recovered from the sudden incident. "I will stay here during the talks, is it okay?" Alan Wilson, who turned from a primitive man into a beast in human clothing, resumed his hypocritical attitude and asked the owner of the golf course, "Then it's okay, the Queen's cooperation is appreciated. Queen Nam Phuong may not be used to living alone and then having a man behind her, but it doesn't matter, she will get used to it slowly in the future." The leader who led the Burmese delegation to Penang was U. Of course, this guy, like Aung San, has long appeared as an anti-British and pro-Japanese faction. U was born in a merchant family in Waimar City, Myang County. He studied at the Myanmar British Burmese School and later graduated from Myanmar Senior High School in Yangon. He graduated from the Department of Philosophy of Yangon University with a Bachelor of Arts degree. He was once the principal of the National Middle School in Bantingwu District. Later, he returned to Yangon University to study law. He was the chairman of the student union. He was expelled from school for opposing British colonialism and participating in the strike movement with student union leader Aung San. In the 1930s, he joined the Burmese Association and was responsible for finance and publicity. Together with other leaders of the party, he founded the Red Dragon bookstore, translated and introduced Marxist theoretical works, and published progressive books and periodicals. He personally translated and published some chapters of Das Kapital. In 1938, he was arrested by the colonial authorities for participating in the anti-British strike and demonstration movement. During World War II, U participated in the Baymore cabinet organized by the Japanese and continued to oppose Britain after the war. However, General Aung San and his group are actually similar to Nehru in nature, except that they have a history of being pro-Japanese. However, these leaders of Burmese independence still have a flexible moral bottom line. Take U himself, for example. He has visited China 4 times in the past 3 years and has not been embarrassed by changing his position at all. "I didn't expect there is an acquaintance." After shaking hands with U with a group of officials, Alan Wilson stared at a person behind U with a smile. Yutin Lun, a Chinese who met him once when he went to Burma. Commissioner Wilson. U Tin Lwin greeted him honestly when he was recognized. Alan Wilson was a little surprised. He didn't expect this guy to have sneaked into the Burmese government and seemed to be doing well. He said with a gentle smile, "It's been a long time since we last met. Welcome to the Penang Golf Course, distinguished Burmese guests. Let's choose a relaxing place to talk slowly." Among the post-war independence leaders, Aung San's group was quite young. Aung San himself was only 32 years old at the time, and U Nu was only a little older, and now he is only 50 years old. As for Aung San, he is only 43 years old this year. The current situation in Myanmar is not too bad, but it is indeed far from what these independence leaders expected. I have also helped Myanmar a lot, Speaker U Nu. You should know that the action of expelling the Rohingya was led by Burgess and me. Alan Wilson was very friendly and praised. If I hadn't done it at that time, how could you have accomplished the same thing under the eyes of India or Pakistan? I'm not self-praise, but objectively I did help Myanmar. Even if you have become independent, you should recognize it. The prepared negotiation site was already filled with rich and delicious food, and some guests on the golf course not far away were swinging their clubs and showing their enthusiasm. Alan Wilson also expressed a straightforward attitude and asked back, "Myanmar has been independent for 10 years. With the efforts of everyone, the development speed is naturally needless to say. Except for the Malayan colony, it is not much behind other countries." It was also valued at the Bandung conference. Speaking of this, Speaker U Nu has visited China many times and was warmly welcomed. This is evident. His words were a bit sarcastic. At that time, among all the British colonies, British Burma was the richest place except for the white dominions, much richer than Malaya at the time. But 10 years after independence, the country had to not lag behind other countries much, and even excluded the Malayan colony. Is that it? Chapter 932, the third United States in the world. These words were already very sharp. It was really unacceptable to have such an achievement 10 years after independence. Of course, there were many factors. The only consolation was that the Burmese still lived like human beings more than the Indians. Mr. Wilson, Myanmar's development may not be satisfactory, but the current achievements are also gratifying enough for Myanmar after independence. U Nu heard the sarcasm in the words, but still replied calmly, "We are a peaceful country in Myanmar, and we have good relations with neighboring countries." Oh, all good. For example, the pro-Thai forces in Shan State, and the Wa State in the north. You should thank me, otherwise the Rohingyas would also be troublesome. Alan Wilson chuckled and said, "Of course, you can say in front of me that Myanmar is a peaceful country, and I will pretend that I don't know that before the British occupation, Myanmar destroyed Thailand, attacked India, and fought several battles with the Qing dynasty. From this point of view, Myanmar was indeed the little bully in Southeast Asia at that time. After occupying the entire territory of Thailand, the land controlled by Myanmar was qualified to coexist with China. Generally, the regimes that ruled the south of the Yangtze River were as large as Myanmar at that time. It has to be said that the Qing army that attacked Burma was very energetic. The Qing army was not used to the local climate and died of a large number of diseases, which led to the failure of Khian Long's idea of destroying Burma and establishing a province. It also greatly weakened Burma's national strength and led to the restoration of Thailand. The dream of a southern power has become a bubble forever. It is not a pity that the Burmese province has not been realized. Even if Khian Long conquered Burma, he would not have time to swallow it or integrate the nation, because the British army will come by sea soon. Khian Long will only have one more piece of evidence of a prodigal son. If there were other British people in front of U Nu, the claim of peace-loving might be lucky enough to pass. But Alan Wilson knew a lot about the history of the East, and a few words made the Burmese speechless. "Speaker, this British man has been to Burma, and he knows the whole East very well." After the first contact, Wood England found an opportunity to mention some information about Alan Wilson to Wusu. "There are such people in Britain?" Wusu was also surprised. He was not mentally prepared before he came. Alan Wilson sent the others away and hid in Queen Nam Phuong's boudoir to rest. This was normal. Is it strange for the Lord Zantang to talk about national affairs with the Queen? Thailand, which is between your two countries, is not a very strong military force. Vietnam and Myanmar are the tough guys in Southeast Asia, but it's this era. Courage alone cannot solve all problems. In the final analysis, fighting a war still depends on your own technological level. Alan Wilson stretched out his claws. Respected Queen, Baode is willing to separate from you, which is really puzzling. Commissioner, we still need to negotiate. Queen Nam Phuong reluctantly avoided it and didn't dare to turn her face. This British man was the highest official of the entire colony, and she was no longer the queen of a country. If Baode let me be the prime minister, maybe he could revive Vietnam. It's a pity. Alan Wilson lamented that his talent as prime minister could not be fully utilized, and he could only play a small part of it here with Queen Nam Phuong. Think about it, he is a versatile man of both civil and military talents. Not only does he have the literary talent of Prime Minister KO, but his second brother is also invincible. That's why God set up so many tests. Commissioner, negotiating with the Burmese is a big deal. The Queen Nam Phuong, who had no choice but to do so, made her final struggle. Seeing is believing. I have arranged a trip for the Burmese to inspect West Malaysia. Alan Wilson pressed on step by step, wanting to relive the old dream and show off his talent as prime minister in front of Queen Nam Phuong. This kind of thing is completely justified. Baode and Queen Nam Phuong are no longer together. Alan Wilson feels that a weak woman needs a man to rely on. He is the only one in Malaya who has this ability and is the most suitable candidate for the friendship between Britain and Vietnam. The Imperial Commissioner sacrificed himself. What a great mind. Queen Nam Phuong didn't know what she felt. Later, Vivian Leigh stayed in a hotel on the golf course. When she saw the two swinging on the golf course from a distance, she always inadvertently recalled the warm moments. She couldn't help but secretly hate herself for being shameless, and at the same time deeply hated Baode, who lost his country, leading to her current fate. After swinging the club, Vivian Leigh, who was a little tired, wearing a sun hat, indicated that she wanted to take a break and asked, "So what do the Burmese mean? Don't they have any intention? It's useless for me to talk. Hearing is not as good as seeing. Let them see the current situation in West Malaysia for themselves. It will be better than anything I can say." Alan Wilson naturally could not say anything. Part of the reason was that he wanted to take time out to show off his talents as prime minister in front of Queen Nam Phuong, but this reason was more reasonable. Because of the colonial history, the Burmese must be wary of us, which is very normal, but they are more wary of the two big guys next to them. Compared with China and India, we still have some advantages. The British mainland is far away, while those two countries are always next to Myanmar. Distance creates beauty. The past is important, but the reality is more important. That makes sense. Vivian Leigh nodded, picked up 2 bottles of drinks, unscrewed one, took a sip, and handed it to Alan Wilson. Are you optimistic about Myanmar? It's better to say that there is no choice. The United States has been operating in Thailand for quite a while. Similarly, the Philippines and Indonesia are enemies, and South Vietnam is more dangerous. What else is there to choose from? Should we choose India? Seeing Nehru's appearance as the 3rd largest country in the world, I can't let him get away with it no matter what. Alan Wilson gulped down the drink and pursed his lips, as if he was savoring the lip fragrance of the British treasure. It won't be long before the Singapore refinery center will be completed. We will always need labor to work as workers, and the labor force in the Malayan colony is not enough. You've been worrying about this lately, Vivian Leigh said with a stern face. There will be a good result. Move quickly. Even in Asia, there are rivals. Alan Wilson took off his sun hat and took out a cigar. Vivian Leigh quickly took out a lighter to light it, with a look of attachment on her face. There are 2 things to do now. The first is to transfer industries before Japan. From a geographical point of view, the two are not in conflict. Japan's first choice for industrial transfer is South Korea. However, Syngman Rhee will help Alan Wilson a lot. As long as he is president for one day, the temporary industrial transfer will not start. During the Syngman Rhee period, only the lowest end flour, sugar, and cotton textile industries in South Korea developed rapidly, from which the first chaebols in South Korea were born. During the Syngman Rhee era, the entire South Korea became a market where officials and businessmen colluded and traded power for money. Syngman Rhee's election relied on political donations from 7 major companies: Taechang Textile, Jinxing Textile, Chosun Textile, Dangyang Cement, Dongli Busan, Capital Busan, and Central Industry. These chaebols were supported by the Syngman Rhee regime, while small and medium-sized enterprises went bankrupt one after another, and the unemployment rate soared. Due to the price gap between agricultural products and industrial products caused by the US food aid, Korean agriculture also suffered a heavy blow. In the late period of Lee Sung-man's rule, there was even more severe inflation. So how could there be Korean stowaways in the Malayan colony? There are reasons for this, but most of the people who escaped from Korea were mainly destined for Japan. At present, Japan's industrial transfer is not urgent. After all, Japan's population is nearly 100 million, and the labor force is much more sufficient than that of the Malayan colony. The industrial transfer of Malaya is imperative. The refining center is about to be completed. This is the basis for Alan Wilson to take the Formosa Plastics route. As the most important port in the Strait of Malacca, Singapore's location is naturally needless to say. The number of ships traveling in and out of the Strait of Malacca is huge, and the number and variety of fuel oil required by ships and airplanes are increasing. At the same time, with the rise of the Japanese economy, Japan has to import a large amount of energy resources through the Strait of Malacca every year. Singapore, a port city, is located between the crude oil production area in West Asia and the oil consumption area in the East. In addition to processing different oil products such as gasoline, the planned Singapore refining center can also produce gaseous fuels, synthetic gas, petrochemical products, lubricants and asphalt raw materials. On this basis, the chemical industry was developed, and the planning of Formosa Plastics was completed. The Malayan colony also had a foothold and initially had an industry that could be shown off to the world. When Wusu led the Burmese delegation to visit major cities in the West Malaysian Peninsula, the first artificial satellite of the United States finally arrived. For the United States, which was already under heavy pressure and looked at strangely by countries around the world, it was still an important milestone. The successful launch of the Explorer 1 satellite was of the greatest significance to the United States in that it re-established the confidence of the United States and proved to the world that the United States was at least as capable as the Soviet Union in terms of technology. During the launch on December 18 last year, major television and radio stations across the United States simultaneously broadcast the scene of the United States using the Pioneer rocket to launch the American satellite. In front of the televisions of the national audience, the Pioneer rocket lost contact shortly after it was launched. A week later, the United Kingdom successfully launched in Australia, which dealt a double blow to the United States. In 1958, the United States was finally able to raise its head and join the Aerospace Club. But Washington's claim that it has the same level of technology as the Soviet Union did not convince American citizens, and many media outlets said that Britain was also ahead of the United States. Alan Wilson, the hero of British spacer flight, had nothing to say. He could even congratulate the United States. In fact, the United States is indeed technologically powerful. Just as McCarthy said in his speech after the successful launch of the satellite, Explorer 1 weighs only about 27 kilograms, but 70% of it is various equipment, with a very high utilization rate. It is more like a technological product than the Soviet iron ball that only made a lot of noise. Chapter 933 British Burma. McCarthy has always been a fanatical anti-Soviet politician and a tough conservative. In addition, there are many black spots in his political career. His image in the media has always been mixed. Especially last year, Chaplin died in Europe inexplicably, and it happened to be the time when the political satire movie King of New York, which was based on McCarthy, came out, which made McCarthy generally suspected. But at this moment, American citizens found that McCarthy's passionate and hostile voice sounded so beautiful. Even many individuals and media who were hostile to him admitted that McCarthy, who usually turned black and white, made the United States, which was one step ahead of the Soviet Union and Britain, find some confidence. Coincidentally, all media united at this time and reported McCarthy's speech to Congress in great detail. As for this, Americans can believe that the United States is not behind any country. More than that, it is obviously ahead. Alan Wilson, holding a newspaper, was happy for his American friends in the distant Malayan colony of Penang. As for the emergence of such a spoiler, what changes will there be in the American political arena in the future? We will take it one step at a time. Unfortunately, McCarthy's personal image was a bit of a drag, and Kennedy was a handsome man among the American presidential candidates over the years. In the American election, which requires extreme exposure, the disadvantage is too great. Handsome guys are really useful. If you don't believe it, just look at the current Conservative Party leader Eden. The 60-year-old Eden is certainly not as attractive to female voters as he was in his prime. But in a sense, whether he is handsome or not, you still need to compare him. Look at Attlee, who is in his 70s, and has a brighter forehead than a light bulb. You can tell who is better. Logically speaking, Britain defended the free world, and should have increased the support rate of the Labour Party, but it is still not far behind the support rate of the Conservative Party. Alan Wilson thinks that some British people may have felt slack about the Labour Party cabinet that has been in power for more than a decade. This is how electoral countries are. Merits often cannot keep up with nitpicking. Over time, voters' enthusiasm is not as good as before. The Burmese delegation's trip was far from over. During this period, he could not always play with the national treasure and the Queen. The Penang Commissioner, Everett, received the care of his immediate superior. After finishing his work on the golf course, the two also exchanged views on the work of Penang. One of the two major events this year is the investment with Myanmar. Once the Singapore refining center is completed, there will be a labor shortage. Alan Wilson said while swinging. It was almost a hole-in-one. The commissioner's golf skills are shocking. Everett didn't know whether he heard the words of his immediate superior or was too immersed in golf. Alan Wilson twitched his mouth and thought that my golf skills in another aspect were really shocking. I always got a hole-in-one. I was also led astray by my subordinates. Suddenly, he said, why are condoms circulating in the market? Check it out carefully. To ensure sufficient labor, the colony has long had a ban on this. Where do these come from? Everett was stunned. He didn't know that his immediate superior had been treated inhumanely by Queen Nanfang. When an imperial commissioner showed off his talent as prime minister, he actually saw something that had long been banned in the colonies from Queen Nanfang. Queen Nanfang's trick of buying condoms to protect herself was naturally useless. Alan Wilson could not accept this kind of restraint that violated the free world. His second brother had never suffered such grievances, even from the royal princess. I will check it carefully, Everett promised quickly. By now he knew that he was busy flattering his boss when he was discussing issues, so he was criticized for a small matter. He quickly replied, as for the investment in Myanmar, Penang, as a city facing the Bay of Bengal, must play to its geographical advantages and establish the Bay of Bengal regional economic belt. Oh. Alan Wilson's expression finally eased a little, and he nodded, while leaning on the golf club. The development of the West Malaysian Peninsula is a wolf pack tactic. Kuala Lumpur is the capital, and is not under discussion. The positioning of Malacca and Penang must be found well. Singapore is special. From a geographical location and objective conditions, Singapore is the best place to deal with the Asia-Pacific region. It is the city that is easiest to take off. We need a trustworthy commissioner to be in charge. Penang cannot relax either. Development is development, and we must also take a certain balancing approach, so that it is easier to divide and rule. But as the commissioner said, the conditions of the four major cities are different. In fact, Penang is better. The positioning of Malacca and Singapore is more conflicting. How can we contain Singapore? Everett was also embarrassed. Divide and rule is easier said than done. Bundle the four major cities together to create public opinion. Alan Wilson heard that this was his strength. He did not dare to say that he was very professional in the map canon, but he knew a thing or two. There are many ways. For example, in the discussion of the colonial capital, Penang was one vote away from becoming the capital. In Malacca City, it was Malacca, and in Singapore, it was Singapore. Singaporeans are stingy, sophisticated, and worship foreigners. Forget it. In terms of traditional culture, Penang is still better, and so on. In fact, this kind of mutual attack can be carried out from any angle, and at any level. Alan Wilson introduced the relevant procedures to Everett in detail. Regarding the choice of the capital of the Republic, isn't it just that various cities lost to the imperial capital by one vote? It doesn't matter whether the citizens of Kuala Lumpur or Singapore believe it. When criticizing Singapore, the citizens of the other three cities believe it, and the same is true when criticizing Kuala Lumpur. That's it. As for self-promotion, this requires some effort, and it can't be like forging Zion as one of the four ancient capitals of the world. Penang does not have this history, but it can use a bundling method similar to the four ancient capitals to force Kuala Lumpur and Singapore to be on the same level as the two weaker cities. Kaifeng was squeezed out by Nanjing in this way without anyone noticing. In the matter of promoting the correct pronunciation of the colony, it is actually not friendly to the vast majority of Chinese immigrants, and the operation here is even greater. It is suitable for evolving many stories, depending on how you make it up. Alan Wilson can remember that various dialects, including but not limited to Cantonese, Wu, and Jin, have versions that are 2 votes behind Mandarin. The Chinese and the Malayan colony certainly didn't expect that the root cause was that he, a British man, only spoke Mandarin, and he single-handedly determined the accent problem that most Chinese could not speak. Everett, who was instilled with new knowledge by his immediate superior, sighed in his heart. Is this a top student of Oriental studies? He has never thought about this aspect, but Alan Wilson did it easily, as if he had done it before. Alan Wilson had only seen it before, but it was better to maintain an unfathomable image in front of his subordinates. If you always use one method, it will not work. So British India is British India, Malaya is Malaya, and now we should use some new methods, so that we can develop in the long run, and even surpass it. Even if it is done again and again, Singapore is easier to develop than other cities in West Malaysia. Just like the location of the Magic City is the most suitable for the country to be an economic center. No matter how many times it is chosen, the capital of the colony cannot be placed in a coastal port, just like the imperial capital connects the two plains, and there are many considerations for the administrative center. Understand? Alan Wilson swung the golf club and asked his subordinates who had learned new knowledge with a probing look. Understand? Everett answered very straightforwardly. I also have an idea about the positioning of the 4 major cities. Very good. Let's deal with the smuggling of condoms first. This is also a big deal. Alan Wilson returned to a cold expression. This time he was thinking about the business in his mind. Penang has to deal with the Bay of Bengal economic belt, including Myanmar and East Pakistan. The Malacca port mainly serves the import and export of the West Malaysian Peninsula, while Singapore also serves the Asia Pacific countries. Kuala Lumpur is the capital, so the positioning is different. While Alan Wilson was taking care of both public and private affairs in Penang, UNI led the Burmese delegation to inspect the major cities and industries in West Malaysia. What they saw and heard along the way was shocking. If a certain city is particularly prominent, it will not shock UNI. It can be understood as a face-saving project with the efforts of the whole country, but Penang is a scene of construction and development at the same time. In Malacca, Kuala Lumpur, and finally Singapore, several cities are such a scene, which is amazing. Before World War II, during the prosperous era of Myanmar, only the important port of Singapore in Malaya could be compared with Myanmar, and on the whole, Myanmar was the best among all British colonies at that time. UNI informed General Aung San in Yangon of what he saw and heard along the way through a telegram. The words were full of shock. If UNI did not go into politics, I believe there would be a place for him in the BBC. When he returned to Penang again, UNI, who had already contacted Aung San, had already made up his mind. Burma, with a population of 18 million and an area of more than 600,000 square kilometers, once again came to the table. This time, unlike the last time, Burma took the initiative to do so. Alan Wilson felt like he was possessed by Lloyd George again. He had already firmly defeated UNI, but he still said reservedly that labor rights and the 8-hour work system firmly occupied the moral high ground. In fact, what did it have to do with him? If the Burmese were willing, working 25 hours a day was their freedom, as long as they could do it. Although he knew that these contents were bullshit, Alan Wilson still added similar contents to the negotiation agenda, which would make it easy to shirk responsibility if something went wrong. The next time was when he would strive for the greatest benefits for British capital and Malaya's compradors. He once again brought the whole of Burma under the influence of Britain. In the end, the entire negotiation came to an end. I hope Burma can usher in a new wave of prosperity. After successfully leading British capital back to Burma, Alan Wilson was in a good mood and took the initiative to shake hands with Chapter 934 French Trap. Alan Wilson now feels very simple. To describe it in one sentence, I, who Hanson, am back again. He now feels a little bit of the happiness of the homecoming group. Of course, he is not the only one who is happy. At least on the surface, the big compradors around him also expressed their happiness. Look how hard they applaud. In public and private, it is worth being happy to be able to reach an agreement with Myanmar. The size of the Malayan colony is not large enough, human resources are already tight, and industrial transfer is imminent. Myanmar is the most suitable target. It is connected by land, and the Andaman Islands and the Outer Sea are still controlled by Britain. Whether from land or sea, Britain has the ability to force Myanmar to submit. With this backing, there is no need to worry about changes in Myanmar in the future, which will damage Britain's interests. This move is also significant in significance. After Myanmar's independence, after a round of British capital fleeing, the remaining British-funded enterprises in Myanmar have long been guarded by the Myanmar government, and the barely operating profits are much worse than before. Now Aung San, represented by is willing to open up British capital, which also represents a change in the hostile position against British capital. This is a gratifying thing. Successfully taking this step, this Penang negotiation is simply a milestone. In fact, independence has caused twists and turns in the relationship between our two countries, but people always have to look forward, Speaker In fact, Malaya and Myanmar are neighbors. In recent years, I can see that General Aung San carefully maintains the balance and does not get involved in any vortex, whether it is India or China. Alan Wilson, who was relaxed, did not forget to bring out his old business. I'm not trying to sow discord. Although Britain and Myanmar have hatred, they are far away from home after all, and the pressure brought by the two big guys next to Myanmar is completely different. If it is really a balanced route, distance creates beauty, or Britain is more suitable to be friends. We and our neighbors all follow the original intention of peaceful coexistence. Frowned slightly, feeling that Britain seemed to have bad intentions. Malaya is also a neighbor of Myanmar, and of course we are willing to live in peace. Alan Wilson subconsciously skipped the matter of the Isthmus of Kra. He kept saying that he helped Myanmar expel the Rohingya, but he did not get no benefits. How big is the area of the Isthmus of Kra in Thailand? The reason why West Malaysia is a current size today is due to the contribution of Myanmar. Together with the part of Thailand, it has such a large area. So it is reasonable for Myanmar to be hostile to Britain, but fortunately, time is the best medicine to heal the pain. Independence is good enough, and you still think the inheritance is not enough. Indonesia thinks so. It was directly cut off from 1 million square kilometers of land. If you think so, Myanmar should feel much better. Alan Wilson unilaterally announced that the festival of the colonial era has turned over, and the future will be the golden age of the British Empire and Myanmar. Soon, the cause and effect of this negotiation became a report sent to London, and through Norman Brooke's hands, it was delivered to Prime Minister Attlee. There is no doubt that Alan's talent in the field of diplomacy has been fully demonstrated through this incident. After Sir Rice-Mare left the Foreign Office, Alan is also a suitable candidate for the permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office. Norman Brooke carefully organized his words to avoid an impression of being appointed. After listening, Prime Minister Attlee asked, "What is Alan's reputation in your Whitehall?" "It can be said that he has a bright future." Norman Brooke said seriously, "If it were not for the current complex external environment and the need for a person with extraordinary energy and enthusiasm to take charge, we would not have sent him abroad at all. The colonial situation is complicated. In a sense, it is also the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's just that it is not a formally independent country, but the nature of the work is similar. But from any perspective, it is a great thing to be able to establish good relations with Myanmar after its independence and give Britain a chance to return. We have to admire that he has a very precise strategic vision. A few years ago, he deliberately stripped the Andaman Islands and put them under the management of the Malayan colony. This archipelago in the center of the Bay of Bengal is a subtle deterrent to neighboring countries. The value of some islands does need to be re-evaluated, especially in terms of marine value. Prime Minister Attlee nodded solemnly. The oil in the Gulf of Guinea is an obvious example. The nearby Spanish colonies are pitifully small, but the Franco government of Spain joined the ranks of dividing the Gulf of Guinea with an island. According to the news from Portugal, oil resources were first identified off the coast of Angola, which made the countries involved very excited. The development of the Gulf of Guinea has been accelerated. Yes, Prime Minister. Norman Brooke expressed his agreement with reserve. Through the transfer of the textile industry, the door to Burma has been reopened, which is very beneficial to Britain. His term as High Commissioner was very successful. In fact, as for the issue of civil servant transfers, you are the cabinet secretary and can make your own decisions. But there may be some problems with Morrison. Prime Minister Attlee frowned. It is a well-known fact that he, the Prime Minister, is not on good terms with the Foreign Minister. If it were not for the need to maintain the unity of the Labour Party and avoid internal friction, he would have let Morrison stand aside long ago. The Labour Party is relatively young compared to the Conservative Party, which leads to some problems with new parties, such as the numerous factions within the Labour Party, from trade unionists to free marketeers to radical socialists. Each leader has changed the composition of the party, absorbed new members, and changed the old coalition. The Labour Party has more factions than the Conservative Party. In the current situation, where the support rate is no longer dominant, Attlee is unwilling to take a tough attitude against Morrison, which may cause the Labour Party to split and lose the general election. If he has to decide who will lead the Labour Party in the future, he still hopes that the Chancellor of the Exchequer Gates can shoulder the responsibility. Norman Brooke can't help with the affairs within the Labour Party, and he can't help the Prime Minister in this matter. However, although the appointment and removal of civil servants is in his hands, it is really a trouble if the Foreign Secretary himself does not approve. Norman Brooke doesn't like Morrison as a Foreign Secretary. The reason for not liking him is simple, which is related to Norman Brooke's own style. He has always maintained a very close personal relationship with the previous Prime Minister, but if the Prime Minister happens to have a delicate relationship with a minister, you don't have to think about whose side the Cabinet Secretary will stand on. This led to the relationship between Norman Brooke and Morrison being relatively unfamiliar because of Attlee. Fortunately, Attlee is not a dictatorial person. If he had a similar style to Churchill, Morrison would never have been the Foreign Secretary for such a long time. However, there is a premise, that is, the Labour Party continues to be in power. If Attlee feels that the Labour Party's ruling status will become a thing of the past, Morrison's good days will be over. Of course, all this is Norman Brooke's own judgment, and he also thinks that his judgment is correct. Pamela Mountbatten and Princess Margaret are finally going back to Asia. Vivian Leigh's eyes are full of resentment, which makes Alan Wilson feel a little guilty. Vivian. She is your wife. What am I? Vivian Leigh whispered in self-pity, looking pitiful and distressing. Don't say that. You are my love. Alan Wilson hugged the British treasure's delicate body and whispered, we have a very cute and smart child. Have you forgotten? Of course there are many beautiful memories that belong to the two of us. Okay, I didn't ask for anything. Vivian Leigh looked directly at the man, and Scarlett's eyes appeared again. No one can withstand such a look, and Alan Wilson is no exception. He can give everything for such a look. Just after returning to her husband's love nest, Pamela Mountbatten revealed one thing. The French are borrowing funds by issuing European bonds, about $500 million US. They use investment banks as underwriters. The task of investment banks is to sell bonds to investors. That is, the bonds can be sold to investors all over the world, and deciding whether to buy it is what I'm considering. 9.4% is a very good rate of return, Pamela Mountbatten continued. Italian bonds yield 9% for 10 years, and no one thinks they'll be as good as French bonds. Canadian bonds are even more telling, yielding only 8%, and that's a no-brainer. They're going to go up, see. Do you want me to buy some for you? Even in the best of times, Pamela Mountbatten was very enthusiastic. Now that she had enough money to work with, she was even more excited. But she had a point. She tapped a few keys on the calculator. For any investor, buying the bonds quickly at the original offer price would result in a handsome profit. Of course, if the bond issue failed, the investment bank would have to lower the price until the yield on the bond was high enough to attract buyers. It was indeed a very tempting big cake, but how could Alan Wilson not know that the French franc had been devalued several times after the war? He asked directly, "Dear, can you guarantee that France can win the Algerian war? What is certain now is that France must be raising funds to raise military expenses for the war, and such a large scale means that the French are making a big move. This big move may succeed or fail. If it fails, what will be the consequences?" Pamela Mountbatten was startled and knew that she was carried away. Once the franc depreciated sharply, she would end up losing all her money. Even if she couldn't be harmed, it would definitely be a stain on her business. Chapter 935. Extra-official Prime Minister Wilson. There are risks. It's not easy to deal with guerrilla warfare. Alan Wilson reminded his wife. In December 1945, the franc depreciated by 58%. In January 1948, it depreciated again by 44%. More than a year later, in September 1949, it depreciated by 39%. The franc has depreciated 3 times in a row. There are precedents. Of course, since then, the value of the franc has been stable for 10 years, but now the Algerian war has not stopped. France supplies 800,000 troops in North Africa, and the military expenditure is an astronomical figure. Even if the war is supported by the oil you transferred to the French, France will be under great financial pressure. If you buy these bonds, we assume that the war goes well, and the risk of franc depreciation still exists. Have you forgotten what Australia, New Zealand and Canada said about Britain when the pound depreciated after the war? Doesn't Britain know that this will hurt the interests of the pound area? It knows, but it still did it because Britain had no choice at the time and could only use the devaluation of the pound to save itself. They are all countries founded by British immigrants, and blood is thicker than water. Once the war in France goes wrong and leads to a financial crisis, will the franc be devalued and default on the debt? Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's explanation, her face uncertain. "Then I won't buy it and pretend I don't know about it. I'm not stopping it. What I said just now is just my personal opinion. The decision is still in your hands. In the final analysis, I don't want to affect your decision." Alan Wilson corrected very gentlemanly, "The decision is still in your hands." After all, Pamela Mountbatten is an independent person. Alan Wilson can't always interfere with business decisions. If his wife insists, he won't object. This time, the French bonds are of course profitable. After all, the yield of more than 9% is not low. But what if the franc depreciates by more than 10% at that time? Don't think that the face of a country is valuable. For example, after the war, Britain devalued the pound despite opposition from Australia and other places. I'll listen to you. You haven't missed it yet. Pamela Mountbatten's restless heart has been extinguished, and she once again chooses to listen to her husband's opinion on this matter. Hey, I'm asking you to think about it yourself. Alan Wilson didn't care. Even if he lost money, it would not be possible for the Mountbatten group to be seriously injured. The world is unfair. Some people can keep falling and still get up, while ordinary people need a lifetime to pay for a failure. Pamela Mountbatten is a former. Alan Wilson just helps his wife to consult. If his wife thinks she can give it a try, he will not object. When he was about to say something, the phone rang, and he had to get up to answer the phone. "Just let them come." "What's the matter?" the sister-in-law who had just listened to her brother-in-law's exclusive analysis asked. "Su Yang and others are coming to get the foreign investment certificate." Alan Wilson did not hide anything. He told the whole story of investing in Myanmar, transferring low-profit industries to Myanmar, and using the advantages of low human rights to promote the industrial upgrading of Malaya. This is a good thing, but do they still need a certificate? I don't understand what they are thinking. Pamela Mountbatten was stunned. She heard that these Chinese businessmen seemed unwilling. Industrial transfer is no stranger to the UK, but this is their first time. It is normal for them to be timid about going out to sea. If I have time, I will slowly persuade them, but the project of the oil refining center is about to end. I can only force them to go out and get this foreign investment certificate to create public opinion that it is a rare commodity. But at the same time, the benefits to us are also huge. Industrial transfer cannot be disorderly and must be controlled within a reasonable range. Although industries are distributed throughout the Malayan colony, almost all big corporates have permanent villas in Kuala Lumpur. This is the so-called capital advantage. As the capital of the colony, Kuala Lumpur is a starting point of the policy and can perceive the latest changes. Administrative resources are part of the advantages of the administrative center. Of course, there are also certain disadvantages. The administrative center is generally the hardest hit area for map artillery, so Kuala Lumpur will definitely be treated like Singapore in the future. Alan Wilson can already imagine that kind of grand occasion, but it is definitely not as great as the degree of concentrated fire on the capital. The dispute between the imperial capital and the magic capital over the administrative and economic centers is also because the imperial capital has long been the administrative center. It is always used as a target in the four ancient capitals. As long as there is enough time, any comparison can turn into a war. Alan Wilson has been in the political network for many years. In his impression, the imperial capital is rarely supported. It is not that the four ancient capitals focus on Zion and Nanjing, or it is implied to eat up administrative resources and be a poverty belt around the imperial capital. In view of this, he taught Everett how to bind the four major cities in West Malaysia, which all depends on the political reserves in his previous life. Although in his eyes, this is a fight between gods, he lived in a town that could not be smaller in his previous life. From his perspective as a high commissioner of the colonies, the conflicts in the colonies cannot be too big, and ethnic conflicts are always provoked to shake the rule of Britain, so he cannot provoke too much. The destructive power of regional conflicts is no less, but usually the people involved will not ask for a military solution. Within the scope of not resolving by force, regional conflicts are more effective than ethnic conflicts. Soon, Su Yang and others came to the door collectively. When they saw Pamela Mountbatten and Princess Margaret, they greeted them quickly. "Your Highness, Mrs. Wilson." The English level of the compradors was too average, and the grammatical problems made Princess Margaret almost burst into tears. Because this kind of address is like addressing her directly. "I just came back too. You guys are busy." Pamela Mountbatten went upstairs directly and dragged the royal princess up. "By the way, sooner or later, you will know that I'm doing this for your good." Alan Wilson, who was holding the foreign investment certificate and giving it to everyone, bewitched these bitter faces. "The world is big, don't you want to be successful in a larger scope? There will be no development just in Malaya." Even if the compradors were willing, Alan Wilson would not be willing. These compradors squeezed into the Malayan colony to cut leaks, which would lead to the lowering of the ceiling of the colony, and ordinary people could easily feel the existence of the ceiling. As a result, they lost the belief in struggle. How can the textile industry push up the ceiling? Industrial upgrading is a must, and we cannot be distracted by the ideas of these compradors. Sooner or later, these people will thank him for forcing them out. Alan Wilson is convinced of this. Alan Wilson was very surprised about the spread of the slogan "Surpass France and catch up with Britain," but when he thought about the steel production capacity centered on Kuching, which was slightly higher than that of the UK, he accepted this new slogan instead of "Surpass Britain and catch up with the United States." France's steel production is 14 million tons, and this goal is not difficult. It is easier to surpass France than Britain. Alan Wilson was in a good mood after using both soft and hard methods to drive these big compradors out of Malaya for training. The idle labor force can almost play a role after the Asia Pacific refining center is built. "I heard that there is news about oil off the coast of Angola." Alan Wilson teased his sister-in-law. "Your Royal Highness, the respected princess, will become another wealth myth, which is really enviable. Look at your wife, what is there to envy?" Princess Margaret said a little embarrassedly. "Speaking of oil, I have something to ask. We need to order a batch of oil refining equipment from the mainland." Alan Wilson tilted his head and looked at his wife. "We need oil refining equipment on land to serve the colder places. You won't go to the Soviet Union to dig for oil, will you?" Pamela Mountbatten was a little surprised. Such conditions would easily make others doubt her husband's reliability. "How can I go to the Soviet Union to dig for oil? But it's almost the same." Just prepare it for South Korea. Alan Wilson said in a mysterious voice. Dear, prepare it secretly according to my words. The land mining and refining equipment must be adapted to the severe cold climate and work normally in the weather of -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. That's the requirement. A temperature similar to Norway is okay. I'll try to find a solution from the equipment supplier for North Sea oil. Pamela Mountbatten believed in her husband without reservation and agreed immediately. This batch of equipment will serve Daking. If he hadn't talked about oil with his sister-in-law, he would have almost forgotten that Daking oil was about to be discovered. Before the 1960s, the location, scale and processing capacity of China's Daking oil field were strictly confidential. In order to determine whether it could make a deal with China for oil refining equipment, Japan urgently needed to know the location, scale and processing capacity of the Daking oil field. To this end, Japanese intelligence agencies collected a large amount of relevant information from China's public publications and obtained accurate information about the location, scale and processing capacity of the Daking oil field after strict qualitative and quantitative processing of the collected information data. In a series of information such as public photos, the Japanese determined the local climate and approximate location through Wang Jinx's clothing, determined the production capacity through railway transportation, and began to work on oil refining equipment related to the local climate. It can be inferred from this that China will inevitably feel that oil refining equipment is insufficient in recent years. It is entirely possible to buy Japanese oil refining cracking equipment. The scale and quantity of equipment to be purchased must meet the needs of refining 10,000 tons per day. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries made the judgment that China must introduce a large amount of oil production and refining equipment. Mitsubishi immediately gathered relevant experts and technicians, comprehensively designed equipment suitable for China's Daking oil field, and made full preparations for winning the bid. Sure enough, not long after, the Chinese government sought oil extraction equipment from the international market, and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries designed the equipment that best met China's requirements at the fastest speed, and won the bid in the fierce international competition. Alan Wilson didn't have to go through so much trouble. Would he be unfamiliar with the climate of his hometown? He summed up two experiences from his work as a chief executive of Malaya. First, the decision must be made earlier than Japan. Second, set up obstacles for Japan at the same time. In terms of oil refining equipment, isn't Britain much better than Japan? Japan doesn't need to thank him as an extra official prime minister. He has helped so many countries, and doesn't mind helping Japan again. Chapter 936 Public Institution Reform. I have two things to do now. One is already underway and the other is about to start. Alan Wilson stroked his forehead and thought about the work arrangement. Withdraw from positions that have too much contact with colonial residents? Give them to locals? Pamela Mountbatten asked. If there was one more thing, it would be this. Britain has always been indirectly ruling its colonies. Direct rule is a measure taken when it is absolutely necessary. Britain's situation after World War II was already very bad, and it had to do this. Even Alan Wilson, who has always advocated direct rule, only regarded this as an emergency measure, rather than a necessary measure. This is not in line with Britain's consistent tradition. Well, that's right. Our presence is too high, which is beneficial to the stability of the colonies. After all, we are not French, and we can tell black people without blushing and beating our hearts that our ancestors are all Gauls. Britain is at a very poor level in assimilation or national integration. Although the role of promoting English is objective, it has never deliberately changed anything deep. After all, within the scope of Europe, the French are much more educated than the British, and there are a lot of great writers. The only thing Britain can do in the field of colonization is to collect taxes. Before World War I, Britain took about £100 million from British India a year, and then maintained this figure for a long time. How much money is this equivalent to? After some conversion, it is about 870 million taels of silver. All the unequal treaties of the Qing dynasty combined may not be this amount. The professionalism in the field of taxation allows British India to repeat the Qing dynasty from 1840 to its demise every year. From this point, we can understand why Britain can be a long-term world financial center. If it is the current Malayan colony, we have to consider the issue of the times. Britain has never wanted to build British India, if the railway for the convenience of transporting raw materials is counted. On the one hand, Britain strictly prohibits colonies from having their own industries, and the industries supported can only meet basic needs. On the other hand, the most professional tax system is used to manage the colonies. In other words, it is not surprising that India has a famine from time to time, as a purely agricultural country is equipped with Britain's modern taxation. The current situation is different. Britain needs a place to help it consolidate its position in the world. From the perspective of reliability, it is best to be a colony, so it will choose to support Malaya's industry. The value created by industry is completely different. Now the tax contribution of the Malayan colony is no less than that of India, but there will never be the tragic situation of the former British India. In the final analysis, technological progress can lead to different results. Reducing the colonial color of Britain is the second thing Alan Wilson did. The first thing is to hide the white faces of various departments in various places. If this cannot be done, centralize it. With the start of investment in Myanmar, this matter can also begin. Investment in Myanmar can be regarded as a change in the economic level, while the latter can be regarded as a change in policy. Alan Wilson, who was preparing to adjust the policy of the colonies, received Hedy Lamar's arrival. It seems that the student movements and protests in France this year have become more frequent. I heard that the financial burden caused by the Algerian war is very heavy. Oh, that's it. Alan Wilson was full of surprise. He never mentioned that he had found clues from his wife's bonds before, and asked indirectly, are there any political changes in terms of attitude towards Algeria? This was the time when the Fifth Republic of France appeared. Charles de Gaulle finally stepped into the center of the political stage again, after lying dormant for many years. Unfortunately, Hedy Lamer was unaware of this, and shook her head in confusion. Okay. Alan Wilson also knew that for a big star whose biggest advantage was his appearance, national affairs were indeed a little far away. He only remembered that the political movement in the late Fourth Republic was closely related to the Algerian War. Because of the fermentation of anti-war speech, the French Foreign Group and the African French army based in Algiers, imitating the old story of their predecessors supporting Napoleon III, forced the Fourth Republic to abdicate, expecting Charles de Gaulle to come out to preside over the overall situation and continue the Algerian War. Alan Wilson, who returned home with the scent of Hedy Lamer, still had to ask his wife, who had a good relationship with the French elite, about this matter. I heard that there have been a lot more protests and marches in France this year. I've heard something about that. Pamela Mountbatten nodded, then asked puzzledly, why are you suddenly asking about this? Once the political situation in France is unstable, you must know that the United States has always been very concerned about the situation in North Africa and has tried every means to interfere. Alan Wilson pointed this out and said, France is at war and the situation is not very stable. Moreover, Algeria is not far from mainland France. Washington must be worried that France will really turn North Africa into its mainland. I'm a little worried about this. Ask your friends, and whether France's current understanding of Algeria is firm. For the French, changing the government does not affect their determination to persist in the Algerian war. Parliamentary countries are much easier to interfere than presidential countries. The vested interests in Algeria can easily buy off the members who speak out for themselves in the National Assembly, and then put them in the framework of traitors, to let the new government continue to support the war. However, this trick is not always effective. Once public opinion turns, French immigrants in Algeria cannot compete with local citizens in public opinion, so public opinion is still important. The most important thing is what the French citizens think. France certainly wants to get rid of the influence of the United States and take independent actions, but it is impossible under objective conditions. Paris is the headquarters of NATO. Alan Wilson saved Britain and avoided the influence of the US garrison. He did not have the ability to save France, and he also diverted the trouble to France, making France bear the pressure of the British garrison. Of course, the United States cannot openly oppose France's policies, which will arouse France's disgust. The United States cannot beat France because of decolonization, so the United States' way is to help France suppress Algeria, and at the same time, through the Italian garrison, help Algeria resist France, so that the war continues and consumes France's will to fight. France has been negotiating with the Americans to put Algeria within the framework of NATO. I know this. Pamela Mountbatten mentioned the ideas of some French people when talking about the Algerian war. This is impossible. The French are really bold. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. Many Algerian rebels can enter the United States freely. Who gave them those passports? But now it seems that the main problem is funding. If the French did not lie about the situation on the battlefield, there is still a chance of success. I'll ask carefully. Pamela Mountbatten agreed simply. Do you want the true public opinion in France on the war now? Well, yes. Alan Wilson touched his chin and said, I'm going to have a meeting with the regional commissioner soon. Please keep an eye on it for me. If there are any unexpected actions, tell me directly. After letting his wife keep an eye on the situation in France, Alan Wilson began to prepare for the meeting himself. All regional commissioners in the Malayan colony had to come because it involved policy adjustments for the entire colony. The refinery center in Singapore is about to be completed, and the colonial industry will also usher in some adjustments. At the Malayan Colonial Administration Office, Alan Wilson looked at the regional commissioners and heads of various departments who came from all over the country, tapped the table with a pen in his hand, and then said something very unexpected. The scale of the civil service in the colony will be reduced, and everyone must be prepared. What? The whole conference room caused a messy debate because of the words of the boss. Obviously, everyone was dissatisfied with the words of the boss. If the scale of the civil service is reduced, the colonial color will be diluted. Alan Wilson blocked the dissatisfied voices. That's true, but should we reduce the size of the civil service? Ethel persuaded with a serious face. Commissioner Wilson, this will be the end of our civilization. Ethel, be patient. Direct management agencies and colonial residents are in too frequent contact, and some conflicts will arise. This is inevitable. We will shrink to some more important areas. Alan Wilson waved his hand and said, and this is also simple. You just need to stop calling them civil servants. For example, the operation of an oil refinery, doesn't it require reliable people? The oil refinery is not an administrative department. Isn't it normal not to call them civil servants? The dissatisfied voice disappeared, and Alan Wilson continued. For industries similar to the oil refinery, we will change them into public institutions, so that the employees of public institutions will no longer be considered civil servants. But they are still the same people, doing the same things, and have the same support and salary from the colonial government. Civil servants who enter public institutions will not have their treatment reduced as a result. As long as we don't recognize it, everything will remain the same. But the perception is completely different. For most of our colleagues, their salaries are not high to begin with, and some work conveniences are far less than the negative impact of the conflict. After entering the public institutions, they will still receive financial support from the colonial government, and it will be more covert, which is a good thing. In this way, it looks like we have reduced the size of the civil service, but in fact nothing has changed. But how can so many public institutions be established? Richard frowned and said, isn't it too obvious? No need to do it right away. Make a good start, and we can slowly transfer our people in the future. Alan Wilson twirled his pen and answered calmly, extensive development is over. Malaya can no longer win by quantity, so doesn't it need to pay attention to quality? Steel, rubber, agricultural products, all kinds of things require our strict control, don't they? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 Harvest Season. Investment in Burma and restructuring of public institutions will be a major test for us after many years. Whether we can stabilize the situation in the Malayan colony in one fell swoop, these two things are extremely important. Of course, we all understand that it is not enough Seeing that the pillars of the British Empire no longer objected, Alan Wilson said earnestly, "We know very well how complicated the situation facing the whole of Britain is. It is not enough to rely on the performing artists in the zoo. Whether the foundation of civilization is solid depends on our own efforts." Everyone nodded solemnly, agreeing with the words of their boss. At the crossroads of an uncertain future, fate should be in the hands of their own people. But who is a reliable person? Ministers and parliamentarians think it is them, while civil servants generally think it is themselves. The main resistance to any reform comes from vested interests, but Alan Wilson at least used the restructuring of public institutions to appease the dissatisfaction of his subordinates, which is a good start. In the final analysis, although it is past the time to lay the foundation, industrial upgrading is not a one-time thing. The completion of the Asia Pacific Refining Center will bring new jobs, and there is room to satisfy British civil servants in Malaya. If there are no new jobs to be arranged, once the industrial upgrading is completed, then it will be rolled up. At that time, it will not be as easy as it is now to promote the reorganization of public institutions. So before leaving office, Alan Wilson still has to arrange the work of the colonies and eliminate as many potential thunderbolts as possible. In 1958, the per capita income of Malaya was on par with that of Japan. The only flaw was that the population of Malaya was indeed not comparable to that of Japan, and the difference in size could not be eliminated by human power. The per capita income of Hong Kong was a little higher than that of Malaya. Alan Wilson could be sure that Hong Kong could never compare its per capita income with that of Japan at any time. This could only prove one problem, that Japan's development was not as good as that of Japan in his memory. It seems that Japan, which lost Hokkaido, was still greatly affected. As for the difference in compensation, it was a trivial matter compared with the entire Hokkaido. Compared with domestic statistics in London, the per capita income of the Malayan colony was about 1/5 of that of the British mainland, and Hong Kong was slightly more than 1/5. In terms of per capita income, Hong Kong was slightly greater than or equal to that of Japan in the Malayan colony. Japan has nothing, while Malaya has rubber, tin, palm oil, and several other industries that are worth mentioning. The potential of agriculture and animal husbandry is also greater than that of Japan, which will reduce the cost of social operation. Although the Japanese seem to be a little stronger than the colonies we manage, their people have worked much harder than Malaya. All regional commissioners agreed with their boss's opinion, but even so, their boss never forgot to pull the ladder for Japan. Don't think it's easy. Compare it with Myanmar. Using the exchange rate of Myanmar kyat to British pound to calculate the current per capita income of Burmese people, we can know that from 1945 to the present, the development of the Malayan colony is definitely second to none in Asia. The per capita income of the Malayan colony is 7 times that of Myanmar and nearly 7 times that of South Korea. It is true that Japan in the Malayan colony cannot be compared with Europe and the United States, but in Asia, they have left their neighbors far behind. U Nu and his entourage also went around the West Malaysian peninsula and personally felt the gap like a chasm, so they were so easy to talk to. The comparison between the Malayan colony and Japan and between Burma and South Korea is not that simple. In addition to the cold numbers, we also have to consider the hidden costs of food, clothing, housing and transportation. The pressure borne by this vast land is definitely much greater than that of countries like Japan and South Korea. Burma and South Korea are both very backward, but at least for now, it is much easier for a person in Burma to survive than for a Korean in South Korea. Gentlemen and ladies, we have the help of Australia in the steel industry, and the European community and the Commonwealth in the market. It is true that the US market is open to Japan, which makes us not dominant in the market, but the population of the Malayan colony is not as large as that of Japan, and the current market is still sufficient for the population of the colony. With the Malayan colony as the center, radiating to the surrounding areas, connecting the two markets with the largest population through Hong Kong and Goa controlled by Portugal, in order to consolidate Britain's current international status. Whether this can be achieved depends on our efforts. Investing in Burma is just the beginning. Regardless of whether I leave office or who the next commissioner is, this goal should not change. Do you agree? Agree. Everyone gave a uniform response. They had never fought such a rich war. Then, let's get started. I have a feeling that this year will be a harvest season. Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. At the beginning of 1958, the two things about investment in Burma and the reorganization of public institutions were carried out in a loud and furtive manner. This time, the regional commissioner meeting also took the harvest season as the theme, indicating that everything was fine in the Malayan colony, and praising the contributions made by Britain to the colony over the years. Without the Commonwealth market, what would the Malayan colony eat? Without the steel supply from Australia, what would the Malayan colony drink? When drinking water, one should remember the well digger. Is it too much to praise Britain, even if it is just to praise Her Majesty the Queen? Dear, what are you standing there for? Pamela Mountbatten was very happy, because the oil exploration off the coast of Sarawak had begun. She was the ruler of Sarawak, and had been in a good mood recently. Thinking about the hidden dangers, Alan Wilson came back to his senses. The hidden dangers were obvious. In a few days, the British troops stationed in Malaysia would conduct landing exercises in the Natuna Islands. To put it bluntly, the significance of the landing exercises was to set up a few cannons on the eastern coastline to threaten Indonesia. After all, Jakarta is a coastal port city, within the range of battleships. The entire offshore islands near the Strait of Malacca are in the hands of the United Kingdom, and some islands are jointly managed by Britain and the Netherlands. This kind of cross-management is of course a way for the colonies to keep each other warm, and it also has another function. Once they have to leave, they can also create territorial disputes. How about being awarded an honor for your administrative performance in the Malayan colony? Pamela Mountbatten said mysteriously, my dear, as long as you nod, I will take care of everything else. I suddenly remembered where the hidden danger is. Alan Wilson slapped his thigh and said, the Isthmus of Kra, the part of the land ceded from Burma and Thailand, is different from the rulers of the Malayan colony itself. Such a large piece of land has no rulers. The cabinet should arrange two rulers. The Isthmus of Kra has been under military control since its cession, and now serves as a grain trading base for the Mountbatten Group. Appoint a sultan. Pamela Mountbatten sighed. Her husband was destined to go further and further down the road of reversing history. But there is no suitable candidate. There is a candidate, Bao Day, the Emperor of Vietnam. But now the number of monarchs in the Malayan colony, including you, is 11, and with Bao Day it is an even number. There is still one missing. The area of the Isthmus of Kra used to belong to Thailand and Myanmar. The combined area is too large, and the key is still on the Malay Peninsula. Such a large area cannot be an administrative unit. It must be divided into at least two parts. Alan Wilson said this and suddenly laughed. What do you think of your highness, being the ruler of one of the states? Just like you're just a figurehead and you're not in the Malay colony at all. This way it's balanced. The number of monarchs is odd, and there's no need to worry about deadlocks sometimes. Alan Wilson clapped his hands. In this way all administrative units, except the original Straits settlements, will have monarchs. Me as the monarch? Princess Margaret was stunned. Wouldn't this feel like being appointed by someone else? What? Respected princess? You don't want to? Alan Wilson was holding a map of the Isthmus of Kra, looking very proud, just like British Prime Minister Lloyd George at the Paris Peace Conference. Just a stroke on the world map would mean the birth of a new country. Now he just made a stroke, which meant that there were two monarchs in the Malayan colony. He had no culture, so he just re-established the names of the two new administrative units of the colony in the Isthmus of Kra according to the borders that used to belong to Myanmar and Thailand. The land that originally belonged to Myanmar was called Delan State, and the land that originally belonged to Thailand was called Nante State. Princess Margaret's face was burning. She walked to her brother-in-law who was of the same status as her husband, stood on tiptoes and kissed him. Pamela is down there. Alan Wilson was panicking and muttering. Princess Margaret kept humming. She forgot about her wife when she was doing that, and now she was so scared. As the footsteps of Pamela Mountbatten coming up the stairs came, she immediately hid far away. But Bao Day was the former emperor of South Vietnam. If he becomes the ruler of one of the states, will he attract the royalists from South Vietnam? This will be a problem for the Malayan colony. When Pamela Mountbatten appeared, she saw her husband walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. These are all things that cannot be ignored. Alan Wilson does not want any changes in the process and results of the Vietnam War. Compared with the major events in the United States, Bayo Day is really as light as a feather. Think about it. After dinner, Pamela Mountbatten called her husband softly, and soon the three of them went downstairs. Alan Wilson pondered every day where the hidden dangers were. This was not a good working state. It happened that Xiaoming came to Singapore to support the army, so he went to the military camp to relax and pay close attention to the landing exercises in the Natuna Islands. Chapter 938 Converts Fanaticism. A female star who lives in Hong Kong is entertaining troops in British territory. Alan Wilson thinks it's okay. Unlike the original Singapore, the current Malayan colony has a much larger area in Singapore. The northern coastal land adjacent to Singapore has also been allocated to Singapore. Together with the Rio Islands, Singapore's area has almost expanded tenfold to more than 5,000 square kilometers. There is a 1.2 kilometer wide strait on the side across the sea from the land, which is now connected by a cross-sea bridge. In this way, Singapore Island and the Malay Peninsula have a land passage. The two ends of this Singapore-Malaysia cross-sea bridge are Singapore Island and the newly built entertainment area, which are used to serve the British troops stationed in Malaysia. Alan Wilson took Richard in the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul that his wife had equipped him. They took a turn around the entertainment area and said with satisfaction, the sign belt has a little exotic style, giving people the first impression that there are no locals here. Vietnamese, Korean and Latin are all added. Don't be bothered. Just such a small job can solve our big troubles. In this way, whether it is Chinese or Malay, they will subconsciously feel that the women in this area have nothing to do with them. Maybe, but I believe they can overcome the language barrier when they patronize. After listening, Richard showed a smile that all men understand. Can this place only attract people from the garrison to come and consume? This is not necessarily the case. The social atmosphere in the Malayan colony is so conservative, but physical needs are objectively present. Maybe many local residents will come here to relax. Alan Wilson couldn't help laughing, and then his face turned serious and he said, it's well known that we can't repatriate these poor women who jumped out of the fire pit. This is not humane at all. In general, their presence helps reduce conflicts between the garrison and local residents. I believe that men know very well what is desire and what is love. We can only do this, which is much more harmonious than the relationship between the US troops stationed in Japan and the local residents. While the two were talking, a British soldier on leave was walking by with a woman's hand. People here seemed to have gotten used to it. Alan Wilson continued, although it's a bit shameful to say, in order to prevent the spread of diseases in the army, the entertainment area must be managed. Even if we take a step back, it can increase tax revenue. Alan Wilson didn't want the British Army to be protested by their families at home like the US troops stationed in Japan. Although this was the last resort, it would not sound good once it was publicized. Richard also nodded. There were as many as 40,000 to 50,000 British troops stationed there. If they really didn't care, there would be soldiers who would get angry and commit crimes against the local residents. Building an entertainment area was also a helpless solution. After the inspection, the two got on the car and crossed the strait. When they arrived, they went directly to a hotel with a golf course. The owner of this golf course was still Queen Anfang, but Queen Anfang was not there. He had already informed Queen Anfang that he was going to negotiate a big deal. Xiaoming was also living here. Finally, the civil servants of the two Malayan colonies arrived at the Far East Joint Operations Command. The journey of supporting the army officially began. At the station of the newly formed Armor Division, Xiaoming was singing on the stage, asking the officers and soldiers who had been trained for a long time to offer their loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen. Commissioner Wilson, Director Richard. When the two entered the barracks, some officers with familiar faces greeted them one after another. The two had great prestige in the eyes of the stationed officers and soldiers. After all, many people went to the administrative office to ask for soldiers who had made mistakes. When Alan Wilson was not there, Richard was the one who handled these matters. You're welcome, gentlemen. Are you satisfied with the enlisted soldiers of the Nanyang Division? Alan Wilson took out a box of cigars and distributed them to the officers who came around. A harmonious picture of generals and ministers came to life. The Chinese are disciplined and obedient, and they are indeed a good source of soldiers. The colonel who was asked said with approval, "These young soldiers, at least they didn't give us any worries during training. That's good. We can't rely on the mainland for all military defense. Once the training is completed, some troops may need to be stationed in the Middle East." Alan Wilson looked up at the flag of the Nanyang Armored Division. The Union Jack in the upper left corner, with a dragon on a blue background. As for the Marine Division composed of Malays, it is also very distinctive, with the Union Jack in the upper left corner, a blue background with a crescent pattern of the Peace Church, and the official numbers are the 1st Royal Malayan Armored Division and the 1st Royal Marine Division. There is no error in the description. The British Army does not have a royal title, but it does not mean that there are no troops with royal titles in the army. As for the Marine Division, it belongs to the Royal Navy, so just call it normally. These two troops are colonial troops, and they are the same concept as the original British Indian Corps. However, in terms of treatment, it is the same as the British troops stationed in Malaysia, and there is no favoritism. Alan Wilson watched the establishment of these two forces with his own eyes. If there is a difference in treatment, the two armies will be the source of overthrowing British rule. He absolutely cannot let this happen. We haven't received any complaints recently, which means that the gentlemen get along well with the recruited soldiers. As soon as Richard opened his mouth, some officers looked embarrassed. In theory, the military will handle military affairs. However, once there is a conflict between officers and soldiers in the establishment of these two forces, people from the Kuala Lumpur Administrative Office will come to take over. This is of course abnormal, but Lieutenant General Scones can't do anything. Now Mountbatten has become a marshal, and leads the British Army, Navy, and Air Force. What can he do? In fact, as long as they are treated equally, I believe these two forces can be trusted. Alan Wilson said with a smile, "I want to visit the barracks, and have a good talk with the Chinese soldiers. Do you mind?" Even if he minded, he would pretend not to mind. The two civil servants began to support the army openly. The reason why he brought Richard here is because the head of the administrative bureau has a strong talent for languages. Now he has no obstacles in communicating with the Chinese. This is also one of the reasons why he is optimistic about Richard as the next commissioner. Facing many questions, Alan Wilson also gave answers, and finally said with a clear conscience, "In fact, there is no difference between you and us. We are all loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. As for the orders from the London government, they are not binding on you. In front of the Queen, we are all equal, and Malaya is not an exploited colony. I believe you all know how much help Malaya has received from Britain in its development over the past decade. If you don't believe it, look at the surrounding countries, independent or not. Are there any places that can compare with Malaya's living standards? The income of Malayan residents is 4.5 times that of Thailand, nearly 7 times that of China and South Korea, 7 times that of Myanmar, 10 times that of Indonesia, and twice that of the Philippines. What we should worry about now is the nearby illegal immigrants, not some unrealistic problems." The numbers in Alan Wilson's mouth are all true. It has to be said that the Philippines is still quite strong in this era. After answering the doubts, Richard walked out of the barracks and said something. "Many garrison officers and soldiers have already purchased real estate. I don't know if it's a good thing. The garrison officers and soldiers receive British wages and live in a colony where the income is 5 times that of the mainland. They can get 5 times the happiness." Alan Wilson looked at Richard and knew what he was worried about. Influence is a two-way thing, and it has never been a one-sided indoctrination. If the British officers and soldiers feel that living in Malaya is happier than in the mainland, if they really want to choose between Malaya and the British mainland, they may not necessarily choose the mainland. "How many people want to settle here?" Alan Wilson asked his subordinates, wanting a specific number. The number has exceeded 1,000. Richard sighed, "And there are people applying every month. Some serving officers and soldiers live here directly after they retire. I feel that this is related to the regulations on destroying military marriages and supporting the military issued by the commissioner. These local soldiers brought their families here because of this factor." Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this a preview of the German extreme right-wing convener joining the Peace Church? The converts are fanatical, but in reverse. It seems that, when he formulated the relevant regulations, the rule that, as long as you have served, you will be guaranteed a lifetime of service was a bit too much. Mr. Wilson, why are you here? Xia Meng stepped back involuntarily. During the day in the military camp, she saw this man several times, but she was still a little nervous when he really appeared. Miss Xia Meng, what are you talking about? In Malaya, it's normal for me to appear anywhere. Alan Wilson closed the door calmly. I have a big deal, and want to talk to you about it. Entering the familiar deep space orbit, this manned space mission was a complete success. Holding Xia Meng, who was experiencing riding a rocket, Alan Wilson looked into her eyes and asked, I heard that many young talents have started pursuing you, which makes me very sad. Yes, there are two. One is a writer and the other is a businessman. Xia Meng slumped weakly in the man's arms and whispered weakly, but I didn't respond. Don't get me wrong. That's really touching. Alan Wilson pinched Xia Meng's chin, looked at the expression on her face that was shaped like his own, and kissed her directly. Now Hong Kong is also Asia's leading economically developed region. It and Malaya need a spokesperson for high-end luxury goods. I think you are very suitable. You are a popular lover. Xia Meng was naturally willing. The Imperial Commissioner could see this, so is it too much for him to want a little reward? How many celebrities in later generations want to be spokespeople for high-end luxury goods, and once they get the brand, they can't wait to promote it for a whole year. Chapter 939 Fake Father Wilson. It happened that Hedy Lamer had not left yet, and the Imperial Commissioner used the increasingly skilled great summoning technique to ask the female president who had shares in Louis Vuitton and L'Oreal to have a good talk with the spokesperson for the Asia-Pacific region. Hedy Lamer came and scanned Xia Meng with a scrutinizing gaze, and her eyes were still quite surprised. Not to mention, whether she was beautiful or not, Xia Meng's height was not common among Asians. She said to herself, did you like my young age, and dislike my age? Xia Meng felt vaguely that this peerless female star seemed to have some hostility towards her. Ms. Hedy, you are so beautiful. Xia Meng greeted from the heart, hoping to resolve the vague hostility. Oh, please sit down. Miss Xia Meng has a wide range of supporters in Asia. Hedy Lamer returned to her normal state and said in a business-like tone, especially in the British territories. You are in Vivian's company, right? That's not surprising. That's not surprising. Referring to the fact that Xia Meng was taken advantage of by an imperial commissioner who was used to eating grass in his own backyard. Hedy Lamer just didn't expect that Alan Wilson actually liked exotic customs. Hedy Lamer still didn't understand men of the same status as her husband. He not only liked exotic customs, but also had a wide range of interests. She took the tiger penis wine handed over by Queen Nanfang and said, I really appreciate the Eastern concept of eating what you need to replenish your body. Queen Nanfang blushed slightly, feeling ashamed of her submission. This man bullied her, and she helped him replenish his body. Thinking of this, she almost burst into bitter tears. Queen, I'm actually good to you. Without me, would it be your turn to run the golf course in the colony? Think about it carefully. Alan Wilson put down his glass and pointed to his thigh to ask Queen Nanfang to sit over. I really have something good to discuss with you. It will be good for you. Alan Wilson has already used the skill of combining public and private affairs quite well. Regarding the land of the Christmas, Tanin Thay province, which originally belonged to Myanmar, and the newly planned Tanin state, which needs a monarch. He actually worked hard mainly for his sister-in-law, but it happened that the administrative division of the Malayan colony at this time, if Princess Margaret took office, would appear in even numbers, which was not conducive to the simple principle of minority obeying majority. Queen Nam Phuang, who had been stripped of her clothes, looked at Alan Wilson in astonishment. Can it succeed? Baodet was trained by France. We don't trust him very much. Moreover, becoming a monarch again may involve us in the chaotic situation in South Vietnam. Touching the body of Queen Nam Phuang, Alan Wilson was indifferent to business matters, so this matter is an idea whose consequences are unknown. It mainly depends on whether the Queen can make Britain feel sincere. Alan Wilson was generous and showed his talent as a Prime Minister. He told Queen Nam Phuang about the current difficulties in person. This also took into account Ali Khan's feelings. You know, Ali Khan bought the monarch of Sabah. If Queen Nam Phuong wanted a good result, the process of paying money was also indispensable. This depends on financial resources. The reason why Queen Nam Phuong married Bao Day was not only because of her beauty, but also in line with the concept of being well matched. Queen Nam Phuong was born in Igong City, Tinjiang Province, Mekong Delta, Cochinchina, a French colony at that time. Her father, Nguyen Yao Heo, was a wealthy businessman who was born into a Catholic family in Igong. Through the introduction of the Archbishop of Saigon, he served as the secretary of Le Fatida, a billionaire in southern Vietnam, and finally married Le Thi Binh, the daughter of Le Fatida. The industry of Queen Nam Phuong's family is mainly concentrated in France. Because of this relationship, the current South Vietnamese government has not confiscated the assets of Queen Nam Phuong's family in South Vietnam. After all, Wu Ting Nguyen's base in South Vietnam is also Catholic, and he always has to give some face to Queen Nam Phuong's background. If Bao Day did not have the throne, he would not be able to suppress the Queen's family with his own financial resources. This is also the reason why Queen Nam Phuong separated from Bao Day after he lost the throne. We are definitely not interested in supporting Bao Day, and your eldest son has a strong French color. Alan Wilson asked back, I don't know what the Queen thinks. He has made it very clear that Britain certainly does not trust Bao Day, and his eldest son is also not trusted. Only the younger son who has not yet reached adulthood has hope, and Queen Nam Phuong must be persuaded to depose the eldest and establish the youngest. If it succeeds, my family and I will think of a way. Queen Nam Phuong understood that this meant submitting an indulgence to the Pope. She wanted to send her son to the throne of the monarch, so she definitely needed the support of her natal family. Queen Nam Phuong went straight into the arms of the Imperial Commissioner. Then I'll trouble you a lot. That's right, with our relationship, your son is my godson, and I'm his fake father, so why should I be polite? Alan Wilson agreed with a smile. In fact, there are only two obstacles. Bao Day is not trusted, and the other is to get the money together. As a fake father, I will definitely help without any effort. Queen Nam Phuong was of course very willing in her heart, and directly gave the Imperial Commissioner the treatment of a fake father. For the sake of Anglo-Vietnamese friendship, it was nothing for Alan Wilson to sacrifice himself. After all, it was an opportunity to show his talent as a prime minister. He left Queen Nan Fang with great satisfaction. When she reappeared, Hedy Lamarr had finished talking with Zia Meng. She didn't know that Alan Wilson was busy all the time, and she muttered in a rather accusatory manner, "She is not better than me except for her young age." Alan Wilson responded calmly to Hedy Lamarr's accusation, and immediately said that except for her youth, she was not better than Hedy Lamarr in any other way, and the gap was quite obvious. You only know how to say nice things. You just like those two long legs. Hedy Lamarr snorted, her face full of unhappiness. Do you think I'm too old? She is at the prime of her life. Dear, jealousy is not a virtue. Alan Wilson said poetically, love that is not too passionate can last long. His second brother is busy, but it doesn't mean that he is not busy. People who have such ideas are unfair to him. It can only be said that they are all very busy. In order to unify the management of the colonies, Britain merged Malaya in the Straits settlements. Now that it has been put on the right track, it was time to reverse the situation, adhering to the noble sentiment of not leaving the difficult problems to the next commissioner. Alan Wilson wrote into the report the proposal to establish the new administrative districts of Nan Tay Sao and Elin Sao in the Isthmus of Kra, and to re-establish 4 special cities, Penang, Malacca, Singapore and Kuala Lumpur. He considered for a long time, and decided not to call it a special economic zone, but to change it to a special city, which would show the original spirit. The 4 special cities, together with all the offshore islands in the Strait of Malacca, were returned to the management of the Straits settlements, and the High Commissioner of the Straits settlements was established, which was still subordinate to the Malayan colony in terms of level. During this period, Queen Nam Phuong always consulted with her fake father Wilson about the issue of the eternal monarchy of David. As the second father, Alan Wilson certainly would not reject in-depth exchanges. Keep it secret from Bao Day first. Alan Wilson hugged Queen Nam Phuong and revealed a piece of news. France is under great financial pressure because of the Algerian war. If the property needs to be transferred, it should start immediately. Really? Queen Nam Fuang's face was uncertain, and then she said pitifully, "If that's the case, I will rely on you in the future. You can't just ignore it when the time comes." "How can you talk like that? As a fake father, I will definitely take care of your son," Alan Wilson said righteously, very dissatisfied with the suspicion of his character. "It is better to transfer property sooner rather than later. If it is delayed, it will suffer losses." Alan Wilson has reason to do so. He has helped the French a lot. He just took back the legal wealth of Queen Nam Fuang's family and put it under British jurisdiction. It is completely reasonable. With his help over the years, France has not lost anything, but has made a great profit. During his trip to Singapore, Alan Wilson compiled a comprehensive report, the core of which is to strengthen the assessment of the reactionary feudal forces in the Malayan colony and to redivide Malaya in the Straits settlements. At the same time, Hedy Lamarr took Zia Meng to Paris, the fashion capital, to sign a luxury goods endorsement contract. Queen Nam Fang's destination was also France. She discussed the transfer of property with her family and worked hard for her son's position as the monarch. Alan Wilson was busy again, welcoming Ms. Bockiner, the representative of German overseas investment. Although his position was humble, he did not dare to forget his own interests for the sake of public service. For Malaya to move towards a prosperous road, it was okay for the Imperial Commissioner to be tired. The Burmese government attached great importance to this industrial transfer. It allocated a piece of land in the suburbs of Yangon for the construction of new factories to attract the entry of Chinese capital in Malaya. Although Aung San Suu Kyi did not have a good impression of Britain, compared with the two behemoths next to it, the image of the former colonial power was not so hateful. In 2 months at most, the refinery center project will be completed. Commissioner, these are the plans for the establishment of some new departments. Richard has been very diligent in visiting his immediate boss's house recently, using every opportunity to prove his reliability. We set up a semi-official agency and hide behind the scenes, but the supervision work cannot be given to the locals. We treat the civil servants in the colonies as leaks, and we deal with their corruption. Alan Wilson looked through Richard's plan and was generally satisfied. The supervision department pushes the Chinese to the front, and the police department is the field of Malays. We get a few chief inspectors to be targets, so that our presence will be reduced. For ordinary residents, the police department is the department that can make them feel the iron fist of the government the most. Alan Wilson is very experienced in this regard, and it is normal to use them as sacrifices. There is no need to worry about these chief inspectors being targets. Since they are cutting leaks, they cannot be let die. If they have made enough money, they can immigrate to Canada. Now Canada does not even have a maple leaf flag. The national flag is the Union Jack of British Canada. Chapter 940 Sir Wilson. I will try not to leave hidden dangers for the next commissioner, but of course I can't foresee all emergencies. Alan Wilson sighed and put down the plan, hinting at Richard. Commissioner, I believe the next commissioner will not let your efforts go to waste. Richard, who received the hint, immediately expressed the reliability of the next commissioner, which actually refers to himself. I hope so. Alan Wilson nodded and encouraged. For the sake of policy consistency, in principle I should recommend the next commissioner to Whitehall. Richard, you also know that Elisa and Edel are my subordinates in British India. This is nothing. Many current regional commissioners are. You don't have an advantage, but of course you have your own advantages. As for what the advantages are, Alan Wilson did not think of them for the time being, but hoped that Richard could understand them himself. The next commissioner is not an easy job. We may face different tests in different time periods. Of course, even if I leave, I will try my best to take care of my former subordinates. How to say retire, but not retire more tactfully. Alan Wilson provided Richard with an example. Richard obviously understood what he said, and he said implicitly that he would be completely loyal to the interests of the British Empire and the Mountbatten Group. Very good, you are indeed reliable. In fact, the most important thing in life is to find your own value. For civil servants as a whole, the British Empire is much more important than the British Isles. This is not the case for elected politicians. They only care about the opinions of local voters, not the overall interests of the British Empire. and we have to serve the country for decades, ensure the smooth operation of the British Empire, make the right choices in this uncertain era, and cannot be bound by some illusory consciousness. Everything should be based on national interests. Alan Wilson asked, do you think the Chinese are anti-imperialist and anti-feudal enough? Didn't they immediately accept the claim of a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone? They didn't hesitate at all, because it was a claim from a colonial country. Richard nodded. He also admired his immediate superior. Although the foundation was laid by the former High Commissioner Jared Edward, after Alan Wilson took office, he pulled Malaya to an unprecedented position before the end of his 2 terms, completely replacing the role of British India. If it were Richard himself, he would think that he couldn't do it. Of course, there were not many high commissioners who could do such a terrifying job as Alan Wilson. Did they really think that he was a joke because he was well versed in both Chinese and Western culture and could cross capitalism and socialism? Get familiar with the overall work and consider the role of the Malayan colony from a global perspective. Alan Wilson yawned. He had been balancing public and private affairs recently, which did bring him a little fatigue. After Richard left, he held his forehead and sighed. It was just self-boasting to say that there were no hidden dangers. The biggest hidden danger he left was the Indonesian problem that he had always believed. But this problem was difficult. Alan Wilson also thought about doing it himself. But after thinking about it, he still restrained this impulse. The Strait of Malacca and the Suez Canal were equally important in the world and had such great value. Once an action against Indonesia was planned, the consequences could not be predicted at all. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Another more important reason was that, if Alan Wilson did it himself and suffered a shameful failure, he had not thought of a way out. If he was implicated, his career in the officialdom would come to an abrupt end. If he planned and acted personally, it would be difficult for him to distance himself from the matter. You know, he believed that turning Indonesia red was the foundation for Britain's long-term peace and stability, but this was a feasible path he had found based on history. But others certainly didn't see it that way. When Indonesia changed color, would he explain to the people who were investigating him that only when Indonesia changed color and became Britain's enemy could Britain have an excuse not to leave? Who would believe it? If the action was successful and Indonesia changed color, he couldn't distance himself from the matter. If the action failed and Indonesia didn't change color, the United States would put pressure on Britain to get out unless someone else operated on his behalf and could take the initiative to take the blame once accountability was pursued. The situation before Alan Wilson did not involve wins, draws, or losses, but only draws and losses. All he could choose was to distance himself from his responsibilities and wait for an opportunity to operate. If everything went well, he would successfully take over as the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even if he left office, he would be Richard's immediate superior. At that time, he would have the ability to distance himself from the matter. After all, he was not the direct person in charge. If he could distance himself from the matter, he could operate with confidence and boldness. This may be a little unfair to Richard, but fortunately the parties involved are not aware of it. Now Richard can only feel the special attention of his immediate superior from Alan Wilson's overt and covert hints. After all, it has been such a long-term plan, so of course he has to make some secret preparations to ensure that he is not in the Malayan colony, and he can know the colony well, so that he can order it at will when the action comes. Pamela Mountbatten returned home with her son, and Princess Margaret also returned. Princess Margaret was not unusual, and she also mentioned that there seemed to be a lot of new star posters outside. Alan Wilson judged from the words that it was Xia Meng. That female star seems to be very famous in Asia. Princess Margaret said with some amazement, the dream lover of the Chinese? But I have never heard of it. With such a large population size, even if there is no world famous big star now, there will definitely be a world famous big star in the future. Alan Wilson smiled and answered his sister-in-law, but the stars that appear among the Chinese are all specific kung fu stars. Strictly speaking, there are 3 influential stars in the world: Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan and Jet Li. Bruce Lee is not the most famous. As a cultural symbol, Bruce Lee is very famous, but his influence has been surpassed by Jackie Chan for a long time. As for Jet Li, he is actually far behind the first two. As for who is better in Kung Fu, that is another question. It is well known that boxing is about weight. Dear, the title I told you about should be decided if there is time. Pamela Mountbatten was not as idle as Her Royal Highness. She put her son down and said softly, the news has been confirmed that the cabinet will pass a bill. It will not be so easy to confer nobility in the future. Alan Wilson asked a question with a non-committal expression. I'm a civil servant. If I have a noble title, will there be any problems in the future? It is definitely okay now. There is no law that stipulates that hereditary nobles cannot be civil servants. Princess Margaret answered immediately. As a princess of the royal family, no one knows better than her. The fact that there is no bill now does not mean there will be no bill in the future. Aren't bills in the hands of the cabinet? What if there is such a bill one day that prevents hereditary nobles from entering the government? Alan Wilson said this while looking at his wife and sister-in-law. It is not impossible to happen. It is a hidden danger for me. Regarding the sustainable progress and development in the future, Alan Wilson does not want to have any problems. To put it simply, he has offended a female prime minister. What if she is treated as a son of the plane and uses the bill to make him say goodbye after taking office? What should he do then? Alan Wilson remembered that it seemed that lifelong nobles could not even enter the civil service system later. Generally, after retirement, senior civil servants are awarded a title as a reward for their honorific title. Therefore, he has a resistance to hereditary nobility and has never pursued it. However, Pamela Mountbatten does not think so. Once the noble bill is passed, it will be difficult to get a title in the future, and the unfavorable factors of the civil service career that her husband is worried about are not there, at least for now. Baronet is not considered aristocracy. Princess Margaret suddenly said, baronet can be inherited, but it is considered a commoner. It is also called sir. Many baronet work in the government. There are thousands of baronet families, which is a large group. The title of baronet is unique in two ways. Baronet is a hereditary honor, but it is not a noble title, so baronet does not have a seat in the House of Lords. Baronet is honored with sir, but it is not a knighthood. Since baronet is not aristocrat, they have the right to participate in the election of the House of Commons. Therefore, there are many members of the House of Commons who are from barons. Lords belong to the nobility, and baronet belongs to the commoner. That's it. Pamela Mountbatten immediately agreed. She originally wanted to fight for a higher title for her husband, and she had already established a lot of connections for this. But since her husband was so worried that the bill would threaten his future, she naturally gave up and settled for the second best, as long as her husband was happy. Actually, I don't care about any title. Alan Wilson told the truth, thinking that Britain knows how to play, and there is such a vague group. But he also understands Pamela Mountbatten's obsession. He knows that Mountbatten's title has nothing to do with him. He tried his best to get the monarch position of Sarawak, which shows Pamela Mountbatten's pursuit of aristocratic status. Just for me and the children. Pamela Mountbatten spoke with a look of desire. She knew that her husband looked at aristocrats and civilians. The title was not attractive to him, so she decisively played the family card. Okay. Alan Wilson nodded indifferently. Since Pamela Mountbatten had arranged it, he, a mere son-in-law, had no right to object. It was just right to take the comprehensive plan back and let Whitehall and the cabinet see if it could be passed. In his eyes, this matter is much more important than a lord and a baronet. If everything goes well, he can sprint towards the position of permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with peace of mind. Chapter 941. The key question. Oh, then come over. Okay. Alan Wilson hung up the phone, stretched out his hands to stroke his hair, with a smile on his face. Pamela Mountbatten took her loving eyes away from her children and asked, Richard? He seems to always come here for excuses recently. He is looking for an opportunity to prove his reliability. Alan Wilson stretched his body, then put his arm on his wife's shoulder. I think he has found the key problem now. Do you want me to avoid it? Pamela Mountbatten, who leaned on her husband's arms, looked up and asked about her role. No, I think his purpose of coming here is related to you. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly. Prepare a bottle of whiskey. The head of the administrative bureau, who is determined to benefit the society on a larger scale, came to the home of his immediate boss in a dusty manner. Richard has been very busy recently, dealing with various levels, but he is absolutely full of energy. I have seen the logistics support projects for the Armor Division and the Marine Division. They are very good. Alan Wilson politely poured a glass for Richard, raised his glass to signal, and the two took a sip before continuing. I think, at least the officers and soldiers of the British and Malaysian Corps have left a good impression on you. They all call me Good Richard now. Richard praised himself reservedly, and then changed the subject. Of course, this is all under the leadership of the Commissioner, so there are some insignificant achievements. You are still careful. Alan Wilson thought that Good Richard was not a good title, and praised him casually. The body shape of the locals is different from ours. The new customized military uniforms take into account the difference in body shape. This is all your credit. Limited by objective conditions, the Chinese are required to be 1.65 meters tall in terms of conscription conditions, and the Malays are even lower, 1.62 meters, which is not low. After all, due to geographical factors, the Chinese who ran to the Malayan colony are all southerners, and the tall people in the three northeastern provinces and Shandong will not run to Southeast Asia. According to the information fed back by the intelligence network in Indonesia, the average height of Indonesian men is less than 1.6 meters. This survey was conducted by Alan Wilson when he was free, using public tools for personal purposes. The purpose was to make a map canon. Anyway, now the entire Malayan colony knows that Indonesians are short, and various jokes have been derived to ridicule the height of Indonesians. This is just a small job in Alan Wilson's career as a High Commissioner. If the uniforms of colonial soldiers are made according to the British body shape, there will definitely be problems with fit. Even if the height is the same, white people look stronger than yellow people. White people of the same height weigh more, and yellow people look slimmer. Objective differences in the body exist, just like black people have more striking body proportions, and are more likely to have muscles through exercise. The High Commissioner should have some understanding of the ethnic groups under his jurisdiction, and pay attention to what they care about. Alan Wilson said this, and then changed the subject, and find a balance from it. After a glass of wine, Richard took out an assessment of the hydropower system in the Malay Peninsula from the civil servants he brought with him. The data of the hydropower system are all here. We all believe that a strong and well-imaged group is needed to operate the hydropower system in the Malay Peninsula. Oh, is there such a group? Alan Wilson handed the assessment report to his wife, who was sitting next to him. Pamela Mountbatten was delighted and said happily, Richard has found the key problem. Go upstairs and take a look slowly. Alan Wilson felt that his wife was not calm and received a roll of the eyes. But Pamela Mountbatten immediately took the assessment report upstairs, leaving the space for the two men to talk about business. But she did not forget to promise, Director Richard, our group is going to work with car manufacturers to replace the public vehicles of the colonial government at half price. The new Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud is more suitable for your level. I will contact the country and ship it by sea. Hey. Alan Wilson stroked his forehead and said to his subordinate, I'm sorry to make you laugh. No, nothing. Richard swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was actually envious of his boss's car that he didn't drive very often. I mean, it doesn't have to be in the field of public vehicles. The States is only the States. At critical moments, you still have to have your own. Pamela still doesn't think about it. Alan Wilson handed over a candy bean. Compared with the hydropower operation rights of the Malayan colony, what is a silver cloud? What do you think of the current development of the Malayan colony and its importance to the British Empire? What do you think of various potential threats? If you were the chief executive, how would you compete with neighboring countries? Alan Wilson, knowing that the commissioner's career was coming to an end, asked many questions to his successor during the inspection. He believed that Richard already had answers to most of the questions in his mind. In terms of the degree of radiation to Southeast Asia, we have a geographical advantage over Japan. The commissioner has initially opened up the Burmese market, which is a good start. If I were the chief executive, I would naturally continue to expand the results. Richard sat upright and expressed his views, while secretly observing the expression of his immediate superior. He patted his chest and promised to continue the Malayan miracle. Geographical advantage is indeed the biggest advantage that the Malayan colony can rely on. At the same time, it can cooperate with Hong Kong in imports and exports. It's a pity that Portuguese Goa is on the west coast of India instead of the east coast, but this is not a big deal. In short, we have channels to enter the two markets with the largest populations in the world. Alan Wilson replied with satisfaction. As for other directions, with the current development level of the Malayan colony, not counting Indonesia, the gap with its neighbors has already opened up 2 to 7 times. If it were not for the overwhelming manpower advantage, this gap would be almost unshakable. Judging from the data, the closest is the Philippines. But you don't have to worry. There are hundreds of political families in the Philippines that are linked by regions, just like the Holy Roman Empire in the Middle Ages. Even if there are no problems now, there will be problems in the future. If there are flaws during your tenure, you must seize the opportunity. If an opportunity arises, there are generally Chinese people in Southeast Asia, and this can be used as a medium to spread Britain's influence. The two men were in high spirits and put down their wine glasses, ready to go out for a walk. The topic also went further to the issue of colonial security. We have 3 potential threats. One is far away, which is the Suez Canal. If I have the ability, I will help you solve the problem, but for the other 2, I can only help. Alan Wilson gave instructions in person. In simple terms, I will be submissive to China, but I will hit Indonesia hard. After all, there is a sea between us, and through Mr. Lin, it is not impossible to talk. Alan Wilson expressed the idea that I can also be patriotic and talk at a critical moment. Even if there is a conflict, it is just a confrontation of public opinion. The fundamental core is that we say what they say. This point involves Richard's knowledge blind spot. Although he has a great talent for languages and learned Chinese in a short time, there is no language barrier when communicating with Chinese people, but it is difficult to get closer. When it comes to the security of the Malayan colony, the only way to defeat magic is with magic. The Chinese have a set of rhetoric that has been around since ancient times. The loophole in this rhetoric is that it cannot be traced back indefinitely, otherwise each country will pick the time when its territory was the largest to make its claim. Wouldn't that be a mess? From their perspective, fortunately, the Qing dynasty was the period when their territory was the largest, and this set of rhetoric is in their favor. Alan Wilson knew that the foundation of since ancient times was based on the territory of the Qianlong period, and the advantage of this set of rhetoric to Britain was that Britain was already the empire on which the sun never sets at that time. Once this kind of public opinion attack occurs, we will change the country and send it out without changing a word. We will say whatever they say. Since ancient times, Richard hesitated to speak. He felt that this set of rhetoric was very unreasonable. But it is the most advantageous. Alan Wilson seemed to see the doubts of his subordinates. When they were at their greatest, it happened to be when Britain was at its greatest. Whose ancestors didn't have wealth? When it comes to the security of the Malayan colony and even Hong Kong, we must let them know what our real thoughts are, and let us know what their thoughts are, so as to help avoid strategic misjudgments. As for Indonesia, there is no need to be so polite. Sukarno has publicly advocated Greater Indonesiaism and visited the Soviet camp last year. Although the United States' understanding of Indonesia conflicts with ours, we firmly believe that the Americans are wrong about Indonesia, and the 5-nation joint defense is absolutely necessary. Richard nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, accepting the proposal of the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet to take high-pressure actions against Indonesia. We must resolutely thwart their ambitions against Indonesia. Before I leave office, I will try my best to find a way to get Indonesia to ship its weapons over. Alan Wilson nodded and said, Indonesia and Malaya have an income gap of nearly 10 times, which is the best comparison object. Making more trouble for Indonesia will help the stability of the Malayan colony. God bless. Indonesia is currently the poorest place in Southeast Asia, and Indians have higher incomes than Indonesians. The Malayan colony did not exceed Indonesia in terms of per capita income, but in terms of total income. Based on the basic principle of building one's own happiness on the pain of the opponent, Indonesia must be brought up for comparison whenever possible. During the time I return to London, you will keep in touch with the sultans and Chinese businessmen on my behalf. If you have any questions, please contact me directly. Is the commissioner going back to London? Richard's face was complicated, but he immediately pretended to be reluctant. "Are you looking forward to my leaving early?" Alan Wilson looked at Richard with a squint, as if he was measuring whether this subordinate was reliable. Chapter 942, requesting for a bomber. "Don't be nervous, I'm just kidding. The High Commissioner must have the psychological quality of being calm, so that he can deal with emergencies." Seeing that his subordinates were about to prove whether they were reliable, Alan Wilson smiled and comforted them, and then looked at the surrounding scenery with a nostalgic look. "Anyway, the days of being the High Commissioner in Malaya are a valuable experience in my life, including but not limited to the days when his second brother was obviously busier than him." Thinking about it carefully, he was quite sentimental. However, Alan Wilson did not achieve all the goals set when he took office. At the critical moment, he was still soft in the big action of subverting a country, and did not dare to face the possible consequences. But it doesn't matter, he can find a way to let others bear the consequences, such as Richard, who has seen the dawn of life. Let Richard continue to preside over daily work. Alan Wilson took his wife and sister-in-law to walk around the colony, where he had worked for many years with a relaxed mentality. Now looking back, he really has never been so relaxed. He either ran around to put the key politics into action, or he passed by thousands of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. When they are doing well, there is a kind of people who will deliberately look for people who have had a bad life, just like the richest man in India in later generations, who built his mansion next to a slum. Alan Wilson didn't know what this mentality was, but he could find that many people had this mentality. Take the enthusiastic sister-in-law for example. Her Royal Highness has a strong interest in watching wild people. There are many villages at the junction of East Malaysia and Dutch Kalimantan. If there are only primitive villages, it is not surprising, but as we all know, Britain has always had a strong interest in archaeology. Caves where primitive tribes live have been excavated in the local area, which is worth exploring. This became one of the stops for the High Commissioner to travel with his wife and sister-in-law. The cave excavated has been sunken in the waist of the hill. It is a good place for people living in the forest. After doing bad things at night, they rested in the cave. This cave is sheltered from the wind and cannot be blown by fierce hurricanes, but it faces the threat of mudslides. This cave has been occupied by generations of natives. The recent natives deliberately planted some teak in a mess to cover the passage. They used teak leaf juice to dye clothes. The low mango trees and acacias with strings of flowers were like a thick curtain, blocking the entrance. Archaeologists cleaned up the broken statues. Most of the statues were restored: the feet of the beasts, the thighs of the horses, the male's sexual organs, the upper body of the woman, and the smooth and young head wearing a hat. It is difficult to infer what kind of belief it is, but Alan Wilson thinks that this statue is very similar to the style of Hinduism. It's a modern society, and there are still people living like this. Pamela Mountbatten was a little sentimental. "Asia is already pretty good. You don't know the situation in Africa. There are really all kinds of people there." Alan Wilson put his arm around his wife's shoulders and completely regarded this as an outing. The two of them also benefited from the princess's favor. There were MI5 agents protecting Princess Margaret. Even when the People's Republic of China was founded, there were still many tribes living primitive lives, not to mention the inferior Southeast Asia. The living conditions of the indigenous people of the Andaman Islands were also like this. The hateful Japanese actually took action against them. Many years have passed since the incident. Britain is still covering up the Japanese prisoners' riot in the Andaman Islands, but it is still impossible to do it perfectly. In a certain psychological state, Alan Wilson spread the news that the Japanese prisoners of war were cannibalistic and were bloodily suppressed in the form of folk rumors. This is nothing. He always makes a map canon. This is not the first time he has done such a thing, and it will definitely not be the last time. As Japan's extra-official prime minister, it is his job to shape the image of the Japanese. He does not need to be thanked for his achievements and fame. Speaking of which, he has not lived in the Sarawak Palace in Kuching, although it has been renovated by Pamela Mountbatten, and is no less than any other palace. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson has always been blind in terms of architectural style, and has no appreciation ability. He does not know the difference between Baroque style and other styles, which greatly disappoints his wife, who is eagerly waiting to be praised. What do you think of this palace? It's very good, especially in Asia. Alan Wilson was stunned and told the truth. How do you say that? Pamela Mountbatten became interested. She knew that her husband had a lot of strange knowledge in his head, and she was ready to listen to a story before going to bed. The architecture in East Asia and Southeast Asia is mainly made of wood. The disadvantage is that it is not easy to preserve. No wooden building can be preserved for more than 1,000 years. Alan Wilson thought, as he said, if he remembered correctly, when the new China was founded, he looked for ancient buildings all over the country and finally found a wooden building from the Tang dynasty in Shaanxi. There are really no wooden buildings in the distant past, so we can only guess what style the architecture here is. Europe is built with stone, and the advantage is that it can be preserved for a long time. There are remains of the projects of the Roman Empire. Wooden buildings can also be built very grand, but European buildings are more valuable in geometry. The result of the grand architecture in East Asia is that there are a large number of columns in the room for support, which is also related to the weak geometry in Asia. In fact, China is still very strong in countries where wooden buildings are the main ones. Going to South Korea and Vietnam will show that the so-called palaces are really petty, and even the churches in Europe are more imposing than the so-called royal palaces. This is also in line with historical facts. There is a lack of civilizations with equal exchanges around China, and every bit of progress can only be studied by oneself. The advantage is that it will not be like the Persians, who lost once, and even the state religion Zoroastrianism was replaced by the Peace Church. Turning his head to see that his wife was already asleep, Alan Wilson looked at the night outside the window and fell asleep unknowingly. The Malayan colony across the equator does not care about winter and summer, but since he is going back to China, he must consider the climate in London at this time. Fortunately, it is already the end of February, and London is also in the process of spring. Since the London smog incident, the air quality in London has improved greatly. Instead, the air in the Malayan colony is not as good as before. Alan Wilson took the planning materials for the Malayan colony and returned to Europe on Comet 1 with his wife and Her Royal Highness the Princess. This time, Pamela Mountbatten and Princess Margaret saw with their own eyes how this man lived in today's peaceful environment. Comet 1 took off from Kuala Lumpur, landed in Yangon, and took off to Colombo, Ceylon 2 days later. The third stop was Portuguese Goa, and then arrived in Dubai, including Aden, which was close at hand. When arriving in Cairo, the capital of Egypt, Alan Wilson took his wife and sister-in-law to visit the pyramids. By the way, he asked about the real public opinion of Pharaoh Kai in Egypt. Is Ali Pasha really alive, or is there an undercurrent? Is your husband usually like this? Princess Margaret secretly asked Pamela Mountbatten. He was like this a long time ago. Pamela Mountbatten remembered that when she first met this man, she even avoided taking a plane and had to take a boat back to the country. She couldn't help but laugh and said, it's a great improvement for him to be able to take a plane. If the colonies were not so scattered, he would never succumb to reality. What are you talking about? The senior photography artist and the imperial commissioner, who even developed his own photos, looked back at the two whispering women with a camera, his face full of confusion. Nothing. Pamela Mountbatten smiled gently, her eyes full of the shadow of this man. Just as Alan Wilson gave Richard hints on various occasions before leaving, he also accepted many hints from the cabinet secretary, the respected Sir Norman Brooke, before leaving. The reason for this situation is very simple. He is a higher official than Richard, and Norman Brooke is a higher official than him. Alan Wilson, who was not in a hurry, took his wife, sister-in-law and other family members, and wanted to visit Cairo, Rome and Paris. He finally set foot on the land of London, the capital of the United Kingdom. The busyness of the past few years seemed to be relieved in this trip. He even squeezed out time to communicate with Hepburn and the strong women in Paris. As soon as she returned to London, Pamela Mountbatten took Princess Margaret to contact friends everywhere. Alan Wilson, the person involved, looked like it had nothing to do with me, and found his most respected father-in-law, the Chief of the British Defence General Staff, Field Marshal Mountbatten, the highest full-time commander of the British military. After careful consideration, we have had in-depth talks with the Egyptians, and are preparing to sell them a Goliath-class aircraft carrier. After all, Egypt is very important to the global interests of the British Empire. Field Marshal Mountbatten mentioned the latest naval operations. We should get the Egyptian Navy to conduct an exercise. I think a place near Zanaba would be a good choice. It will help enhance Egypt's prestige in the Arab world. In fact, selling aircraft carriers is a very wise decision. The Navy is a branch of the military that requires technology, and the threshold is very high. Moreover, strong is strong, and weak is weak. If the Egyptian Navy expands tenfold, it will be easily sent to the bottom of the sea if it turns against us. Alan Wilson strongly agreed with the move to sell aircraft carriers, and then began to instill his own private opinions. What I'm most worried about is the safety of the Malayan colony. It would be even better if the Triple V strategic bombers could be sent to Australia as a necessary measure to curb Indonesia's dangerous actions. Field Marshal Mountbatten gave his son-in-law a look, which can be described bluntly as, I know what kind of shit you are doing when you stick your butt up. If the strategic nuclear missiles have not yet entered the production stage, you would not only want strategic bombers this time. I have no selfish motives. This is all for the global strategic considerations of the British Empire. Alan Wilson had a clear conscience, and he almost said that your daughter admired me for this. Chapter 943 New Foreign Minister. You are a High Commissioner of the Colonies, and you are considering the global strategic interests of the British Empire? Marshal Mountbatten's mouth twitched. He could only say that his intention was good, but there seemed to be something wrong. I'm responsible for supervising overseas assets, and I must consider it this way. It was not to correct the Marshal's words. Alan Wilson changed the subject. In fact, whether it is a strategic bomber or a strategic missile, without a nuclear warhead, it is not a threat. You still want a nuclear warhead? Marshal Mountbatten asked in surprise. Do you know what this represents? It represents the gap between Britain and non-nuclear countries. It represents that the world is unfair, and represents the international order. Alan Wilson said 3 represents in a row, and said with a clear conscience, besides that, I really don't know what it can represent. I heard that the United States is carrying out a project in Turkey, secretly, and even the Five Eyes have not sent any news. It may evolve into a hidden danger of conflict. The United States and Turkey's sneakiness are actually speculated by all parties, but there is no evidence. However, the United Kingdom has received a promise from the United States on its nuclear sharing policy, and wants to put Britain's nuclear weapons within the NATO framework. Marshal, here are some data on the industrial capacity of the Malayan colony. Alan Wilson was well prepared. He brought back a batch of data this time, to emphasize the importance of the Malayan colony. In fact, it was not an emphasis. London had already realized the role of the Malayan colony in the mainland. Bringing back the data was to convince Whitehall and the military to protect the security of the Malayan colony. Field Marshal Mountbatten flipped through the data and said slowly, give me a strong reason, otherwise it may not be possible. After a frank discussion, my subordinates suggested that I find a capital-rich group to operate the hydropower system of the Malayan colony. Alan Wilson said calmly, Pamela has already obtained the operating rights of the hydropower system in Western Australia, and is the best choice. We all agree that the Malayan colony is important in global strategy. This is beyond doubt. Field Marshal Mountbatten coughed lightly. It is also natural to send strategic bombers to station there. It is mainly to protect Australia. Alan Wilson struck while the iron was hot. Canberra will definitely agree. Yes, that's right. We must take into account the blood relationship. Field Marshal Mountbatten agreed with a smile. Since it is a demand of the Allies, it would be very inhumane if we did not agree. It may hurt the feelings of the Australians. It will disappoint them. Alan Wilson clapped his hands, applauding this very humane decision. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to work on this. Marshal Mountbatten glanced at his son-in-law and pointed to the key point. I believe that where there is a will there is a way. Alan Wilson certainly understood that things were not that simple. This matter could not be accomplished by Marshal Mountbatten's words. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs could not get around it. He was not prepared to send strategic bombers to Australia tomorrow. He just had to plan slowly and hope for the desired results. The cabinet has been very busy recently. The Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Secretary have always quarreled because there are some news that Prime Minister Attlee is not going to continue to serve as the leader of the Labour Party and expects the Chancellor of the Exchequer to lead the Labour Party. This may also be related to the Labour Party's low support rate. To be honest, Prime Minister Attlee's image is the same as Churchill's in previous years. Alan Wilson nodded, grateful for his father-in-law's advice, and said helplessly, Prime Minister Attlee is 75 years old. In 1945, he gave people the impression of being energetic. Now he is the Prime Minister. He is indeed a little old. In fact, if the Chancellor of the Exchequer can lead the Labour Party to continue to govern, it will not be without benefits to you, because the Chancellor of the Exchequer is not unfamiliar with British India. His father is the Regional High Commissioner of British India. He is similar to you. However, although some things are said early, it is not easy for the Labour Party to win. Marshal Mountbatten hinted to his son-in-law that the internal struggle of the Labour Party is no longer an undercurrent, but has reached a higher level. Attlee prefers the Chancellor of the Exchequer as the leader of the Labour Party to block Morrison's path to Prime Minister. For this reason, the current cabinet is quite lively. The conflict involving the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Minister is like a fight between gods. Both the father-in-law and the son-in-law understand that the outcome has already been determined. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer take a common position, and the Foreign Minister has almost no chance of turning the tables. He went to 70 Whitehall and submitted a comprehensive plan for the development of the Malayan colony to Norman Brooke. This was a very memorable afternoon. For Alan Wilson, this afternoon was just a role swap with Richard. He constantly demonstrated in front of Norman Brooke all the excellent qualities that Whitehall civil servants possess, especially reliability. Our respected Foreign Secretary may have an easy and comfortable retirement life. When Norman Brooke or Alan Wilson mentioned this, he commented calmly, he is a passionate man. If he is Prime Minister, he may do very well. He attaches so much importance to public opinion and his image in the newspapers. The Foreign Secretary seems to have a high level of support within the Labour Party. Alan Wilson sighed, I didn't think it would come to this. Politics is not a simple arithmetic problem. Anything can happen. Norman Brooke has obviously seen all kinds of emergencies in his long career in Whitehall, and did not show any surprise. The Malaya report, and some of the official appointments and dismissals you recommended, out of protection for long-term development. I also think that the stability of officials will help policy consistency, but both overseas civil servants and local civil servants are a whole. What we are seeking is the overall interest. Alan, do you understand this? Of course, an unbreakable whole. Alan Wilson, like Richard before, expressed his loyalty to the Cabinet Secretary. Go to the Foreign Office and see if you can help Sir Ismay. Norman Brooke smiled and pointed out a clear way for his subordinates who came to 70 Whitehall. As night fell, Alan Wilson came out of the Foreign Office and visited the retired Edward Bridges. After Alan Wilson tried to restore what happened during the day, the former Cabinet Secretary smiled and said, it's not a big problem. Sir Ismay is also my old partner. At that time, I was the Cabinet Secretary, and he was the private military advisor to Prime Minister Churchill. I know him well. In addition, he once served as the Secretary General of British India, and has a close relationship with Marshal Mountbatten. If he goes to NATO to be the Secretary General, you have a great chance of getting the position you left behind. Will everything go well? Alan Wilson was not as calm as he seemed. This was a crucial step. Relax, the Cabinet Secretary approves, and the Foreign Ministry's permanent Undersecretary recommends, so there will be almost no problems. Don't show up in Whitehall recently, just focus on your work. Edward Bridges said calmly, to be good at playing dumb requires talent. He must spy on the mood of the people he is making fun of, understand their identities, and find the right time. Then, like a wild hawk spying on every bird in front of him, he will not relax at every opportunity. This is a job as difficult as the art of a smart person. On average, the average tenure of a cabinet minister is not long, but heavyweight cabinet ministers such as the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Minister are generally not easily replaced. There are many unimportant ministers, which shorten the minister's tenure. The characteristics of the Labour Party cabinet are especially like this. Before the election in 1945, the Labour Party had almost no chance of governing, which led to the defeat of Churchill when many Labour Party leaders held multiple positions, and a group of super ministers emerged. Even so, Attlee was not prepared to give such an important department as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Morrison, who once competed with him for the leadership of the party. If it were not for the death of Ernest Bevin, Morrison's supporters in the Labour Party would indeed be many, and he would not let Morrison lead the Ministry of Foreign Affairs after Bevin's death. From 1945 to the present, the Labour Party has formed a cabinet 3 times, and the super minister who held multiple positions at the beginning has disappeared. Attlee's age has also changed from his early 60s to 75. For him, the current unoptimistic support rate forces him to think about who will be the next leader of the Labour Party, while trying to improve his support rate. If you think too much about this issue, Morrison, who once competed with him for the leadership of the party, can't be ignored. The matter is already very simple. After Prime Minister Attlee was optimistic about himself, it was Chancellor of the Exchequer Gates who became the leader of the Labour Party. Instead of Morrison, the fate of this foreign minister can be imagined. After a cabinet meeting, Morrison completed the transformation from foreign minister to Labour minister. I thought he would be given a position of Lord Chancellor or Lord Privy Seal. Alan Wilson muttered to his wife, but I didn't expect that such an important department as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would be handed over to Harold Wilson. Don't you know him? Pamela Mountbatten looked at her husband. Didn't they work very happily together? It seems that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is about to usher in the era of Wilson and Wilson. Alan Wilson boasted, I'm not mentally prepared yet, and I'm being handed over to the next commissioner for Malaya. Look at you getting carried away, and you haven't made up your mind yet. Pamela Mountbatten snorted, and gave Alan Wilson a slap on the back of her head. How do you talk to your husband? Alan Wilson saw that she had to use her paternalistic style. Stick out your tongue, or you'll get a beating on your ass. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944, A New Journey. Who has the final say in this family? This is a very important question. Can you sweep the world without sweeping one room? Pamela Mountbatten's disobedience forced Alan Wilson to let his wife know herself again and use the jab of the Sagan boxing champion. Pamela Mountbatten, who finally endured countless jab attacks, could only shed tears of regret and said that she would not dare to do it next time. After a long time, she put on the clothes that fell off due to the fierce battle and said pitifully, you know you are good at me. If I'm not good at you, it would be a big deal. Alan Wilson asked back with his neck twisted to the right, and the situation changed, making Pamela Mountbatten realize her mistake. It was too intense just now, and your waist was broken. You can't do this next time. It depends on your performance. Alan Wilson's vanity was satisfied, and he looked at his wife with a teachable look. Husbands and wives need to communicate more, just like the two of them. Communicate at the first time, and if it doesn't work once, they will communicate twice, and the problem will always be solved in time. Pamela Mountbatten went directly to coax her son after enduring the jab. This time when they returned to London, the eldest daughter Pamela was placed with the Mountbatten couple, which brought a lot of laughter to the Marshalls family, and also liberated the private space of Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. You have met this foreign minister in Australia. What do you think? I heard that he is suspected of having too close a relationship with the Soviet Union. After communicating, Pamela Mountbatten removed the estrangement and discussed with her husband about possible future partners. It doesn't matter what he is like, but who said he was too close to the Soviet Union? Alan Wilson curled his lips and said sarcastically, I'm very curious, how can the Conservative Party, a party with the descendants of transnational marriages, express its loyalty to Britain so brazenly? I won't mention Churchill, and now Macmillan, the second in command of the Conservative Party, has the potential to be the second Churchill. Like Churchill, Macmillan has an American mother, and also has a reverence for the monarchy. The former is well documented, and as for supporting the monarchy, who knows if it is just pretending? It seems that we should find an opportunity to legislate to prohibit the descendants of transnational marriages from becoming politicians. Pamela Mountbatten's heart moved, and she felt that she seemed to understand what her husband meant. She was not wrong at all. Alan Wilson really thought so. We should find such an opportunity, but we can't point to the United States too obviously, and change to a compromise method, such as limiting a scope, so that spouses of Commonwealth countries can vote. This is better. If there are a few more conservative heroes like Churchill, Britain will not have a problem of shrinking. At this moment in Britain, Harold Wilson may be the happiest person. He is only 42 years old this year, but he unexpectedly became the Foreign Secretary, a very important cabinet minister. When the news came, even he himself was dizzy. In the Labour Party, he was also a rising star. Prime Minister Attlee made such an arrangement, and naturally he had his own considerations. Harold Wilson's age can be regarded as the future backbone of the Labour Party. 42 years old is the prime of life for a politician. This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that Harold Wilson himself is a chairman of the Labour Party trade union power left by the former Foreign Secretary, the deceased Ernest Bevin, and leads the political power within the party after Ernest Bevin's death. This part of the power is also very important. For the sake of balance, Attlee appointed Harold Wilson as the Foreign Secretary after Morrison. But there is no doubt that at the age of 42, Harold Wilson has reason to be happy to come to the political center of Britain. This is a foreign ministry that is as important as the Home Ministry and the Treasury. His resume will be extremely brilliant. You must know that the current Conservative Party leader Eden was the Foreign Secretary of the Churchill government during World War II. Although the parties are different, Harold Wilson has reason to believe that his future is bright. Dear Minister, welcome to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs welcomed the arrival of Harold Wilson and introduced the specific work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and several issues currently facing it. Sir Rice May. Harold Wilson shook hands with Sir Rice May in a very humble manner and said, "It seems that it will be you who will help me with my diplomatic work in the future. I'm personally willing to do so, but there may be some accidents." Sir Rice May hesitated, but still expressed his friendliness. "Of course, as long as I'm in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I will do my best to help the minister familiarize himself with the work." Harold Wilson was stunned and said in disbelief, "Is the Sir preparing to retire? I'm leaving my job. Now I'm the oldest permanent secretary in all departments. The minister should have a younger partner." Sir Rice May said with a smile, "It should be easier to cooperate this way. After all, our ages are very different, and our perspectives on issues may be different. I will try my best to recommend a permanent secretary with outstanding talents to assist the minister in his work, and you may know him." Sir Rice May kept the secret and did not reveal the name of the candidate so as to avoid a feeling of being appointed. As his former partner Edward Bridges said, it was almost certain that a certain colonial commissioner would come back and show his talents in the field of diplomacy. Sir Rice May was born in India. In fact, due to the important position of British India in the past, there is a large group of people in the British political circle who were either born there or worked there. Rice May would not take the initiative to say anything to Alan Wilson, but Edward Bridges, a retired former cabinet secretary and current director of the Mountbatten Group, had sufficient, reasonable, and legal reasons to act as a bridge between them. There will be absolutely no problem with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As long as Whitehall agrees, you can hand over to the next High Commissioner of Malaya. Edward Bridges thought and said, "Are there any problems? The problem is, I wonder if there is still something that is not done well." Alan Wilson sighed. "Whether the situation can be stabilized depends on whether the Malayan colony can play a pivotal role. If Norman thinks so, he should agree to all your suggestions on the development of Malaya." Edward Bridges said without thinking, "Just like I always look at the civil servants of British India differently. If there is time, you can consider handing over with the Malayan side." 13 years have passed since Mountbatten led the British Army back to Malaya. After the tenure of 2 High Commissioners, the development of the Malayan colony has finally kept pace with Japan in Asia. In some industrial data, the Malayan colony has kept pace with the British mainland, and together with China's current foreign exports to Hong Kong, it maintains Britain's trade in the eastern market. Norman Brook brought the report submitted by Alan Wilson and used data to explain the importance of the current Malayan industrial base. It can connect to the Chinese market in the north, increase influence on Australia in the south, and cooperate with Dutch Kalimantan in the east. It can drive Myanmar in the northwest and maintain Britain's influence in South Asia. These data constitute Alan Wilson's brilliant resume. The development of colonies has played a significant role in Britain's response to the world economic crisis last year. With the current development, the Malayan colony will have a siphon effect on the entire Southeast Asia. We couldn't control the entire population of British India at the beginning. It can be said that British India no longer exists, but it exists in a different way. We still need a little time, but on a more macro level, I want to transfer Alan back. Sir Ismay intends to serve as NATO Secretary General, and his age is indeed very old in Whitehall. Going to Paris to take office can avoid the old image of this government. Minister Herald has just taken office. Let Alan cooperate with him to establish the image of this government as young and capable. It's the most appropriate. While Prime Minister Adley was looking at the data, Norman Brook explained his arrangement for the job transfer. If the Prime Minister thinks it's okay, I will make arrangements immediately and let Alan hand over the overseas work at the same time. I have no problem. Prime Minister Adley looked at the industrial data of the Malayan colony. To be honest, he was actually a little excited. Although Malaya is a colony, these industrial forces do belong to Britain and Britain can call on them. In the evening, Alan Wilson received a call. All the previous colonial suggestions were approved, and he was asked to prepare for the handover of work. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. I didn't expect it to be so long. Usually, although his second brother was busy most of the time, it didn't mean that he was not busy. He also contributed to the prosperity of Malaya. Your work has been arranged. Pamela Mountbatten looked at her dazed husband and shook her palm to ask, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be no problem. Alan Wilson was in high spirits. Since there is still time, I want to go back and hand over the work. The world economic crisis of 1957 has gone away for most countries, but it seems that this is not the case for France. Just when Alan Wilson was working hard to take over as the permanent deputy minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a protest march to end the war appeared in Paris. As expected, it was suppressed by the government of the Fourth Republic, and the marchers were arrested. Alan Wilson, who was returning to Kuala Lumpur from Paris according to the established route, saw this scene by coincidence, although it did not delay him from going to the headquarters of the film group. Before becoming permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, Alan Wilson had already immersed himself in the role, thinking about the great changes that were about to take place in France and their impact on Britain. Chapter 945 Handover. On many issues, it is a dilemma for Britain. France's persistence can share Britain's pressure on colonial issues, but if Algeria's independence is really prevented, it will be difficult for Britain to suppress France in Europe. Even joining forces with the United States is not easy. After all, the United States and Europe are separated by the Atlantic Ocean. If France suppresses Algeria's resistance, it will have an advantage over all European countries in terms of the basic market. What if the final result is that France retains Algeria and Britain has to spit out all its colonies? That may be the worst of all results for Britain. If this result occurs, Britain will have only one choice, and it must keep several important colonies in its hands. Otherwise Britain will not be able to compete with France, which has digested Algeria. The so-called a single move affects the whole body refers to the current situation. Britain wants both, but is also afraid of the consequences. It is true that Algeria is impossible to catch up with Canada and Australia in the Commonwealth, but Algeria and France are separated by the Mediterranean Sea, and the help of the Commonwealth is thousands of miles away. Alan Wilson was happy before, because nothing had happened. When the so-called historical turning point came, his considerations were no different from those of ordinary British people. Whether he could accept the strength of the suspicious ally that had fought several wars for 700 years was still an unknown. Alan Wilson stood by the window on the top floor of the Woodpecker Pictures headquarters, with a camera hanging around his neck, looking into the distance, as if his soul was wandering in the sky, and he didn't even notice the door behind him being pushed open silently. A pair of arms hugged Alan Wilson from behind. Hedy Lamer put her face against the man's back and whispered softly, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" Alan Wilson, who was suddenly attacked, tensed up. Then he smelled a familiar smell and turned around. "Hedy, why are you walking quieter than a kitten? You scared me. You must have done something bad." Hedy Lamer immediately saw the camera hanging around the man's neck. Her face turned red and she spat. "You think about bad things every day and carry a camera wherever you go." Cough. Alan Wilson coughed softly to ease the embarrassment. "What are you thinking? I just like to record the beautiful moments in life. This record is very extensive, not all artistic photos." Hedy Lamer would not believe this explanation. She herself contributed a lot of material, but she didn't know this so-called British gentleman who seemed righteous on the surface, but was full of thieves and prostitutes. "Give me back my pregnancy photos, and I will believe you." Hedy Lamer asked relentlessly, "How many people's private collections do you have?" "That's too bad. Those things are not important, dear." Alan Wilson naturally couldn't hand over the photos. It was safer to keep such photos in his hands, and it was also a check on several female stars. But Hedy Lamer's coming up also freed Alan Wilson from the complicated evolution of the situation. First, he couldn't exert influence on diplomacy before he officially took office, and thinking too much would only add to his troubles. Second, nothing will achieve its goal at the beginning. It depends on how the French Legion in Algeria reacts. It's too early to talk about the results now. He thinks there is still time, and there is no need to rush and get angry now. It's completely in time to complete the handover of the Malayan colony and pay attention to this matter. Has Xiameng's matter been discussed? Alan Wilson put down the camera and decided not to talk about state affairs, but only about love. "You seem to care about her a lot." Hedy Lamer murmured with a hint of jealousy. "You even helped her to make connections." "Neither Ingrid nor I made you care so much." "Honey, you are saying this against your will. Do I need to prove how I treat you?" Alan Wilson said with a hurt look on his face. "She just took a little endorsement fee, but I helped you build a city. Now it's the largest film and television company in Europe, so I have contributed a lot to it. I even wrote scripts for you in Kuala Lumpur. You can't say that to me, right?" Hedy Lamer remained silent. She admitted that this was true, but the treatment this man received here was unique in the world. Anyone who had one star like her should be grateful to God, but Alan Wilson had more than one and even had children. Yet he was still not satisfied. "Okay, I just made a mistake that all men would make." Alan Wilson couldn't let the topic go on, and kissed Hedy Lamer's red lips directly, not forgetting to purr, "But you have to be loyal to our relationship. Men and women are different in this matter." "How could I?" Hedy Lamer, who was aware of being poor, showed a reaction that satisfied Alan Wilson. It was completely reasonable for the Imperial Commissioner who worked hard for world peace to enjoy himself in this romantic city. Part of the French cinema is in your hands. If there are no new movies released, please make more war movies to promote the French fighting spirit. Alan Wilson chatted about the current situation facing France while having dinner with the two female presidents. "We need your help to develop the Asia Pacific market." Ingrid Bergman was obviously more sensible, and she looked like the first lady. "When you come back, stay in Paris for 2 more days. Now that you are back to work, you are not free. If you need anything, just tell us, and we will go to London to see you." The logistics support was really good. In the bedroom of the film building at night, he experienced the treatment of the male protagonist of woodpecker films. When boarding the Comet airliner back to Kuala Lumpur, Xiameng happened to be with him. The cooperation contract for luxury goods had been signed, and Xiameng was also going back to Asia. However, Xiameng, who had become the material for artistic photos, was still a little reluctant to let go, but as she was taken to the cities along the way, she gradually let go and indulged in the powerful poor skills of the Imperial Commissioner. "When the time comes, I will arrange a permanent residence in the UK for you, and you can come to London at any time." Holding Xiameng's delicate body that had not yet passed the cooling period of riding a rocket, Alan Wilson whispered in the woman's ear, "I will listen to you." Xiameng, who was holding the man's back, responded weakly, and she didn't even have the strength to move her little finger. When they arrived in Kuala Lumpur, protests broke out again in the French capital of Paris. At the same time, protests broke out against protests, and marches supported the Fourth Republic government to continue the war. Paris is now quite lively. In the British Malaya colony, it was still a peaceful time. Strategic bombers came faster than he, the current High Commissioner of the Malaya colony, and had already transited through Kuala Lumpur. 6 strategic bombers were stationed in Australia. Richard brought some colonial officials to the airport to welcome the return of his boss. Xiaoming had to wait until the welcoming ceremony was over before leaving the airport. Richard's move was also to express his reliability and hope that the result he hoped would appear. Alan Wilson knew this very well, and also hinted that the result was good. Of course, it would be even better to be able to finalize some things, such as the water and electricity contract for the Malaya colony. In fact, from a financial and professional perspective, it is the best choice to hand it over to the Mountbatten Group. The so-called selection of talents does not avoid relatives. It is not unfair to exclude the most suitable choice unilaterally, just because the High Commissioner and the owner of the Mountbatten Group are husband and wife. What do you think about the public opinion manipulation of re-merging Kuala Lumpur, Malacca, Penang and Singapore into the British Straits settlements? Returning to the familiar administrative office and sitting in the seat of the High Commissioner, Alan Wilson asked a question. In what aspect? Richard was stunned and immediately responded, is it to make at least the Malays think this is a good thing? Of course. Alan Wilson nodded. He brought the appointment letter with him, so he didn't continue to knock Richard, and said directly, just say that after the separation of the Straits settlements, it will help the ethnic balance of the Malayan colony. Of course, taking Kuala Lumpur as an example, there are also many Malays here. We must ensure that after the Straits settlements are separated, the remaining colonies are still in a balanced state. You will announce the news, and then we will hand over the work. Richard felt that his bones were lighter, and he walked out of the office with full energy to prepare for the split. From the merger of colonies after the war to the splitting of colonies now, this may be a reincarnation. This is just like in the long river of fate. You don't know whether the road ahead is smooth. Alan Wilson had no time to feel sentimental. He announced that the West Malaysia Commissioner, Elisa, and the East Malaysia Commissioner, Etel, would serve as the heads of the Administrative Bureau and the Judicial Bureau respectively. He then notified the major sultans to convene a meeting of rulers to inform them about the establishment of 2 new states, Delhi State and Nante State, on the Isthmus of Kram. London has decided to arrange 2 rulers to manage the local unowned land. Before the formal convening of the meeting of rulers, Alan Wilson met with his old friend Ali Khan and explained the difficulties of the London government's arrangement. Bayode also paid money like you. As for the current Queen's sister, Princess Margaret, my friend, you should not mind, and I can't say anything. With Princess Margaret not paying a penny, she became the ruler of Nante State. How much money Bayode actually had was not much attention. The key is to hope that Ali Khan will not have any ideas. After all, Princess Margaret is the British Queen's biological sister. Alan Wilson's, well, the princess in his heart is different from other candidates. Ali Khan also knew that Princess Margaret's identity was extraordinary. Naturally, I have nothing to say. I can understand the good intentions of the London government. My friend, it would be great if you could understand. Alan Wilson said with relief. Chapter 946. I lead foreign policy. Although he is a bureaucrat and there shouldn't be any friendship, Alan Wilson has always pursued loyalty and righteousness. To be honest, this is very contradictory. For Ali Khan, the Indian prince, he is approachable and covers up the unpleasant shortcomings of the 3 brothers, but there is also some friendship after helping each other for so many years. As long as it is within Alan Wilson's ability, or within the scope of his power, he is willing to provide help. One of Ali Khan's sons killed someone before, and he also settled it and framed it on the Indonesian infiltration. Of course, Ali Khan is not a person who completely ignores the law. He also cleaned up his son who caused trouble and gave an explanation to the colonial government. For example, he paid £500,000 for the arrangement. To put it bluntly, this is equivalent to negotiating the crime silver. This time when he returned to Kuala Lumpur for the handover of work, Alan Wilson also revealed to Ali Khan that he was still the next commissioner's immediate superior. The Colonial Department and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were in the same building, and he could also pay attention to the movements of the Malayan colony, not to mention that he was still the Executive Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. That makes me feel relieved. For me, it would be best if there were no unpleasant changes in this world. Ali Khan was full of emotion, expressing the voice of the vested interests. What he hoped for was the stagnation of human civilization. I understand that as a monarch, you only need to take out a little favor to buy people's hearts, and it will play a big role. Of course, other sultans are far less financially capable than you. After expressing his recognition of Ali Khan's financial strength again, Alan Wilson said, with the help of the rulers, we have the determination to stick to Malaya. In fact, the ruler should understand who should be the same person. The difference between a monarch and an ordinary resident is greater than that between a person and a dog, except that everyone has a head and limbs, and a dog has the same, right? When Alan Wilson convened a meeting of rulers to express goodwill to the monarchs, Richard, the next High Commissioner, was creating public opinion about the division of the Straits Settlements, which was favorable to the Malays. In fact, the reason is very simple. Referring to the original history, Singapore was kicked out by Malaysia and had to establish a city-state. However, this time the division is obviously much larger, and even the capital Kuala Lumpur was included in the scope of the Straits Settlements. After Richard formulated the core idea of public opinion, he came to the rulers' conference without stopping, and as the next High Commissioner, he contacted the rulers of each state. Alan Wilson assured the big compradors that nothing would change, and the colonial government would still support Chinese businessmen in accordance with the established policies until an economic circle was established within Southeast Asia. Soon, Richard, who had entered the rhythm of the High Commissioner, reiterated this point in front of Su Yang and others. The policies during High Commissioner Wilson's tenure will not change. Of course, the colonial government also needs the support of the justices of the peace. Definitely. Su Yang, Coker and others spoke up and expressed their reliability to the colonial government again. With the guarantees of the rulers and compradors, Malaya can operate stably, and Richard can relax a little. Alan Wilson took his successor to the golf course to inquire about the operation of the Straits Settlements. Do you know why the Straits Settlements were separated? Separate the important and wealthy places to increase the power of the colonial government? Richard said uncertainly. This is only one aspect. The fundamental reason is to increase the gap between the two major ethnic groups. The Chinese ethnic group should be supported at an invisible level. Alan Wilson took out 2 cigars and lit one for Richard. The Chinese cultural system is not actually strong in terms of cultural barriers and the spread of peace religion in the agricultural era. As long as you have a little understanding of history, you will know how terrible the speed is. Monotheism is stronger than polytheism, and polytheism is stronger than general culture. In the historical debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Taoism lost more than it won. Does Buddhism have resistance to peace religion? Not to mention a culture that is looser than Buddhism. The Chinese in Malaya only have a relative advantage in terms of numbers. Even Lim Lian Jiak and Taching Lok belong to the literati of the old era. He was really afraid that these old scholars would not be able to win the debate with the imams, so he finally decided to separate the merged colonies again from an administrative perspective. On the surface, he could also declare the inclusiveness of a diversified society, so that people would not find fault with it. I'm not worried about the domestic affairs, but in terms of the external environment, in addition to keeping a close eye on Indonesia, we should not conflict with the pro-Soviet countries in the north. Alan Wilson solemnly instructed, that is the job of the Americans, we should not steal the show. Commissioner, I actually have a question for a long time. Why do you look up to China? Richard asked his doubts, and it was obvious that this doubt had been in his mind for a long time. Alan Wilson smiled and nodded. This is a good question. I would like to ask you, when do you think the British Empire was at its peak? The Victorian era, right? Why was the Victorian era the peak? Richard thought this question was very strange. It was so simple. The British Empire had territories in any time zone, and hundreds of millions of people lived within the empire's territory. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and said like a teacher, change the word Britain in your mouth to China, and you will know why you think highly of China. The so-called Eastern culture is just a rhetoric used to bring each other closer. There is no quantitative standard for culture. You say you are strong, and he says he is strong. Indians say that their culture leads the world, but the area and population cannot be false. When it comes to culture, British culture is obviously no match for France in Europe, and it cannot even have an advantage over Germany and Russia. Of course, we must also keep an eye on Nehru at this stage. Goa is not only important to Portugal, but also to us. Although it is a Portuguese territory, it is also a window for British products to enter India. Then what is the standard of this degree? Richard still wanted to ask more clearly to prevent overreaction. Well, as long as China does not annex Vietnam, it has nothing to do with us. No matter what the Americans say, we are just staring at Indonesia. Alan Wilson hesitated, and in order to reassure his successor, he gave a fairly broad answer. It is impossible to think about it, so this standard is impossible to be triggered. If you don't consider the probability, what if Vietnam is part of China? The Pearl River Delta region must be the most affected area. Anyone with eyes will know that the Red River Plain is much better than the Pearl River Delta in terms of geographical environment. The Pearl River Delta Plain is not large in area. Once Vietnam is part of China, the economic center of the South will definitely move to the Red River Plain. This answer was a reassurance to Richard, and the conversation between the two ended here. Alan Wilson asked Richard to get along with the Sultan and the Compradors for a few days, and the appointment would be read out a few days later. Then Alan Wilson went to Vivian Leigh to discuss manned spaceflight. Manned spaceflight is so important that it should be discussed frequently. Are you going back to London? Vivian Leigh sat in the man's arms, stroking his back with her hands, resting her head on his broad shoulders and whispering, I want to go back too, and I don't want to leave you. Vivian, of course you can't leave me. Otherwise, my life will lack a lot of happiness. Alan Wilson, who was floating in the air, and not knowing why, said while enjoying the graceful figure of the female bodhisattva behind the busy man, there should be a good woman to provide logistical support, so that he can work with peace of mind. It's a pity that you don't only have me as a good woman to provide logistical support. Vivian Leigh bit the man's shoulder lightly, but she relaxed her strength when the time came, for fear of hurting this man who had the same status as her husband. A few days later, with the Sultan and the Compradors as witnesses, Alan Wilson read out the Whitehall appointment. Richard officially took over as the High Commissioner of the Malayan colony. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Richard said that he would do his best to keep the Malayan economic miracle going. The good days are still to come. These days are really getting more and more uncertain. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly, looking at his former subordinate who was at the center. It was not correct to say so. As long as he returned to London, Richard would still be his subordinate. Obviously, the feeling brought by the full-time job was definitely different. Richard's smile at this time was more from the heart than ever before. The soulless and out-of-date person could only pack his luggage with the water and electricity operation contract of the Malayan colony and prepare to return to London with his head down. Let Richard be happy first, and he will soon find out that Sir Baron was treated well. Before embarking on the journey home, the British treasurer, who had already put on sunglasses and a headscarf, had already set off and returned to London, which he had not lived in for many years, and felt a little unfamiliar. After a few days, after passing Paris, which protested from time to time, Alan Wilson returned to the British capital. Alan Wilson, who had already handed over the colonial work, went straight to the Foreign Office building, showing his determination to devote everything to Britain, and had another handover with Sir Ismay. Alan, are you the new permanent secretary? Harold Wilson welcomed the newcomer happily after seeing him. I thought it would be someone who was difficult to approach. If so, I would suggest to the Prime Minister to change the candidate, but since it's you, I won't do that. Minister Harold, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You are already the Foreign Secretary. I seem to see that the diplomacy of the British Empire will enter the Wilson era. Alan Wilson also smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. He referred to himself as Wilson, just like Reaganomics refers to Wall Street's Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan, not the actor. Chapter 947 Loyalty. Both of them are completely new to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A new foreign minister and a new permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have the same challenges, which need to be faced by both of them. After a brief exchange, both agreed that, although the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is one of the three major ministries, it is a thankless department. Nowadays, both the United States and the Soviet Union advocate decolonization. For a colonial country like Britain, the external situation is still quite severe. Just like France now, the protests have lasted for a long time. Harold Wilson pointed out that the current difficulties in France are due to the high investment in the Algerian War, coupled with the economic crisis, which led to this crisis. I also agree with the minister's opinion. Alan Wilson said this, and changed his tone. It seems that this will be the first problem for the minister after taking office. I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should first find out the internal trends in France, before making a decision. This is the case for the foreign minister, and it is also a test for Alan Wilson. The first thing is to understand the current situation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After working overseas for a long time, he must change his working methods after returning to London. Edward Bridges also agreed with this point. Working in London is very different from working overseas, and the most obvious difference is the degree of freedom. Alan Wilson also understands this. This may be the difference between the so-called Beijing officials and the frontier officials. You must safeguard the interests of your own department and maintain a good relationship with the ministers. If you can't be friends with the ministers like Norman, at least you should be able to live in peace with them. Edward Bridges said with the tone of an experienced person, generally speaking, don't conflict with the ministers, unless it is a mistake that leads to serious consequences. However, different people have different ways of dealing with it. I will argue with reason, and Norman may not make the same choice when facing the same thing. The local area is different from overseas. At least for the current Alan Wilson, he can't want to replicate the deeds of Kuala Lumpur in London. I will adjust my mentality. Alan Wilson replied gratefully. This is just like most people who write online novels think they have the potential to be aunts, and at least they are talented but not appreciated. But it doesn't stop 90% of writers. They can't earn a penny. There is always a gap between ideals and reality. You have to think about it. The minister has just taken office and is not familiar with diplomatic work. Now is the right time to formulate a set of diplomatic concepts for the minister. Edward Bridges smiled gently. Let the minister have a platform to play. Indeed, this is the top priority now. Alan Wilson slapped his head. He has been doing administrative work in the colonies. Now he should change his mind and formulate a reasonable plan to let the minister implement the grand blueprint that does not exist. At least in name, Britain is still a global empire. Its foreign policy is to cover the world. Whether it is the three-ring diplomacy declared in name or the two-wing diplomacy in reality, it is not the gain or loss of a city or a place. The reason why the British Empire can become the British Empire is that diplomacy is of course too important. For hundreds of years, Britain has been trying to maintain a balance of power between the countries on the European continent. Britain will help whichever side is weak, and Britain will contain whichever side is strong. As long as there is such a balance, the countries on the European continent will automatically check each other, and Britain can rest assured. But balanced diplomacy is only a principle, not the essence of diplomacy. Britain does not have the ability to plan for the distant future. In fact, it is just taking one step at a time for the current situation. Because you cannot accurately predict the distant future, you cannot find the exact location of the equilibrium point in advance. This equilibrium point can only be determined based on various current situations and conditions. If there is one person in Britain who has this ability, it is the humble, newly appointed permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's time to confer a knighthood. Seeing her husband come back and start to devote himself to the ocean of politics, Pamela Mountbatten put down her son and decided to take a new route. The little son crawled towards his father, and his clumsy appearance successfully attracted Alan Wilson's attention. My son. Alan Wilson, who picked up his son, looked kind and made faces at the little guy. Pamela Mountbatten snorted for no reason, with a sour look on her face. It's just that the son is important, right? This accusation is unreasonable. You and Pamela are equally important. Alan Wilson rejected the dirty water thrown at him and defended himself. I have always attached great importance to family, and you are an existence that cannot be measured by anything to me. You just say nice things. Pamela Mountbatten rolled her eyes at her husband and picked up her son, who stretched out his little hand. In the second week of May, I found a lot of people. You should know that it is not easy to get a hereditary title. I asked many families to help, but you didn't seem to care. My heart is full of gratitude, and I clearly feel my wife's burning love for me. Alan Wilson swore, and his face was full of two words: loyalty. Then, he devoted himself to the formulation of foreign policy. Adaptability is the concept of British diplomacy. The most intuitive example is the Vienna Peace Conference after Napoleon's defeat. In the late Napoleonic Wars, France was defeated, but the contradictions between Britain's three major allies, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, intensified. When Russia was chasing Napoleon, its power had penetrated deep into the heart of Europe, and it was very likely to replace Napoleon as the hegemon of the European continent. Prussia wanted to rely on Russia's power to expand its territory and suppress Austria at the same time, so the possibility of a new alliance between Russia and Prussia after the war was increasing. In this case, Britain's balance point had changed. So after defeating Napoleon, the European powers held the Vienna Conference to arrange post-war affairs, and British diplomacy made relatively large adjustments. First of all, it was no longer anti-French, but insisted on being lenient to France. France's status as a continental power must be retained. In this way, Britain's allies were afraid and dared not move immediately. The enemy did not need to be completely defeated, and it was useful to keep it. In addition, the weakest of Britain's allies was Austria, and it was particularly worried about the union of Russia and Prussia, so Britain established a particularly close cooperative relationship with Austria, so that Britain had a helper to compete with Russia and Prussia. In the end, Britain formed a balance that was beneficial to Britain through the Vienna Peace Conference. However, in Alan Wilson's view, improvisation is a thing of the last era, and now diplomacy must make long-term plans. First of all, a foundation must be determined. That is, war between major powers is almost impossible to break out, because no country can bear the consequences of nuclear bombing, especially Britain. Since there will be no world war, the basis of today's allies and tomorrow's enemies does not exist. The current situation will definitely be maintained for a long time, so improvisation cannot be considered in the short term, but a diplomatic framework of what Britain needs must be clarified, and then it will be used for decades to come. From a macro perspective, learning from history, the diplomacy of the British Empire in the 19th century was essentially centered on ensuring the security of British India, so a surrounding defense system was built. Now that the Malayan colony has replaced the role of British India, and the surrounding Netherlands and Portugal can still be used, then the strategy in the Asian direction is a continuation of protecting the security of British India, but it has been replaced by Malaya. Harold Wilson also agreed with this point. Britain has transferred so many industries and supported them with the pound zone. When it is time to start harvesting, it will never allow other countries to separate the Malayan colony from Britain. No matter who is ready to start, we can even use Malaya as a base to balance offshore in Asia. During my time working in Malaya, I realized that the Soviet camp might not be as monolithic as the Americans said. Our judgment is correct. China is not a vassal of the Soviet Union. The specific content is in the £1 report, and the foreign minister can read it slowly. Of course, the distant east is not urgent at the moment. Alan Wilson changed the subject. Compared with other directions, Europe is still the top priority. The current situation in France is quite worrying. We really don't want a repeat of 1789, which will have unpredictable effects on the whole of Europe. The world economic crisis that began last year caused France's industrial production to drop by 5%, while Britain continued to increase. In terms of finance, France's total expenditure last year was 55.4 billion francs, with a deficit of more than 10 billion francs. The huge fiscal deficit is naturally due to the need to support the war military expenditure in Algeria, which has led to conflicts between the left and right factions in France. Since March, protest marches have occurred from time to time. If nothing unexpected happens, France will have to change its government again. You mean, France might lead to the Soviet Union? Harold Wilson asked in disbelief. It's not that serious, but I think the current situation in France is very complicated. The French can help Britain attract attention. Alan Wilson said with mixed feelings. If the war ends so easily, the pressure will be all on Britain. Whether to help the French or not is a difficult question for Alan Wilson. If France is dealt with, Britain will not be able to hold on. Dear, the French Communist Party should be very complicated. Do you know anyone? After returning home, Alan Wilson asked Pamela Mountbatten. At the critical moment, his wife's connections are more practical. You want to join the Communist Party? Pamela Mountbatten gave a look that doubted whether her husband was reliable. How is it possible? I'm one of us. Alan Wilson almost exploded in the face of such doubt. Chapter 948. Old friend of the French. Then why are you asking about the French Communist Party? Pamela Mountbatten's eyes flashed with doubt, and she tilted her head and said, you are the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you can't get the information you want, you can go directly to Mi-6. The key is whether Mi-6 is reliable. Alan Wilson thought, compared with the entire French Communist Party and the Cambridge Five, it is not certain who is more valued. The main reason is that the French Communist Party's position is suitable for doing this kind of thing. Although I have just returned to Europe, I can be sure that judging from its long-standing position and the influence of the Soviet Union, the French Communist Party should advocate giving up colonies. Some words are more reasonable when they say them. Tell me. Pamela Mountbatten knew, as soon as she heard it, that her husband was up to no good again, and the so-called proposal was not as simple as it seemed. Algeria is the largest European immigrant community in Africa, with millions of French immigrants. I don't believe that France has not won over any supporting groups over the years. Berbers are in the minority, and there must be a part of them that should have a good relationship with French immigrants. Even if France has only 1 million supporters, that's 2 million people. Algeria has been at war in recent years, and the population growth should not be large. Moreover, the growing population will not reach adulthood so quickly, because those who died in the war are all able to fight with guns. France's attitude towards its colonies is well known. In particular, the French regard Algeria as their homeland and treat rebels very cruelly. Some sources believe that the death toll in recent years is as high as 1 million. Then let's do the math. Among the total population of 9 million, there are 2 million French immigrants and supporters. The remaining 7 million, minus women and children, means 3 million men, and 1 million people have been eliminated. In fact, the Algerian rebels do not have much potential to mobilize. There is no place in this world where all the men can be killed in a war. The so-called indomitable fighting spirit always has a limit. The current French military strength in Algeria is not far from the total number of potential mobilization of the rebels. Right? I haven't heard of similar news, but Algeria's oil-producing areas have always been firmly in the hands of the French. Pamela Mountbatten thought for a while and said, is this a proof? The oil-producing areas have always been firmly in the hands of the French, which can be regarded as a proof. Alan Wilson thought for a long time and said, I hope that the French Communist Party can point out from a humanistic perspective and the anti-war protests that the French government is now carrying out genocide and use data as evidence to show that the Algerians are on the verge of extinction. Out of pure goodwill, let the Paris government abandon Algeria and let the local area become independent. Ha. Pamela Mountbatten heard this and looked at her wicked husband. Are you afraid that the French will stop and use the French to kill all the Algerians? You can't say such harsh words. What do you mean by killing them all? Alan Wilson denied it flatly. They are obviously go be French. It's France's internal affairs. It's too harsh to use words like ethnic cleansing. Alan Wilson did not deny that spreading such remarks during the protest march might remind the French. If they make an effort, the potential Algerian soldiers will be wiped out. But this can't be said to be a bad thing. After all, he is a man who thinks he has the talent of a prime minister. It is what a prime minister should do to drink and sing about life while slaughtering the city. And it's not Britain who does this. The French want to kill people. What does it have to do with Britain? The French are ruthless to the colonies, and maybe they can win a little strategic space for Britain. The responsibility is all French, but Britain may benefit. Why not do it? Why don't you remind the French through diplomatic channels? Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband. She knew that this was not glorious at all, but she pushed herself out to find a solution. My dear, I'm the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If I get involved, I might be mistaken for representing the British attitude. It is well known that we are different from the French and have always been open to the independence of the colonies. Alan Wilson straightened his back, looking like an old-fashioned British gentleman, as if he was not the one who had evil intentions just now. This matter is difficult to say, because France is currently at a special node. The financial pressure brought by the Algerian War has made France overwhelmed. It has led to fierce conflicts between the left and right factions in France. Regarding the colonial issue, two opposing attitudes have been formed in France from the beginning. The French Communist Party and its supporters advocate the independence of the colonies and oppose the government's implementation of colonial policies. The right-wing and centrist forces advocate the continued retention of the rule over the colonies. The United States, which belongs to the Western alliance with France, promotes neocolonialism under the banner of anti-colonialism in order to compete with the old colonial empires for interests in Asia and Africa, and does not approve of France's tough colonial policy. Moreover, due to the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, the United States is extremely concerned about the forces of the Cold War front in Western Europe. The foreign colonial war acquired a large part of France's resources to be diverted to the colonial plan, which resulted in a lack of domestic strength in France. This was not in line with the United States' goal of strengthening the strength of the Western alliance to counter the Soviet Union, which caused tensions between France and the United States. However, in order to get rid of the dilemma of the colonial war, France had to further seek help from the United States in terms of economy and military, and in terms of politics and diplomacy, and became a junior partner of the United States. The French people therefore opposed the interference and control of the United States, and demanded that the government end the colonial war. This is not to mention the factor of France's stationing troops in Algeria, and the military will always fight. So many reasons have led to the grand occasion of rallies in France, and this kind of street politics is an excellent place to spread opinions. It not only spreads quickly, but also has sufficient depth. So Alan Wilson asked his wife to see if he could add fuel to the current street politics in France. As for whether the French Communist Party will win the final victory in this street political showdown, it is absolutely impossible. The more extreme the proposition, the easier it is to spread in the environment of street politics. Extreme speech is always easier to get supporters than rational speech. This is the characteristic of street politics. In the confrontation of street politics, if the French Communist Party resolutely ends its rule in Algeria, it is likely to become the second Jaurès, the leader of the French Socialist Party before World War I, an eloquent peace defender, who had great confidence in the Second International, and regarded it as the mainstay. When the war was approaching, he called for the containment of the war, and was assassinated by a nationalist fanatic. Actually, I'd like to see what the Americans would think when they see such a scene. Putting his arm around his wife's shoulders, Alan Wilson said with full of fantasy, from the perspective of undermining France's colonial influence, Americans should support the political force that ends colonialism, but this political force is the French Communist Party. This choice is definitely interesting. You've just returned to London, and you're already playing tricks. Pamela Mountbatten muttered unhappily. It depends on whether you can motivate me. I've been feeling weak lately. Want to ride a rocket? Alan Wilson laughed. Your husband will definitely let you experience the joy of manned spaceflight. In a few days, I'll be the Baroness Wilson. Pamela Mountbatten hooked her husband's neck and hummed. I have to help you do bad things, so you deserve the hard work. For Alan Wilson, being knighted was not something worth preparing for. He also knew in his heart that instead of being conferred the title of baronet on him, it would be better to say that it was the same as that of Mrs. Thatcher. Because she was a woman, it was not easy to be conferred directly, so it was given to Mrs. Thatcher's husband. Isn't the fundamental reason that Pamela Mountbatten is now the real richest person in the UK, and she has also tied up many nobles to develop Australia? This wave has brought about a trend, and the result is that now Alan Wilson alone knows that there are at least 10 or more Earl and Ducares who live in Australia half of the year. If it weren't for the seat of the House of Lords, it is estimated that there would be more nobles living in Australia. After all, although the land cannot be run away, it does not need to be looked after at all times. But the newly developed minerals are not the same. With this awareness of being a pendant of the Mountbatten family, Alan Wilson was manipulated by his wife at will, and under the witness of a group of dukes and earls, he became one of the more than 1,600 baronet in the UK. In fact, as long as his wife is happy, what does it matter? Who let this British richest woman be cultivated by him from childhood? Some sour remarks can be attributed to jealousy. You say I'm a gigolo, you can eat it, if you have the ability. Alan Wilson, who was crowned, put his hands on his waist and confidently took Pamela Mountbatten's hand. The expression on his face said it all. Thank you all for coming today. My husband and I are very grateful. Pamela Mountbatten knew her husband's thoughts too well. As Mrs. Wilson, I will remember the guests who came today. Is this the network of the richest man in Britain? Maggins finally squeezed over and said in amazement, now you are the same as me, Alan. It's different. You are a lord. The respected Lord Sheffield. Alan Wilson said that this is fundamentally different. Baronet is considered a civilian, otherwise he would not accept it at all. There are a large number of baronet in British politics, especially in the Conservative Party. The title that Pamela Mountbatten had been thinking about since the beginning of the year has finally come to an end. The next morning, a message came that the French government announced that the franc had devalued by 16.7%. Dear Pamela Mountbatten hugged her husband for a long time, her eyes full of admiration. If it weren't for you, I would have suffered a great loss this time. The French really devalued the franc so much, and they almost harvested it. Chapter 949, A Road Never Imagined. Hey, I kissed you until your skin peeled off. Facing his wife who was like a woodpecker, Alan Wilson looked indifferent. This situation was a perfect opportunity to show off, to show the unfathomable nature of the head of the family, and thus to establish his status. The admiring face of the richest woman in the UK inspired Alan Wilson's innate poor skills, and now was the time to turn the offensive. He moved his wife's body to his arms, put his hands where they should be, and then Alan Wilson persuaded her, at your current level, you must always pay attention to the political situation, and you can't be like those small compradors who take one step at a time. Only in this way can you hold your destiny in your own hands. I have always been obedient, haven't I? Pamela Mountbatten narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling a pair of big hands wandering on her body. It's not disappointing my expectations. Alan Wilson, in poor, kissed the red lips of the richest woman in the UK. Thinking carefully, even if he returned to London, he still had expectations for his future career as a civil servant. Alan Wilson fell into thinking. To put it simply, he simulated in his mind how he would view the current political situation in France, if he were a Frenchman, a French soldier in North Africa, an Italian politician, etc. This is a very basic skill. He can get rid of the influence of his previous life and serve Britain wholeheartedly. It is because of this kind of thinking that he can put aside the so-called right and wrong and find the insertion point from the perspective of a bystander. What can be confirmed now is that the group in France that supports the continuation of the war is still quite large, although many French people are indeed tired of the war because of the inconvenience brought to their lives by the continuous war. In general, France now has some of the postures of the Republicans and the Democrats after 2016. There is strength in numbers. It is true that there is strength in numbers, but both sides have a large number of people and think that they are the real patriots. Alan Wilson, who had gradually become familiar with his work, said to his own minister, "Dear Minister, it seems that the situation in France is unusual. France has been trying various ideas for hundreds of years. In 1789, no one could have imagined that the Bourbon dynasty that had ruled France for centuries would collapse in a short time. Alan, are you saying that there may be a huge change in France?" Harold Wilson was shocked, as if he was not mentally prepared for such a consequence. That's really terrible. Who is the main force against the war now? The French Communist Party, which is in the same boat with the Soviet Union, and the group that took to the streets to end the war. Even if not all of them are supporters of the French Communist Party, the French Communist Party's supporters are the largest group. If there is a huge change like the Bourbon King's operation, it seems that the French Communist Party will be the biggest beneficiary. Harold Wilson also thinks so he naturally can't stay calm. If the French Communist Party comes to power in France, there will be no need to fight the Cold War. The 50-50 confrontation in Europe will directly become an absolute disadvantage because of France's orientation to the Soviet Union. It can be said that once France changes color, the unprecedented road will become a very realistic choice in Britain. I think we should communicate with Washington. Only the minister has this ability. At the critical moment, Alan Wilson still remembered his personality, a walking special relationship between Britain and the United States. No matter how the chaos in France develops, the United States will definitely be watching secretly. At the critical moment, we still have to cooperate with the United States. Alan Wilson also said that he, who had just taken office as the permanent undersecretary, was not in vain, and expressed that he and this famous congressman of the conservative forces of the Republican Party of the United States were in the same boat. McCarthy? Harold Wilson felt disgusted when he heard the name. He didn't expect that the head of the civil servants of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and his best friend would be this person. Yes, Minister, facing the current situation in France, the attitude of the United States is crucial. We must also clarify the reaction of France's neighbors. Since the outline of the French state, the unity of Latin countries is valued by the French. It is not appropriate for the minister to go to Spain or Italy at such a sensitive time. I will go there secretly. Of course, the attitude of Spain and Italy is just to help. The key is that we and the Americans must be united. Then thank you for your hard work, Alan. Harold Wilson nodded solemnly. It is reasonable that as a foreign minister, he must also make a certain response to the current chaos in France. France and Britain are separated by a strait. If it were an ordinary country, Alan Wilson would have suggested the fourth level tactics. At the critical moment, Britain, have to help you. Alan Wilson walked out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building. He is a permanent undersecretary of the British Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he is living more and more like Sukin. How can he reason with this? Philby, what do you say we should do? Alan Wilson, holding a glass of wine with a gloomy brow, complained bitterly in front of Harold King Philby, the director of MI5, the British counterintelligence agency. If the unrest in France does not stop, the French Communist Party may come to power. Then there will be no need to fight the Cold War and we can just be liberated by the Soviets. You and I will both be hanged under the street lights. Alan Wilson, staring with a pair of drunken eyes, was filled with grief, as if the future was bleak. Alan, maybe things won't be so bad. Philby patted the back of the youngest permanent undersecretary, a civil servant who was described by Whitehall as having a promising future, and comforted him softly. Paris is the headquarters of NATO. The French Communist Party can't do anything. We certainly don't want the worst consequences, but the current situation is indeed worrying. Alan Wilson drank another glass of whiskey and said sincerely, I'm afraid that the Soviets will take advantage of this chaos. If the Soviets are willing to sacrifice the French Communist Party, the situation will evolve to the worst result. The US military will successfully suppress it. Of course, we don't have to worry about France becoming a pro-Soviet country, and the bloodshed and the stationing of troops will also cause the French people's goodwill towards the free world to disappear. It's difficult, too difficult. In Alan Wilson's words, it seemed as if a path that had never been thought of was inevitable. Philby paused for a moment with his hand holding the glass in thought, and then drank the wine with a normal expression. Anyway, we have to think of a way. Alan Wilson took a nap and muttered, I'm going abroad tomorrow to see what France's neighbors think. We can't let France become an enemy at all costs. You're drunk again. I'll take you home. Philby summoned the waiter to pay the bill and helped Alan Wilson out of the bar. Alan Wilson, who returned home, leaned on his wife and muttered from time to time, I'm going back, otherwise Pamela will be worried. Hey. Pamela Mountbatten listened to her husband's drunken talk and helped her husband undress like a good wife and mother. Isn't it happy to hear that? Alan Wilson, who was enjoying his wife's service, opened his eyes and took advantage of Pamela Mountbatten's blank mind to kiss her directly on the mouth. Look at this treatment. She is really a good wife and mother. You're really lucky to marry her. So many tricks every day. Pamela Mountbatten hit her husband with a red face. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. Just follow my instructions. Alan Wilson took off his clothes directly and then took off his wife's clothes. We are husband and wife, and we can do whatever we want. What France? Who recognizes it as the largest country in Europe? Don't make trouble. I still want to see my son. Pamela Mountbatten hit her husband. Look at this anxious look. Look at me first. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, and you can see your son anytime. Alan Wilson pressed his wife under him. In the end, the man has to have the final say in this family. If this matter is done, if Alan Wilson is French, his status is estimated to be as high as Richie Lou. Unfortunately, he is destined to hide his merits and fame, and no one knows his achievements. After a long period of consideration, he finally decided to help the French. After returning to London, he and the foreign minister stood on one side to prevent France from really changing color. Once there is such a sign, the last resort is to use NATO troops to suppress the French Communist Party. On the other hand, Philby made the Soviet Union notice that France had already shown signs of street politics and bet on the anti-war side. This way, he had two approaches at the same time, and he wanted to play big. It really came to a result that no one wanted to see. The Soviet Union was the leader of the Warsaw Pact, and the United States was the leader of NATO. The responsibility must be shouldered by someone taller. The result he expected most was, of course, that France would alienate either the United States or the Soviet Union, which would be most beneficial to Britain. In fact, this was also the final result of France in history. But in history, France became indifferent to the United States and the Soviet Union after losing Algeria. If it was retained, and it relied on Britain, it might be possible to retain each other's interests. There was no reason why Britain would lose its colonies if France retained Algeria. If this result occurred, would Britain compete with France for dominance in Europe by relying on the British Isles? What a joke. How could this be possible? Saving France is saving Britain. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Rome on the Comet airliner, felt a heavy responsibility and thought of the famous saying that saving the United States is saving China. After arriving in Rome, Alan Wilson met with some important figures of the Christian Democratic Party within the framework of NATO. After a busy day, he returned to the apartment where he was staying. He skillfully took out the key and opened Audrey Hepburn's door. After closing the door, the two hugged each other tightly. "I'm going to live back in the UK. I can't wait. I want to see you while I'm on a business trip." Picking up Hepburn, Alan Wilson said affectionately, "We can't continue to live separately. I'm always worried that you will leave me." "No." Audrey Hepburn hooked the man's neck and comforted him softly. Chapter 950 Iron-Fisted Shurick. The situation in Italy and France is similar but different. The similarity is that the Italian Communist Party is even stronger than the French Communist Party. Togliatti is even considered the leader of the Western European parties. The differences are also easy to check. After all, Italy is a defeated country and its colonies have long been stripped away. There is no trend to shake the stable situation, so naturally the contradictions will not be transmitted to the mainland. Italy was able to get along with both sides during the Cold War. For a period of time, as one of the three giants of the European community, it almost kicked Britain to the fourth place in Europe. However, Italian companies are mainly small and medium-sized enterprises. If they really let go of competition, they will not be able to compete with multinational companies. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the disappearance of the favorable external situation made Italy the most direct victim of German expansion. If you lend a hand to the company can survive. But if you want to kill the company, it is not difficult. No capital can be completely separated from the influence of the country, unless Alan Wilson can let his wife leave the UK with the industry. But as long as the Mountbatten Group still has British blood, Alan Wilson has only one choice, which is to make Britain one of the powerful countries, at least enough to protect the interests of the Mountbatten Group. The so-called multinational capital also needs to have a focus. Once Britain fails, who says that the United States will not come to exercise long-arm jurisdiction and snatch away the industries of the Mountbatten Group? In the face of the attack of national power, a single multinational group is nothing but an insect. Hepburn seems to like the historical and cultural atmosphere of Rome very much. She lives here for a period of time every year. Rome has many ancient monuments and is the location for many movies. It is natural that she is popular. But in the face of Alan Wilson's request, Hepburn and Elizabeth Taylor are considered one of the twin pearls of Britain today. Hepburn still readily agreed to return to live in the country. It's really hard to go to Italy and see me at the same time. Hepburn was also very happy that Alan Wilson appeared. She liked this man, from his personality to his identity. Alan Wilson also knew this. In essence, apart from suffering a little when she was a child, Hepburn's thinking was definitely that of the upper class. In his impression, the roles played by Hepburn were not too low level, which was completely different from Marilyn Monroe. A person in love goes to meet his lover like a child returning from school, but when he leaves his lover, he looks depressed, as if he is going to school. Hearing Alan Wilson's words, Hepburn laughed. "Your philosophy is all about this? If I hadn't seen you, I would have sent Shakespeare back to school." Reaching out his hand and rubbing Hepburn's cheek, Alan Wilson did not deny that every time he came to see Hepburn, he would review Shakespeare's works to prevent him from being unliterary. Hepburn couldn't help but smile and said gently, "But I also admit that your eyes are as dazzling as an eagle at this time." "It depends on who you are with," Alan Wilson answered sincerely. If he had to say which sentence of Shakespeare's words he thought made the most sense and could be used when serving Britain, then of course it would be this sentence. "In order to trap us, the devil often deliberately tells us the truth, gains our trust in small things, and then we will fall into his trap at an important moment." This is a sentence he really read. So in many cases, Alan Wilson showed his honest face to others, and he would even go through fire and water for this. This time, he firmly believed that saving France was saving Britain, so he had no guilt for this plan, and the price he paid was just the dust on the road to success. After all, France has much more room for maneuver than Britain, and the gap between the basic base is only the Mediterranean. To say something that hurts his self-esteem, he is a British and has to consider strengthening France's position. If he were a Frenchman, he would not necessarily help Britain. When communicating with NATO officers stationed in Italy and politicians from the Italian Christian Democratic Party, many Italians expressed this idea: the French are too greedy and always want to maintain their influence as a world-class power. This is simply impossible. Alan Wilson did not comment on this answer. It is not just France that wants to maintain its status as a world-class power. Greed itself is also the driving force for progress, just like housing prices. Of course, many people can live very easily, just like the housing prices in Hegan are definitely not rare in China. As long as you put down your greed and don't rush to first and second tier cities blindly, you can still live easily. But after experiencing the prosperity of big cities, how can people accept returning to small counties? It's okay if you haven't seen it, the key is that you have seen it. France is like this. It has been a powerful country in the world. Similarly, the United Kingdom is the same. But under the gaze of the American officers around him, Alan Wilson could only applaud and say that the Italians were right. I don't know if it's an illusion. After returning to Europe, he suddenly felt that the invisible constraints on his body became larger. It's completely different from when he was in the colony. It made me feel a little bad, and even Hepburn's young and graceful figure couldn't soothe this low mood. Is the communication not going well? Hepburn didn't know what was wrong with this man, but she didn't think it was her problem. He was still looking at her with a hot look. "Oh, I feel sad about the difficulty of peace." As a mature bureaucrat, Alan Wilson could switch his mind without pause. "Every time I think of the people in North Africa who are still under the flames of war, I always feel a little powerless." Hepburn's background and what kind of thoughts would be, he, a senior bureaucrat, had already figured out clearly. To put it bluntly, Hepburn is completely different from Marilyn Monroe, who really came from the bottom of society. Monroe really saw what the bottom of society was like. Hepburn only saw it during the special period of war. This kind of life with a gap from the bottom of society is extremely likely to breed a perception similar to that of the white left in later generations. So the conversation with Hepburn should start from this aspect and talk about freedom and fraternity, which are very empty and do not involve specific actions. Sure enough, the effect was very good. Hepburn held Alan Wilson's head in his arms, making the hypocritical imperial bureaucrat directly float in the air. I'm right. Only an angel like Hepburn can neutralize my dirty soul. After being comforted by the ballflower, Alan Wilson had to continue to move to Madrid and was quite reluctant to leave. It seems like you have more burdens on you now. Hepburn was completely deceived by Alan Wilson's hypocrisy and thought that her man was running around to find a peaceful solution. Of course, when I was a colonial commissioner, I had unlimited power there. Alan Wilson said this with some frustration. There are still too many concerns in Europe. It's not like in the colonies, you can do whatever you want, completely cover the sky with one hand, and no one can stop you. I mean, you can get rid of some extra interference and benefit the society better. There are many people in Europe, and you have to communicate constantly if you want to do things. Oh. Hepburn thought for a while, and still put on her scarf and sunglasses, ready to see him off at the airport. Spain and Italy are different. Although the Franco government was hostile for a period of time after the war, and it was uncomfortable that Mexico, a former colony, wanted to emulate the United States to lead the world, and kill Spain to lead the Spanish-speaking world. But the most difficult time is over after all. Spain cannot be compared with the peak of the Spanish Empire, but it is still a colonial empire. Since it is a colonial country, the way it looks at the current chaos in France is completely different from that of Italy, a defeated country that has lost all its colonies. In fact, not only Spain, but also several countries around France that still have colonies are playing ostrich and not expressing their views. Even the United Kingdom has not made an official statement, but public opinion is very concerned about the chaos in France. In Moscow, the Soviet Union, on the outer wall of the Kremlin, a Volga car slowly stopped, and a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and a majestic look walked down, and walked straight towards the Kremlin. Wherever he passed, the guards along the way saluted the man in plain clothes. The man was obviously very familiar with the Kremlin. Soon he appeared outside Khrushchev's office and pushed the door open. "Shurik, you're here." Khrushchev, who was discussing with his colleagues, immediately put on a smile when he saw Shelepin coming. He was very optimistic about Shelepin, one of the young cadres in the Soviet Union's senior leadership, both in terms of ability and character. "First Secretary," Shelepin said politely, "I wonder what you want me to do." "It's like this, General Sherov, chairman of the KGB, has a message to share." Khrushchev was obviously very excited. He expressed his gloating over the chaos in the enemy camp without disguising it. He was such a true person, and would not express any concerns hypocritically. "General Sherov." Shelepin greeted the leader of the first powerful department of the Soviet Union in a friendly manner, and then waited for information sharing. The news was naturally, because the heavy burden of the Algerian War led to sharp contradictions in France and the whole process of street politics, as well as the intelligence sources that could not be investigated. It expressed the concerns of Britain and the United States about the direction of the situation in France, and they were already secretly in Western Europe to find out the true thoughts of various countries. Last year's capitalist economic crisis seemed to have a great impact on the United States. Western European countries suffered different degrees of losses. Germany adjusted quickly, while the United Kingdom was not affected at all. France was under huge financial pressure due to suppressing the war in Algeria. The situation was the most serious, and it just announced the devaluation of the franc. After listening, Shelepin also joined the discussion and said, "We should promote the development of the situation. If you think about it carefully, we won't lose anything." Shelepin was the first to express his position. His decisive attitude shocked General Serov, the chairman of the KGB. General Serov was not the general political commissar. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.